Hello, and welcome to the Sci-Fi Show, where for the past year I've surrounded myself with really smart people that say smart stuff that, to make myself be able to understand it, I've dumbed down to the point where we're not sure that we've been having the same conversation anymore. And I'm Joe.
And I'm Dave.
And I'm Philip.
Sorry, I know you weren't expecting me to go off on one right at the start. Oh, and just by pure fluke, you guys have the right names up on the screen, because I haven't switched it to the big screen mode because the other people haven't joined us yet. And
nice one. Yeah, it's just popped up on my screen.
Pure fluke. Gotta love that. So yeah, tonight is our 1 year anniversary. It was actually yesterday, but we figured we should do it on the Friday so that it's not school night. We could enjoy a drink or two, have some more people on that might not usually get the chance to join us. I know Opie said he's going to try and join us because he finishes work a little bit earlier on a Friday, and so hopefully a few people are going to join us. And it's going to be anyone can ask anything, and that's why it's an AMA, and it's a free for all because anyone can join. Which actually reminds me, that's the one thing I haven't set up on Discord yet, the opening the channel to everyone.
Come join us. It's open.
Yeah, come join us. You're not allowed to join, but come join.
Yeah, well, come debate us in any topic. We just won't let you join the channel.
Oh no, apparently
we walk away winners.
Apparently I did it already.
Okay, nice one.
Yeah. I don't
How
remember.
Many beers did you say?
I've only had one so far. Yeah, but according to this, they can join, they can use voice activity, they can connect, speak, and everything. I must have set it up yesterday and turned the permissions on. I meant to not actually set up the permissions yet. But there you go. So everyone can join already. So, yes, as I was saying, we're celebrating 1 year of doing these live streams. They've been a bit of an adventure. Before this, we were doing the Fresh Air podcast, which was a very different ball game and really fun, but we were really, really in-depth into the topics, and we had some, really, really, really long episodes, and there was a hell of a lot of
3
editing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that 3-hour conversation about the definition of atheism.
And that's after cutting it down and removing any silences and removing the ums and ahs and everything like that. So yeah, there was definitely it was really great to do, and I do look forward to doing a bit more of the fresh air stuff, but finding the time and everything. I think I prefer doing these live streams. And obviously over this last year we've met some great people like yourself, Phil, who've really added great value to the streams, both from being in the audience and asking some fantastic questions, and actually being on here with us and interacting amazingly. And not to mention the last stream that we did where you presented your logic one as well, which was mwah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is really thank you. And then of course, I'm so thankful that I met you all online as well. I remember that at first it was about sort of surviving Twitter, the rants and stuff like that. So that was already of great value to me, to be able to finally sort of not be in that frustrated mode all the time. And then, it sort of expanded all of this, and I found great value in this channel and in conversations that you guys were having, and found some sort of a place where I feel like this makes sense finally. And you were a big part of that, so I'm very thankful.
I can't even remember.
We're very grateful you joined.
Yeah, we're definitely, but I can't remember the first conversation we had. Can you?
I don't know if it was exactly during that sort of thing that I got involved in. There was a thread. Maybe it was. Maybe we interacted before. I think I interacted with Dave sometimes before that.
We talked on Twitter, yeah.
Yeah, I remember I still was using the lack of belief definition for myself. Like, I think that's when we actually first interacted, Dave. I think because I vividly remember you being very, very happy when I like decided to like change my mind on the definition thing. Yeah, so that I remember, and I remember seeing you before that. So I think we interacted before, though I don't remember exactly in what way and stuff. But like I think with you, Joe, I think we've interacted like for like I think maybe the first time when I went on that sort of talk about theists being rational and stuff like that. That's from my experience on Twitter. I said something like quite controversial about, that's from my experience on Twitter, like theists were sort of understanding logic better than atheists or something like that.
I do actually remember that conversation. I didn't know that was the first one, but I remember having that one. And I think I agreed with you.
I don't know if it was the first one, but that was definitely like the first one I can definitely place you there. I like that, yeah, because it sort of then spiraled into a lot of other things. So yeah.
Funnily enough, your first conversation with Dave was basically about the definition of atheism. My first lengthy conversation with Dave was about the definition of atheism as well.
And I'm a bad influence.
Well, that's the thing. I had probably a few months prior had a run-in with Steve. And he was going off on his one, and obviously I was stuck in my view at the time, and I think we bumped heads a bit, and he gave me obviously the set thing to read, and I was initially and then I started reading that, and I read a couple of other bits, and I was like, I know Dave writes for us. He's doing a philosophy degree. Maybe I'll check with him. And it sort of just spiraled from there, didn't it, Dave? And then I think you mentioned something about how, next I'll tell you how morality can be objective. And I just went, we got onto that conversation, and I was like, oh, bloody hell, there's so much I don't know.
And to show you how long ago it was when I was just finishing my undergrad. I think it was just before my graduation, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hence the images, the cartoons, and everything like that, which I still haven't updated. I'm sorry, I will get round to it.
I've got no master's graduation ceremony, so
I can make it though. I'll just get the colours.
Just alter the colours of the robe. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, basically. Conversations about atheism, which is what have led to having these streams, which largely don't actually do philosophy of religion all that much in comparison to all the other topics. We do touch on it, obviously. We especially when someone brings up a conversation like atheism, like the definition of, but. We tend to focus on a wide array of topics. We do our best to not stay focused on the same old stuff. We don't want to be an atheist channel that is purely bashing theists like a lot of them are. And there are some big boys out there who would probably, like Real Atheology, who would do a much, much, much better job than we can if we were to do a purely philosophy of religion focused podcast. So I think what we do, spreading it around a bit and discussing different topics, hopefully there's a little bit of something for everyone. I know some topics are going to turn people off instantly, and other topics they're going to be like, yes, yeah, that's what I want to talk about. And I've personally learned a hell of a lot. I'm sorry for just basically sticking a straw into your brain, Dave, and draining it dry for the last couple of years.
Get it all out before I go senile.
But yeah,
to be honest,
sorry, Dave.
I kind of see our channel like that, though. We kind of cover the surrounding stuff, like epistemology and beliefs, and like discussions about morality that don't really go on the bigger atheist channels, that kind of thing.
And in the hope that it can somewhat inform other atheists out there and maybe some other atheist channels about different ways to discuss things. Looking into epistemology, morality, and not just going, "Oh yeah, it's subjective" all the time.
Well, it also kind of makes it all the same discussion all the time. If you're just Luke, if you're just talking about the same kind of, where's the evidence, all that kind of stuff. It just, there's hundreds of channels having that same discussion and getting nowhere. So we might as well talk about something different.
Yeah, definitely. What's in fact, I'll tell you what, Luke. I'll ask you, seeing as you've just joined.
Go on, ask me a question.
Apart from the topics that you presented yourself, what has been your favourite discussions?
That's a really good question. There's a few. Philip, I have to say your discussion around logic and para-consistent logic the other night was absolutely insane. It was so good. I don't know if I understand it any better than I did before, but I don't think that's you, Philip. I feel like that's the subject. I do. I mean, I understand logic a lot better because of you guys. So that was really good. I think some of the stuff on morality, certainly. I think the stream that I joined you guys on, like first chatted with you and stuff, was the one problem of the dirty hands, which was very interesting. So I don't think I could pin it down to one because they're all very interesting.
Well, it's kind of you to say.
Yeah,
I know. And it was very political, but that's fine.
That's a nice glass. Is that a crystal glass?
It is, yeah. It's the only one I have. But it's like this proper one. It's really heavy.
For the occasion.
Yeah, it's a 1 year anniversary, guys. Is this 1 year anniversary 1 year for YouTube only?
Yes, yeah, 1 year for YouTube. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
1 year for YouTube. I think 2.5 years for doing the podcasts. Might even be longer than that. I can't remember off the top of my head. I could check the site. For the site, though, that's now been going for about 6.5 years, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's, the site itself, quite funny how it came about, because, I mean, at the start, it was not quite, but mostly your standard atheist rhetoric site, if I'm honest. It was first inspired, well, I'd gone through in and out of religion for years, and I'd finally got to the point where I no longer felt like I was agnostic. I actually thought I was an atheist, but then I was working for a company, and this is in England, and I met a creationist, a young Earth creationist, and I was like, what the hell even is this? Like, people actually believe this sort of thing. And I basically went online to find this sort of thing, and I got into debate groups. I was corrected by the group of atheists who told me, no, atheism isn't, believing gods don't exist. It's lacking belief in gods, and we've got no burden of proof. And everyone was telling me this, and I didn't know any better at the time. So I was like, I got caught up in all of that atheist stuff that you do. And I did become a bit of a keyboard warrior. And then I noticed I was getting into the same old conversations again and again and again. And a lot of my focus was on science, like evidence for evolution. And I started having more passion for things like pseudoscience, as in talking about against pseudoscience, than I really did for the theological debate anyway. So I started looking into the whole anti-vax thing, because I felt stupid because I'd been convinced of it briefly, and I wanted to try and help other people not fall into the same trap that I did. So my very first article on Answers in Reason was called Trust, I think, and it's talking about how we quite easily trust people who we see as an authority figure, even if they're not an authority in what they are. And even at this time, I don't even think I really knew about argument from authority and things like that. I wasn't really up on my fallacies. It was just I was describing, a behavior that I'd noticed in myself and I'd noticed in others and how we're all doing it. But yeah, we started putting these articles down because we were frequently getting into the same conversations, and people, were just coming up with the same rhetoric. So I it was almost a time saver for me. It was like, well, read this and let me know what you think. If they didn't read it, I knew the conversation was never going to progress anyway. And if they did read it, I would start having a conversation. And it was Chris, Alan, and I who started it. And then I think Alan brought on you and Martin, didn't he, Dave?
Yeah.
Because that was from the Debate Faith?
Yeah, that's the one.
And we started, doing a lot of articles there. The number one article, as in for single day hits, was still the time I posted, why do Christians and Muslims reject evolution? And the funniest thing about that was, even in the first line, it speaks about how there are some Christians and Muslims who reject evolution, right?
Clickbait.
It was a clickbait title, and it just demonstrated to me how amazing clickbait actually can be. But you also saw that actually, I'd say 90% of the people didn't actually read it anyway. They didn't even click the link. They responded first, but obviously them responding to it raised it in the searches, so other people did then click on it. But they were like, no, it's not all of them. And it's like, I'll read the first line of the article. And you could see that.
Yeah. It's the first rule of any article. It's good that Twitter is now saying oh, you haven't read this article, are you sure you want to share it? It's like, yeah, that's a good thing. Thank you for doing that.
It was quite hilarious when it happened to me. I thought it was...
You were like, it's my article. Of course.
Yeah, I wrote the article saying that you should read it, but okay.
Yeah, well, that happens to me as well, because obviously I've got the podcast only channel, so it only posts our podcasts. So whenever we do a video or anything like that goes from the site, I send it to that one rather than the main Answers in Reason one. And yeah, the same thing happened to me. Press refresh, not refresh, retweet, that's the one. Bloody hell. press retweet, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, you sure you want to read this? Like, yeah. What's the URL? Answersinreason.com, and what's the account? So guys, I've already asked you a couple of questions. Have you got any for us?
Well, so I think that was a nice explanation for how you got into this, Joe. But Dave's gone now. I can't see Dave. Is Dave still here?
Yeah, Dave's here.
Oh, yeah. That's weird. It just must be my screen.
But he's moving slowly.
Yeah, he's like...
Yeah, I'm
how
not sure.
did you get into discussing atheism and stuff?
Was that to me? Everything was kind of... How did I get into atheism and stuff?
Discussing it, yeah.
Yeah, discussing it.
And get caught up with us reprobates.
Yeah.
Well, I was doing it for a little while before I started my degree, but I was really ill for a couple of years, in and out of hospital, and that's when I decided to do my degree. And I spent a lot of time on Facebook having arguments about atheism and arguments about God. And I found most of them kind of boring because it was all the same sort of, show me evidence. You haven't got evidence, all that kind of stuff. But I met a kind of a good few people where the discussions were actually okay. And the more I got into philosophy, the more sort of boring I found the discussions with a lot of the laxtheists, for want of a better term, because they weren't really discussing the stuff in depth. And and I just kind of preferred more to talk about philosophy, like epistemology and morality and stuff like that. So I sort of started moving that way. And then Alan, as Joe mentioned earlier, he invited me to write for the site. So I started doing that. But I mostly just uploaded old essays and old articles that I'd written. And then we got into the idea of having the podcast. And that's when I really started to enjoy it. Because it was all different kinds of discussions, and there was like a group of us all having the discussion, and then we moved on to the streaming, obviously, and met some awesome people.
Like who?
Couple of beardy wankers.
Like these two awesome gentlemen here.
Actually, I don't even know if I know how you two, like how you guys met, like Luke with Answers and Reason. Like, how did that happen?
Oh, I was like shitposting on one of their streams. The problem with the Dirty Hands one, and yeah, I was just like, I'm an extrovert, so I don't mind like talking to people. Like, I find it quite easy. So I was just in the stream chat, and I was like trying to find people to discuss this with. And I was like, I wasn't a atheist, but I didn't have like a complex understanding of the philosophy of atheism. I didn't really think that was a thing necessarily. I thought it was quite simple. And yeah, so I was a bit confused when I was like hearing stuff that Joe and Chris were saying, and I was like, wait, what's going on? This is challenging me. So I was writing stuff, and then like I think the comment that drew attention to me in the chat was something around the psychopaths thing. I think it's a Julian Bigini quote. And then I think I just got chatted to them on Twitter. I think I sent them a Twitter message because I was like trying to reach out, and then that was it, basically.
You were trying to promote your book.
I was trying to find an audience for this book, which I think I'm now less focused on the book than I've been, and more focused on the YouTube, which is kind of ironic because that was the whole purpose of it all. But yeah,
but focus on the YouTube, and then the book will come. Get yourself an audience.
One of the things that I always feel like you guys did excellently as Answers and Reason in the YouTube stream was addressing people in the comments while live streaming. Like that is always something that like struck me as like really, really good, because you always had a feeling when like watching these streams that you were participating actively in them, which is not something that happens in a lot of streams. Now, to be fair, like a lot of like if you have a channel that has a lot of subscribers, then at some point it becomes like really hard to do that. But it's still something that like really impressed me the first time, and it was like kind of cool to be able to write stuff and then sort of have an interaction on live stream, and that was really like something that I appreciated a lot.
It's one of the bonuses of still being quite small is that we can have all the participation between the chat and us, and Joe's really good at keeping up with it all. Better than me.
Yeah.
I try to. Sometimes it goes by a bit quick.
It's when there's a whole different discussion, and I apologize. Sometimes I do instigate those.
Sometimes.
When I'm watching, sometimes I do segue with people and like have completely irrelevant conversations, and I'm like, have I annoyed Joe? Because you're like, they're just chatting shit in the chat, and I'm like, oh, that's me. Sorry.
I like it as well when I'm sort of trying to keep an eye on it, but also trying to have the conversation, and then someone says something that I just can't help but piss myself. They're some of my favourite moments where like it's just gone that there's this incredibly serious thing happening on the screen, but in the chat I'm just, no, you've killed me.
Yeah, it happens quite often, actually, especially with Luke. I feel like it happens sometimes to me as well. Like I was talking stuff, and then you see a comment, and then you're like trying to keep it together.
I don't mean to. It's just I try and be funny, and I think sometimes it just causes disruption.
You're just determined to do it. You have no free will and have no choice.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't blame me because of Laplace's demon.
Hey, Chris. Good to see you.
Hey, Chris.
Get your ass in here if you want to, if you've got the time. It's free for all, so anyone can join us on the stream. Just jump into the SciPhi channel on Discord. If that's not working, then please let me know. I have opened it up to everyone. I didn't realize I'd already done it, but apparently I was organized today. But if it's not working, please let me know. But obviously I understand if you're a bit busy. How have you been anyway, Chris? It's been a while since we've actually been able to see you. We've been missing each other with our streams recently. Hope you're well.
I mean, that is one of the things about our streams. We do have a lot of banter going on, and we joke as well as have serious discussions, and it's a nice blend.
Yeah, it is.
Well, especially when you consider some of the topics we do discuss can be quite dry. If you take
mind melting.
Oh god, yeah, they're all mind melting. But they can be quite dry, and I am aware that some people can struggle with the level of detail we go to, even though we will say, we've only scratched the surface with this particular topic tonight.
Sorry.
No, go for it.
I wouldn't say it's dry. I would say it's complex.
Yeah, you could say that.
There is a difference, because I don't think you guys especially make it very interesting. I think you do make it interesting. It's just that sometimes it's like really difficult trying to get your head around what you're talking about. So
I don't know even when it's something I'm presenting myself most of the time. Hey, Autumn, good to see you there as well. Hopefully you can drop by and join us a little bit later if we're still going. I don't know if you've caught the beginning, but we're doing our end of year, as in our first year anniversary of live streaming on YouTube tonight, and we're just having a general chat about all the things that we have experienced this year, some of our favourite moments. And I tell you what, one of the a couple of the favourite videos earlier on were the conversation we had with Ozzy.
That was amazing.
He's such a great guy. Amazing. He definitely has a very clear and clean way of talking about things, and again, as you said yourself, Luke, he makes the topic interesting, more interesting than it actually is. And also I liked having that conversation with Tim O'Neill. I've been meaning to get him back on for a while, and
I haven't watched much of his stuff. I need to watch more of his stuff.
Brilliant.
I've generally only read his articles. I know he launched his channel, and he's been taking
recently.
But his articles are great. He's sort of doing what Dave and I try to do for philosophy and even a bit of science for history, for our own community of atheists, because we want people to realize that most things aren't as black and white or simple as they think they are.
For Mary's room.
Or the knight.
Or the knight.
There's a black and white knight visiting Mary's room.
Bye.
That's gotta be the top 5 moments as well.
Yeah.
You could turn Mary's room into a black and white joke like that.
I've so got to. There's a black and white genius in a black and white room with a black and white TV screen who watches black and white people. Amazing. Right, there you go. That's it. That's all I'm going to think about all night. That's all I'm going to be able to think about now. The black and white Mary's room.
That's going to be the next sci-fi short, isn't it?
Oh, it so should be.
I mean, Wittgenstein did say that all philosophy could be told through a series of good jokes, so you could just be following in the Wittgenstein tradition.
I know someone who would hate that.
Whoa. Wait. Wait, we have someone in the room. Jeffrey? Are you here?
Brilliant. Sorry, just catching up with the chat. Thank you, Autumn. Yeah, no, it's been really good. We're surprised at some of the reception that we've had so far. It's been interesting. Obviously, because we don't say exactly the same sort of things as you tend to hear most atheists say, especially if you consider the sort of ACA kind of atheist streams that you tend to see on YouTube. We get a lot of backlash from other atheists who instantly other us and tell us that we're just theist trolls, which I find incredibly amusing, because whilst a lot of those atheists only lack a belief, I actually believe gods don't exist, and I'm willing to justify my beliefs. So I'm technically more atheist than them.
I find that tends to come from when we're the theist trolls thing seems to happen more so when we say to somebody who's got a bad argument, actually, what you're belittling or what you're kind of making out as stupid here is more complex and more nuanced and actually better than you're making it out to be right now. And they go, well, if you're saying that's that's true, then you must be a theist. Because only a theist would say that a theist argument is complex and nuanced and better than we're saying it is.
Yeah, but
that
happens. Yeah, that is a tendency that happens in pretty much all communities at some point. Like to sort of try to do this, to play this game, I guess, and to belittle everything that sort of could be used against you in a way. And I think like that's obviously a toxic thing. I'm not trying to justify it. It's just that it sort of happens, and like I've learned to like find it funny at this point when
it is
happens.
funny. Yeah, I find it funny.
Yeah, I find it funny. Really,
I find it funny because Evans. It happens to Evans so much.
Yeah,
that it's actually quite hysterical.
He encourages it though.
Yeah, of course.
Really
he's an antagonist. He's an absolute antagonist.
It's so funny when it happens.
and then it's just a retweet, and it's like every other day he's like, "Oh, well, apparently I'm not an atheist," and it's like that's funny that you've drawn that out of somebody again.
I still like that. I'm now a cult leader.
Yeah, that too. That
was
too.
shocking. That was so weird. That was such a weird conversation.
Really
I don't
was.
even understand. He started talking, and then suddenly he was going like, "I know you guys. You're a bunch of bullies that go around ripping on honest atheists."
Did you guys interact with him before? Was that the first time you?
I've never seen him before in my life.
I had spoken to him once before, about 6 months ago, I think, maybe. I don't know. I was trying to go back through it, and he remembered me, so I figure I must have spoken to him before. But generally, the conversations that I remember are the ones that tend to be. Oh, we lost Dave. Tend to be the ones that go really, really badly.
Yeah, by the way.
Oh, he's going. He's coming. He's coming. He's going. So yeah, he's coming back again.
Yes.
Sorry.
You'll probably have to invert now some labels, I guess.
Yeah.
Because he's in another corner. At least.
Only I'm Dave.
It's because you're not me anymore. I keep having to change the
Dave's not
labels.
here,
Just take the labels off, because if we have more people join,
Well, wait. If we have more people join, I've got a
You're gonna
couple
be
of
fiddling.
different. No. I've just got to open one like it opens
Oh.
up like that. You can't see it from your end. I just realised that. And then if even more people join, I can just open it up, and it's even bigger, like a massive TV screen.
wait, I can see on the
yeah.
stream.
All right,
So-
braggart.
I suppose I could just leave it at that one for now. We don't need the other ones in case if you're having connection issues tonight. It'll solve that one, won't it, Dave?
It wouldn't be an anniversary stream without a shit ton of disconnection.
Yeah.
Wait, is Dave here?
Yes, Dave's here, but his
yeah.
lips frozen
I can't
again.
see him or hear him or anything.
Yeah, we don't see it here. I mean, we hear you, but we don't see you anymore.
But yeah,
I'm gonna leave and come back in. Sorry.
All right, catch you in a sec. But yeah, the cult thing was it was incredibly weird. It started off with, I think Dave basically just saying, well, it depends on. The guy was talking about how it was the opposite definition. Atheism should be the opposite definition to theism. And Dave was actually saying, well, it doesn't have to be, but if it is, surely it would mean the belief gods do not exist. And I think that's how...
Yeah.
Sorry.
The guy said atheism should be defined as the opposite of theism. I said, well, the opposite of believing something to be true is believing it to be false.
Yeah.
And then he just went off on one.
That is true, though. What you said is true.
Well, at least you believe it to be.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's just like, and then when I came in and he didn't know who I was, and he literally had no answer to what I said. I was like, okay. He was like,
you don't have an answer, aren't you? Like
go and play, go away and play.
Well, yeah, that's what he said, didn't he? He said you were a minion and you should go and play elsewhere.
Yeah, something like that.
I was like, it was like I'm revealing stuff. I'm revealing the truth about Answers and Reasons cult, and I was like, "What truth? No one is going to see these tweets and go, I've been fooled all this time by Joe and Dave. Oh my goodness, they've been fooling me this entire time." Dijkstra isn't going to go away and go, "Oh my goodness, actually, they were wrong," because of that Twitter thread.
But it was like he was conflating like beliefs with choices, and then he went on and described actions, and it's like these things are entwined. They're definitely entwined, but a belief is not the same thing as an action.
He said you could wake up and choose to believe that
you're a spider.
That's a weird position to. Yeah.
I said, do it then. And he went, no, why would I do that? I've got evidence that I'm not. And I was like, that's not the freedom. Point. Yeah,
that's what we call a delusion, guys. That is literally the definition of a delusion: is believing things that aren't true, like demonstrably aren't true. Like so if you're believing that stuff, even if it's a choice, that's a delusion. I'm sorry.
He also had like a weird thing with freedom of speech, didn't he? Like I think I just followed that briefly, but I went to his account and he was sort of ranting on freedom of speech or something. It's weird that like I don't understand why that comes up so often with some people, like the freedom of speech aspect. Like it's not like
according to whom
saying that you can't. Like, please don't.
No, stop it! You really shook that hornet's nest tonight, Joe.
Yeah,
like, don't. You're like saying Candyman in the mirror right now. That's what you're doing.
Say according to whom 3 times on a live stream and he appears. We've got one more left.
According to whom?
Oh, Dave did it! Dave did it! So we've got a couple of comments coming from Chris. He says, we have to give Philip the honour of being the Pope of atheism after his brilliant writing. I can do that. I can hail you. We've already got
not just his writing, but his stream as well.
Chris. But that was just like I don't know. I don't even know how I feel about that article anymore. I think I hope it's fine. Actually, if Autumn is still listening, please stop it. Like completely destroying my mental image all the time. Anyway, like I think if Autumn is still here, I wrote that actually after the discussion that you had with Theoretical Bullshit, because I was in that chat, and I thought like sometimes people were talking past each other, and it was. Like I just thought about that a bit, and I wanted to sort of like provide my my thoughts on that. And I hope that I didn't like I explicitly tried not to be like hammering the definition that I prefer, something like that. I think it's important. Like at least I find it important, and it is kind of a shift in the way I sort of approach the topic as well to some extent. Although I always felt like that to some extent, but like I never, I guess, explicitly said that, and so I wanted to sort of like milden the conversation up a bit, because I think there's a lot of tension there that is needlessly there. So yeah.
I think your article and Dave's premiere earlier both did that very well, and I think
that's why. Yeah,
I think
what I felt as well with Dave's video.
I think what they both did as well is showed that there is because the lack of belief definition is a zeitgeist. It's the main one online, right? That's the one that everyone kind of like follows, right?
At least with debaters, yeah.
Yeah. So
debate bros.
So you guys, whilst you're showing that there's multiple definitions, you're kind of saying lack of belief isn't the only definition, because that's what we hear more often, and that's fine. Like, that's not you saying, oh, this is the preferred definition. It's just you not hammering home, you demonstrating that the other definitions are valid in the same way.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, right? Like, I'm trying to shift this discussion, because I feel like sometimes people, like, when you criticize people that use the lack of belief definition, I think that sometimes it feels like you saying to them that they should, change the definition because it's the wrong definition or something like that, right? Maybe you're not explicitly saying that, but I think that it can come across as that.
I think the situation.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think the situation where it does come across that way is when we are saying you ought to use the philosophical definition in a philosophical conversation.
Yeah, right? But I don't even think that is true necessarily, right? Like,
at least if you stipulate the definition that you're using, the conversation can flow from there. Whether it's, the belief gods don't exist, or not believing in gods, or lacking belief in gods, and there is a difference between not believing and lacking belief. You can stipulate whatever definition you're using. I think the thing that grinds my gears is when people say it's the only correct definition, and then go on to make silly statements like rocks are atheists. And I think that's when I almost find myself going into a bit of a more heated mode. And I think that's probably when I should step away from the conversation, because that's when I'm not going to get the result that I want. Just explain that that's not the only definition. And I do try and start it calmly and go that, there are different definitions, and they'll go, no, those are wrong. And it's like,
yeah. So do you want to say something, Luke?
Yeah, I guess I was just saying, like, I can see your guys' points, but I think if you're discussing something that is within an academic field, and you're using other language, which is that academic in its nature, like epistemology, ontology, etc., you ought to use the definition that fits that discussion. And that, I always compare it to psychopathy, or I always compare it to like theory and stuff, and I think that it's just as kind of problematic to use a different definition of atheism in those conversations as it is to use a different definition of theory in those conversations.
Yeah, I think I disagree with that slightly, in the sense that, first of all, like, the definition of atheism in philosophy, even in philosophy, like, there have been philosophers that have used it differently as lack of belief, right? Like, that's just like a thing. I will grant that today, if you read like books on philosophy, it's like overwhelmingly, at least in my reading so far, I've like very, very often found belief that God does not exist, but and sometimes it comes up as a lack of belief, and there are some books that sort of use that. But another point why I kind of disagree with you is because, like, I have a problem with using a definition that is not part of the field only if it's sort of weaponized in a way, right? Because with theory and evolution, like people that sort of don't believe in evolution, they'll use that word by weaponizing it, because they'll use it in a colloquial sense, even though it's meant differently in a technical sense, so that they can discredit the value of what it means for it to be a theory.
Yeah, but you could contest that on the lack of belief definition, because many use the lack of belief definition as a defensive measure because they think it absolves them
that is
from the
Yeah,
burden
that's-
of
that's-
proof,
that's
because
what I was gonna say as well.
that's a misunderstanding of what
that's-
epistemic justification
No,
is.
that I absolutely agree with. But it's I guess the thing that I'm trying to say is that that's not because of it not being used in the field. That is sort of like a separate issue. The
Yes,
fact
no,
that
no,
you're-
it's definitely a
still
separate issue.
weaponization, but it's not related to the fact that it's being used in the field in one way and you're using it purposefully in a different way, right? It's still weaponization, and that's why I actually like. That's one of my main critiques of the lack of belief definition, right? That it's so often used in conversations like that, right? To press points and win arguments when you're actually just not really doing well.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah,
to
I mean,
admit, I haven't
misunderstanding
actually
a bunch of
seen. I haven't actually seen specifically the lack of belief definition of atheism used in any philosophical material. I've seen obviously does not believe. You know, I've definitely seen does not believe. I've seen sort of not being a theist. I did see one article, I think it was the Oxford Dictionary that mentioned that it can be used more broadly as an absence of belief. But that's the closest I've seen to the lack of belief definition. I know absence of belief and lack of belief is essentially the same thing. All I'm saying is I've not seen a paper that's actually used the phrase lack of belief in God or gods from what I've read.
I mean, Flew obviously argued that should be the new way to look at it. I think even
that was
today,
still does not
video,
believe, though, wasn't it? Flew was still I do not believe. His negative atheism was I do not believe, and it was also a method of investigating. Well, what is a god in the first place? I've not heard a good definition of gods. It was sort of somewhere between agnosticism and ignosticism, and a method of right, tell me about your god, let's actually describe it to me, make sure it's coherent, and let's have the conversation. It wasn't purely a lack of belief in gods.
Okay, I see, but like sorry,
I was just going to say that seems to be the functional definition that is used by like Matt Dillahunty, for instance, where he oh no, Dave, he's he's basically saying, you know, you haven't given me a good definition of God that I can believe in, and therefore, you know, I don't believe in any of the gods that have been suggested thus far. That's like how Matt Dillahunty describes it. So I guess functionally it's the same. It's just that the phrasing might be slightly different.
Yeah, I don't know. Like when you say, because you often say that there's a distinction between sort of don't believes. Doesn't believe in X and lacks a belief in X and stuff like that. And I guess the distinction that you mean is that like when you don't believe in X, you sort of had the opportunity to analyze it, and then you sort of don't believe in it. Yeah. And if you lack a belief, you haven't even encountered it or something like that. Is that the distinction that you're referring to, or what? Or how do you? Are you
basically,
seeing the
so it's not necessarily that you haven't heard of it. So when you're saying I don't believe that, you've heard this thing, right? I don't believe that, and that would entail an absence of a psychological state. Whereas saying you lack a belief is describing an absence of a psychological state. And that is why you can actually take the lack of belief in gods and take it all the way down to an absurd statement like rocks are atheists, because, you know, rocks are absent of that psychological state, because that is at least staying in line with what a lack of belief does actually mean, which is why it is a bit of a silly definition. You know, I prefer the does not believe definition, the negative atheist definition, to the lack of belief definition of atheism, largely for that reason. But I also understand most who are saying that lack of belief definition are actually using it to say they don't believe it.
Yeah.
So, but then do you chase them up on that a little bit? I mean, there's like, yeah, okay, so if you don't believe it, why? And then they'll turn around and go, well, I'm only absent of belief, so I don't have to say anything. You don't have to say anything anyway, but regardless, if you want to hold a rational position, you should at least be able to justify it to yourself. And if you could, justify it to me, because I can tell you why I believe gods don't exist. I want to know why you don't believe gods don't exist, and why you don't believe gods exist. You know, why you're in that sort of fence-sitting position.
I guess I never really felt that strongly about sort of the distinction between lacking a belief and not believing something. I maybe because my language barrier here is noticeable, but I feel like almost they pretty much melt into the same thing. Although like I can see
they're
how
meant
you
to.
could. Yeah, like to
think they're
me, they
meant to,
melt
yeah.
into a single thing. But because, like, I, for example, if a rock lacks a belief, it seems the same for me to say that a rock also doesn't believe in gods or something like that. But I don't know. Maybe it's just because yeah, I don't know, because I don't language like English is not my primary language or something like that. It might be because that sounds good to me,
Well,
but it wouldn't.
This is the thing where the issue comes in, is that the semantic problem is that what happens is that lack of belief definition was originally for the purpose of saying I do not believe in a god, and then it's people have kind of extended that out into it's lacking the psychological kind of state of believing, and then they've extended that to rocks and babies, etc. So for me,
but not believing is also lacking a psychological state.
But it
just like
entails
belief
it.
in a way, isn't it?
When I first started seeing the lack of belief definition come up, it wasn't to describe a mental state as such. It wasn't to describe atheism as a definition of an atheist. It was to describe what atheism is in content. So if it was called the belief system, well, no, it's not a belief system. It's just having a lack of belief in God or believing God doesn't exist. It was describing the contents of atheism rather than describing what atheism is.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's even worse almost to me, because that just like one of the reasons why I dislike that definition is because of all the problems it sort of relates to in terms of like the general understanding that people have of certain concepts. And like if you're saying that that's what it is in a way, it's not even like a definition or something. It's just more like the content of what it is describing.
It's just an empty thing.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like even worse in a way, because that's sort of even more problematic to me.
And it also kind of ignores all the academic work and all the writing and all that kind of stuff and all the arguments. It just makes it seem like it's nothing. At least to me.
Yeah. No, so I got distracted because I've seen Autumn write it. Like I would love to have her on for a discussion, but unfortunately,
I think she might try and come on.
Awesome.
I mean,
good luck with your job interview. Hopefully, it goes really well.
I think she wants to come on after the job interview.
Yeah, we should still be streaming. And if you do want to jump on, the Discord link is in the notes on YouTube, and I have opened it up. Let us know in the chat if you can't. But as I said, have yourself a good interview. I hope you get the job.
Yeah.
I think sorry to go back. I think the thing for me is that self-identification is really important. So your understanding of what your belief system is and how you describe that using a word is like the most important aspect of this, right? So you can have the philosophical stuff, and that needs a specific definition in order to kind of actually kind of work, because you need to be able to be able to have those conversations in an academic field and understand what people were saying off the bat, right? That's really important,
especially when it comes up to someone says, epistemology,
precisely,
or biology, or
exactly. But when it comes to like identifying yourself, I think that the words that you use are really key. So if someone says, "Oh, I'm an atheist," that means something to them. Yeah, that means that, either they don't believe, they lack belief, whatever. The problem I find is that when there's people that describe themselves as agnostic or was apatheist, all of those words, and then there's a bunch of people that are like, well, they're all atheists, whether they like it or not. Right? And that's the real issue for me.
Yeah.
Because this specific definition allows for that, allows for people to say, you are an atheist and you don't have a choice in the matter. And it's like, I think I described it in my response to Autumn's video, actually, where it's like there's weird like fence posting around like it's this specific thing. It excludes us who believe that no gods exist, but then it includes a bunch of people who don't want to be described as atheists, and that doesn't make any sense. And it's people should be able to describe themselves how they want, and that should be the accepted phrase that is used for them. So if someone says I'm an agnostic, people should just allow that, and people should say,
they
that's
definitely
fine.
should. And it's to them that I do sometimes turn around and go, okay, but you're using your definitions to describe them. So if I'm to use the way I prefer to define terms, you'd be described this way. How do you feel about being defined as something that you're... And then they don't like it. And I'm like, okay, well, why are you doing it to them? Because that's the definition. It's like, no, that's not the only definitions. There are multiple definitions. That's what we're saying. We're not saying you have to use this other definition. You can use whatever definition you like, right? Yeah. I would prefer it if everybody used the same definition. I really would. And I get really frustrated when I'm told that, no, I'm not an atheist, I'm an anti-theist. And I'm like, well, no, I'm far from it. I have some amazing conversations with
really starting to bug me these days.
That is really, like, that is the worst sort of trend, almost like in linguistic things that I've seen, like the whole that anti-theist means, people that believe God does not exist. Because that's just like so. But like even a couple of years ago, it was sort of pretty obvious. I feel like that anti-theist meant against religion in a certain sense.
Well, that's how Hitchens used it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Popular anti-theist, you could say I'm an anti-theist, and people would understand that as that. And that now all of a sudden, a lot of people are starting to push this idea that it's believes God doesn't exist or something like that. But just briefly on your point from before, Luke, I absolutely agree with the whole thing, right? You shouldn't force people to use a different label if they don't want it. But at the same time, like I can see also, and this is not, by the way, to justify anything of how people behave. Like I just want to firmly be clear on that my position matches yours, but maybe perhaps it's like a sort of gateway into a different interesting discussion that we could have about when you say that people, it's important for them to identify somehow, it's usually though, they identify not necessarily with a pure label, because labels are empty in a way, right? Like we sort of ascribe meaning to them, and they sort of have it's the concept associated with that label that is in a way important for them, right? They say, I'm that thing, and they are just using the label as a placeholder for that thing. And so I guess, that's sort of a double-edged sword, what I'm saying now, because you could then argue that if what is important is the content and not the label, then if someone calls you something different but means the same content, then it doesn't really matter. But at the same time, I can see the argument being there for actually the label itself matters in a way, because the way the label is used, it's sort of the key that society has ascribed to a certain thing, right? And if you don't want to use that label, it's probably because sort of society has ascribed a meaning to that you don't want to be ascribed to you. So even though I agree that it's important, like the most important thing, and in the end is the conceptual content of what you want to identify as, the label also has a meaning, because maybe perhaps someone can use atheist and you are an agnostic, right? So you're sort of 50-50 split, right? But it still can bother you that people call you an atheist, even though they identify correctly, the way, what you mean by agnostic and what they mean by atheist is the same thing. But it could still bother you in self-identification if they say that you have to be an atheist, because maybe you see a lot of people that tend to use atheist in a way that you don't like, and so you're rejecting that because you don't want that label onto yourself, because you know that the vast majority of society is going to see you in a certain way if you have that label on. And so that might be a motivation as to why you don't want that label, even though they mean the same thing. So that's sort of I
totally understand that. And I guess, sorry, Joe, I guess that's part of that thing is normalizing atheism, right? And that's supposed to be the kind of the mission of the ACA and other kind of like non-profit organizations, Canadian atheists and stuff. But I don't see that being something that is actually something that happens as much, because
I think they go the other way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the reason that people aren't adopting that label isn't because they don't understand what the label means, and because they don't understand the thing. It's because, like you said, Philip, they don't like the community or the culture that comes with that. And it is a toxic. Currently, I think it is quite a toxic community and culture. And that
online.
I thought it was getting better when I came back to YouTube and stuff, and I saw people like Cosmic Skeptic and GM Skeptic, who were like really like well mannered and really like chill and were quite accepting of other people's beliefs and stuff. And the more I've gone into it, the more I'm like, they're outliers. You know, it tends to, they're really big, but they're outliers. And it's like, well, what's changed in the past 10 years, really, in terms of the culture?
Yeah, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson who actually says, you know, he was asked if he was an atheist, and he said, no, I'm not an atheist. And then he went on to describe the behaviors of how atheists behave online, all the ranty, dogmatic bullshit, and that's why he's not an atheist. And he didn't talk about the belief position that he held. He spoke about the behaviors he sees in atheists, and he didn't want the label because he didn't want to be thrown into that group. And I think for me, I accept that I am under most definitions in that group, and what I hope to do is somewhat change the behaviors of those people, or at least get them to realize that, okay, yeah, you know, you can use this definition, but don't force it on someone else who doesn't accept it. And yes, you might disagree with theism, but I mean, there was like the guy today who basically said dinosaurs disprove the Bible. And I was like, well, only if you're taking it in a purely literal, inerrantist sense.
Oh my god, this is a real issue I have with some atheists, is that they approach the Bible the same way as young Earth creationists do. And most Christians do not approach the Bible in the same way that young Earth creationists do.
And he turns around and goes, I don't care how they do it. This debunks it because it's supposed to be this. But most Christians don't actually see it that way. You know, like most of them actually do take a lot of it as metaphorical, as poetry, as trying to describe things to us. You know, I will agree that I think a lot of it's bullshit. You know? But just because I think it's bullshit, I won't make crap statements like that. Because how many people are creationists, like young Earth creationists? Would we say 2% of Christians, maybe less? But because because less than 2% of Christians
in America are it's creationists, actually.
In America, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, there's a massive amount of young Earth creationists, actually. So. But even if it was a large population, right? Like I still get, like, your point still stands. It doesn't matter really that much in a certain way, right? Because it's still sort of taking this cheap shot, and right, like part of me actually a big part of me understands fully that, you know, there is absolutely a place for criticizing mainstream versions of Christianity that are popular and that are absolute, like, insanity, right? Like young Earth creationism.
But focus on that.
There's absolutely a place for that. But like for me, what matters, like what I'm trying to get across, is that, like, it's all fine as long as you're aware that there are other things and that you're not pretending that everything there is like that, right? As long as you have that awareness and you're willing to sort of share that awareness with other people, you know, that, you know, I'm criticizing this thing, but there are a lot of other things out there, right? And that my criticism applies to this brand, then that's fine, you know. But like for a lot of these people, it's just, you know, criticizing one thing is sort of mixing it all together, and it seems like you're criticizing everything now, and that everything is under the same sort of pile, when that's absolutely not the case. And I think if you make that mistake, then, you know, it's fair to criticize you in a way.
Yeah. No, definitely. And it was just one of those frustrating conversations. And I was like, you know, he started going on about the flood myth, and I was like, I agree, it didn't happen in the time it was supposed to have happened or anything like that. I think it was built on events that happened in history, and mythicized. And there was a Mediterranean flood that happened 7,500 years ago, according to the sediment layers, and that could have seemed like the entire world flooding to people who thought basically the Mediterranean was the entire world. Stories get exaggerated. And there was also 20,000 years ago, the ice sheets receded, which caused the sea levels to rise. And again, there was flooding all around the world. The entire world didn't flood, but there was flooding all over the world. So,
sorry, carry on to your point. I've got an interesting story after.
So either one of those stories could have inspired the flood myths. Either one of them could have. And he asked me for a reference, so I gave him one at the Smithsonian. He goes, well, none of that proves the Bible story. And I was like, I've already said to you, I'm an atheist, and I don't, I believe the Bible false. I do think there are elements of truth in it, but I believe the Bible false. And I think the flood myth is based on one of these stories. I'm not saying it's from a god or anything like that. And he just went on, no, and you're just like, no, look, don't approach it this way. Like, as you said, Philip, if you've got something against a particular brand of Christianity, and you go, right, well, here we go, I can prove this brand false because dinosaurs and dating methods and all of that. But actually, let's look at other brands of Christianity, and they take a more metaphorical approach, and maybe we need to think of a different argument for this brand.
Yeah, I'm even fine with people that do not look at all like at these more sophisticated versions, as long as they are aware that they are there. Like, as long as they're not pretending that everything that is there is like creationism, then I'm fine with that. Right? Like, because otherwise it turns into some sort of straw man if you're starting to say that everyone is like sort of like that, right? In that sort of mentality. And that's when I'm starting to get like a bit uncomfortable with all of that. With everything else, like it's fine, I think.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there. Guys, do you mind if I quickly go and grab a drink?
No.
Yes.
No, not at all.
I've got a couple of stories to tell.
Okay, you tell those stories.
Relevant to the flood myth thing.
Oh, well, I want to listen to them then. Should I put you in, be right back? Or shall I just let you chat?
How about
no,
Joseph's to create his own flood myth.
Yeah,
go
I mean,
quickly.
I could go in the bottle if you want.
No, go quickly, and then I'll start when you come back. Oh my goodness!
I actually had to do that on one of our podcasts.
Oh my goodness!
I remember.
There's no reason you had to do it, Joe. That's the point.
Seriously, there is no
decision.
No, I'm just
especially on a podcast. You can cut that bit out. You can say, "Guys, I just need to pee quickly," and then cut that bit out later.
Determinism. Live, I had no choice.
Stop.
Laplace is Peeman.
Right, I'm going to grab a beer and a pee. I'll be right back.
Dave, are you back?
I am.
What? Yeah.
Is Dave? I can't see Dave. Dave's just like...
No, I can see Dave. I can't see you, Luke.
Can you hear me?
I've turned mine off. I'm okay.
Oh, you turned your
logo.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've switched off the internal Wi-Fi adapter.
Because why not?
Plugged in an actual Wi-Fi dongle.
I have this book, right, that got delivered to me, and I really want to read it, but I'm worried that it's going to just break my brain because it's actually quite long. It's surprising length. It got delivered to my door with a personalized note, written to 309. Oh, I shouldn't say my address. And. Very interesting. It's called The Great Controversy, and it's from a religious group, and I don't understand what the Great Controversy is from the back.
That sounds like
it says, have you ever wondered about the past? Have you ever thought that why we have religious freedom today and our belief in free choice? Have you ever contemplated about the past, present, and also the future, and how you fit into these times? The Great Controversy is a very powerful book explaining the past from the time of the destruction of Jerusalem through to the time of the Reformers and onward to today and beyond. When we look at the struggle within governments around the world and within the EU, we must start to question, why is there so much turmoil? Why can't these nations simply seem to get on? The future can often be explained by understanding the past. From the time of the Reformation until now, there's been a constant struggle for truth and freedom. If you're looking for a better world, a better place, where there is no more strife and no more pain and suffering, then this book is for you. First to understand the past, and then to understand the future. Where's the controversy?
Isn't it a Jehovah's Witness book?
I'm pretty sure it is. Yes.
Yeah, this title sounds really familiar.
I don't know where the controversy
And the
is.
description as well, like the narrative, like that sounds a lot like the little flyers that I used to get.
The Watchtower stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's 42 chapters. There's 400 pages, and the pages.
Who's the author? Is it Ellen G. White?
Wait, what's that? Did you say who's
The
the
author.
what? The author.
The author.
It doesn't have an author. It doesn't look like. Let me find it. Oh, E.G. White. Yeah.
Yeah. Then it's definitely.
I've
What
just pulled it
denomination
up
is that?
on Wikipedia.
Yes, Seventh-day Adventist Church.
That
that's
makes sense. There's
them,
lots
yeah.
of Seventh-day Adventists around. Okay, cool. Right, it's my stories, right, which relate to the flood. So, I don't know if you guys have heard about this little island called Flores in Indonesia. But they had
Flores.
Flores, yeah.
Does that mean flowers?
I don't know what it means, but they had a myth for a long period of time. Basically, that there was these little humans that would come to their villages and steal their children and go away and kill and eat them.
Were they atheists?
For a long time, they thought they were atheists, but they thought they were just myths, right? So they thought these little people who were like kind of around 4 foot something were just myths. And this is like modern day myths, right? So this is in the modern day that they had them. And then they found fossils. Well, not fossils. They would have been like skeletons in excavations of humanoid species that were about 4 foot, that dated back to around 50,000 years ago. And that shows that even with spoken word, because none of these myths were written down, this is like spoken word mythology through generations for 50,000 years, that you can maintain a myth about a real group of individuals or a real thing that happened for such a long period of time. Because these humans haven't, they're not humans, but they're like they're
a form of hominid.
Yeah, they're a form of hominid, haven't existed for 50,000 years, yet people still have them in their mythologies today and still have them as like folk devils. And the same thing happened with the Denisovians. I don't know if you guys know I think it's called the Denisovians or Denisovans or something. But they're bigger. They're like 6'4", 6'5", and they've recently been found. I think it's in Tibet, somewhere in Tibet. And they had these myths around these giant men that would come and take women and children from their camps and take them home, take them back to wherever and kill and eat them and stuff. And it turned out that there was other hominids that existed there as well. And actually, the Denisovian kind of DNA was then found in the local people, and it was a reason that they could live at such high altitudes because they were living in the mountains. Because they had something in their blood, like the DNA, their blood didn't coagulate at a certain, like our blood would coagulate at a certain thing, so we'd have to like take blood thinners or monitor that. Whereas theirs was just like normal blood, and there was something in this like Denisovian kind of DNA because they found like DNA samples that they kind of looked into. And they found that, that the thing, and so it's again, it wasn't written down mythology. It was these myths that were passed down through generations, and these hominids haven't existed for thousands of years. And I think when we're looking at mythology in like scripture, we miss that kind of thing. We miss that actually it's not that these things have come out of nowhere, or that these things didn't happen, or that stuff like that. It's just that the descriptions of them have become skewed over such a long period of time that it's become a bigger story than it was. Right, it's changed. Because I'm pretty sure that these like small, like these Flores hominids and these Denisovians, I'm pretty sure that they probably weren't as violent as the stories made out. It's just that there were another, in that time period. And I just think, like, it's a very kind of like restricted view to see these stories as just pure fantasy or fiction when mythology has existed for much longer than fiction has and much longer than historical records have, and that lots of them are based on real life events that have been kind of bastardized through human kind of like verbal storytelling.
Yeah, no, I've often said something similar about a lot of biblical stories, like because I think Jesus probably did exist, and he probably had slightly above average medical knowledge, for example. And for example, you know the story of him healing the blind person.
Yeah,
I think that's an exaggeration of someone who had an eye infection, and he put a poultice on him, and a day later or so it was cured. And oh my God, he's cured me. I can see again out of that eye. He wasn't necessarily blind in the other eye, but rather than just laying hands and healing the blind, but the story gets exaggerated over time. And I think if we actually think about rational explanations for a lot of these biblical myths, I think we could bring them back to a bit in reality. Now, I will also say, I know this is conjecture, but I've not seen any evidence of an actual miracle ever happening. And like we did in our testimony and miracles stream, a miracle isn't just something unlikely. A miracle is something that's impossible and can only happen if God does it. There isn't this miracle that I've ever seen. So the next best explanation is it's an exaggerated story, and there could be a real explanation for any of these things that we see.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I think the thing that's lost is the fact that in the modern day, we have a lot of access to information, right? And we can fact check things pretty quickly. Yeah. We don't have to rely on these mythologies as much. Yeah. But I mean, I don't know if you guys remember prior to the age of the internet, the myths around Marilyn Manson.
The ribs?
The ribs, yeah, exactly, right? That was probably spread throughout every school in the UK at the very least. I don't know about America and mainland Europe.
I think I heard it when I was at school in America, actually.
How did that spread? Because the internet hadn't formed at that point, right?
Oh, well, no, there was the internet. It was dial-up, though, and you had chat rooms on AOL.
But it wasn't the internet we know today. There wasn't, like, people accessing and conversing in the same way, or, like, even teenagers conversing in the same way. Yet it was
chat rooms.
Thing spread, right? And it was, and it was told to everyone, and everyone knew about it. Yeah. And it was spread down, and it's just.
And if you didn't know about it, it was like, oh my God, you don't know about this thing. Everybody knows about it.
Precisely. And it's just one of those weird things, right? But I think
there were things before that. Even before actual internet, I can remember just certain things that, rumours that would go around a school, for example. Not necessarily about someone famous, but rumours that would go around a school. There's the Douglas Adams quote that, bad news travels faster than light. And they actually built a ship that had a bad news drive. It's just no one was happy to see them when they got there. But there is that sort of thing, like a rumor, something negative like that does just travel around so much quicker than anything that is good or true. It's a weird phenomenon. I guess we humans like a gossip.
Yeah, and actually, if you think about it, I think there's also a case to be made here historically that before writing, the best way probably to keep information throughout generations, because you can't write them down, is just to package them up in a nice kind of story and pass it on. And even if you would want to sort of, in a way, pass something that is as accurate as possible, it would still be a good idea. I doubt that this was the thought process behind it, but it would still be a good idea to package it up in a slightly embellished story because it's easier to tell and it's easier to share, and it's like it has a much
and people are more
higher
interested
staying
in it.
power and
Yeah.
retention power throughout. So it's actually a brilliant strategy to keep information throughout generations if you can't write them down.
Think
And
about
that's
Aesop's
something I
fables.
think- yeah,
Any kind of
absolutely.
fable, any kind of allegory, yeah. And I think that, like, you know, even if we're thinking about the kind of stories that Jesus told, right? They're allegories. Like no one's saying, "Oh, the Bible's not true," because the story of the Good Samaritan is clearly not. There's no evidence for it, right? No one's saying that. But that's a story he tells because it's an allegory. It's an important, like, he's teaching a lesson through a story. And that story didn't happen. That's not something that happened, right? And there's like this kind of extension you have to make that's the kind of stories that are being told in like the Old Testament, for instance, right? And maybe there was a man called Moses, and maybe there was a man called Abraham, and who knows, right? But these stories are allegories. They're poetic. They're not historical. I doubt they're historical anyway. And a lot of people don't think they're historical. So to take that angle against the Bible is a really, in my eyes, a really kind of like bad way to take it. You know, because the reason these stories exist is in order to describe something that can't be described historically speaking, right? That's the whole point of them. So, you know, if you're gonna say, "Oh, this is the reason I don't believe in the Bible," whatever, it's like that's not going to work out. Especially Genesis. No.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
sorry, go for it.
It's
Dave.
one of the reasons Aesop told fables the way he did and taught morality lessons the way he did. He used like children's stories that were easy to remember. Oh, okay. And if you look at Grimm fairy tales, they're the same. Easy to remember stories that pass on moral lessons and that kind of thing. And they stand the test of time, not somebody stood there going, "Don't do that."
Yeah, definitely. It's because they're interesting.
And I suppose it's one of the reasons Plato did philosophy the way he did, through dialogues rather than Aristotle's dry, lengthy tomes.
Yeah, that's probably why he invented Socrates.
Yeah.
Socrates' mythicism.
Hey, Steen, nice to have you here. Happy Friday,
Hey, Steen.
indeed. Today is we're celebrating 1 year of live streaming. So it's a free for all. So if you want to join us on Discord and come in for a live chat, there should be a link in the description on YouTube. You're more than welcome to join us. And if not, you can just ask any question that you want to any one of us. And I think that we should do our best to make Luke feel really awkward.
Why?
Because I've already made the other two feel really awkward.
In my case, it's 1 year of streaming with lots of dropouts.
Yeah. So, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to wrap up something that like we got carried away a bit, but we were talking about the definition of atheism again. No, but in like the approach that I'm trying to take now, and this is something that like was, I think, the idea behind the article as well, is because like you can have this idea that you're sort of forcing people to adopt one or the other definition, and then there's like a completely passive road that you can take where you're not doing anything and you're just, this is my preferred definition, I'm not going to do anything about it. But I think there's a middle road between these two extremes, right? You know, right, which is to maintain that, you know, at least I do maintain that I think I have good reason to think that one definition is better than the other, and I explain what I mean by better, and I have reasons why I think one is better than the other. And I am happy to discuss this, and I'm happy to try to convince people that this is a better definition. But like at the same time, I'm not here forcing you to do that, right? If you don't want that, then I'm fine with it. And I, by the way, welcome this from the other side as well. If someone wants to be like that and try to convince me that the lack of belief definition is better because of reasons, then like that's fine, right? That's absolutely fine as long as you're not trying to force it upon me. And I think the key here is going to be to try to figure out a way to actually communicate this so that it doesn't seem like I'm forcing it upon people, but I'm actually just sort of in this weird position where I'm not like completely passive, but I also not trying to aggressively say you should, or this is the only definition or something like that. So yeah, that's sort of my, I think, direction now that I'll try to sort of.
And I'd suggest reasons should be slightly better than, well, that's how other atheists I interact with online use it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you should also, like with any discussion, any argument, if someone criticizes your definition, you should also have a way to somehow respond to criticism or something like that. And I think like you can do that to some of the things that I said. I think a lot of the things that I said are just sort of based on popular things that are connected to that definition. But if you disjoin them, then it's like sort of not as problematic. And so yeah, all of that. So now I think that's all I had to say about the conversation.
That's kind of why I want this usage wars thing to stop, because it'd be nice if all the could have a discussion about why they use that term, why some might prefer a different term. Yeah. But as it stands at the moment, it's sort of combative, like this battle to be.
Exactly.
Feels like Highlander, but with the definition of atheism. Do you know what I mean? Like, there can be only one definition, and I am the final immortal. But it'd be nice because, you know, each one has its uses, and I can see why different people prefer different ones.
Yeah.
But people should talk about it, not be dogmatic about it, not shout the other sides down. And
and because it's about language, it's also not going to be it shouldn't at least be as harsh as, you know, the existence of something, which, you know, would like sort of have a harsh sort of truth connected to it. So it's about language. So it's inherently a more sort of relaxed, it should be at least inherently a more relaxed conversation. And again, I do think I have good reason to prefer one. And I would love if this sort of, I was open here to say, right, I would definitely, I'm promoting that definition. I think it should, like, I would prefer to see it gain momentum and all of that. I'm not hiding behind a wall here. Like, that's something that I would want, and I'm actively trying to promote that because of the reasons that I gave. But like, it doesn't mean that I'm going to say that there's only one definition, that only one is correct, and that all the other ones are incorrect. And it's like,
I'm generally quite happy with
to use one and all of that. So like, if you want to use that, then fine. You know, I'm gonna do my best to explain to you why I use it this way and why I think it would be better. But then if you don't, then so be it. You know, I'm not here the word police or something. And I'm not going to respect your choices, right? If you want to use that way, I'm going to call it whatever you want to call yourself.
It's generally actually what my next video is about.
Oh, really? Awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for that one, Dave.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
I'm generally quite happy with the stipulative use, as long as people do. I mean, it's one of the things I've tried to do with a number of articles.
Hey, Steen.
Hey, Steen.
Is say that
wait, are we all bearded heretics?
No, there's Steve. How you doing, dude?
Hey.
Oh, you're on the wine tonight. I'm on the beers.
No, I'm raiding my wife's prosecco because she took one glass and left the bottle.
Prosecco. That's from like that's my. We are producing it here, prosecco. That's like 5 minutes from here. This is our local production here, prosecco.
Cheers to you,
Philip.
I know. Can you find out what they're doing? Because they've changed something recently. Because the wife can only have, like, if she has one glass, she won't be drunk, but she'll have a hangover the next day.
I'll investigate. I'll go into the vineyards and try to figure it out.
Yeah, it's on you. It's on you.
Yeah, it's on us. It's on us. Yes,
it's the meth being smuggled in it.
I think it's the wife lying to you, Joe.
So hungover, please get me breakfast and do all the cleaning. And
there's more than one glass involved.
No chance I'm going to do the cleaning, and it's always going to be me making the breakfast. So you know.
At least you're honest.
Yeah, well, you know, we all have our strengths. I quite like cooking. Yeah, Steen, please join us. And Srida, how are you doing? Glad to have you here as well. Tonight's one of our free-for-alls, so anyone can join us tonight, and it's an AMA, so you can ask any one of us that's on here anything. So, yeah, there you go. And seeing as you've just joined, dude, I'm going to ask you a question. What is your most hated thing that you find your fellow atheists saying?
I'm in general just angry. I mean, it's in general. No, for me, it's in general just like. I mean, you guys know this. It's overgeneralizations, and it's just comments that are not aimed at creating a discussion, but created at basically aimed at creating an echo chamber. Because you're making a statement that says, let's all band together and say we all don't like this and agree on it and then talk dirty about everybody else, right? And usually I'll step in, I'll go, yeah, you know what, that's bull. And then people, I've had some friends that then go, they're like, Steen, what are you? I mean, are you an atheist? I'm like, yeah, I'm an atheist. No, I just don't like bullying, or I like a two-way discussion. I like a discussion with two sides, because anything else is just boring to some extent. Sorry, yeah, there you go.
It's flinging fruit at a person in a stalk, basically.
Yeah, that's so. My God, yeah, that rings so true to me.
Do you guys ever find that you get caught up in that as well, though? Sometimes without even meaning to, you're having this conversation and it gets heated, and you find that you're suddenly doing these behaviors that you don't want to do.
That's because we're the Answers and Reason cult.
Did you see that the other day, dude? Apparently I'm a cult leader now.
Well, a cult of three. It's brilliant. The other one is, and this might be worth. I don't know if you guys want to discuss that. The other one is you don't have to respect the religion, right? It's like, oh no, I respect the person. I don't have to respect people's beliefs or people's worldview. And there's a certain element that, don't you understand that to some people that worldview is them. That is what they identify with. So you can't just remove it and say, "Oh, I'm not bashing you. I'm just bashing everything you believe in and everything that you think defines you," right? And people feel vindicated that they're allowed to do that and proclaim it as some kind of act of or some kind of moral shield, right? That I'm not an unkind person. I'm just scrutinizing because it's good, right? Well, you're infringing.
Beliefs are tied to ego. Beliefs are tied to ego.
Yeah, but especially some of them are more than others, and religious ones tend to be one of the most powerful ones.
Deeply held,
they're deeply held. It's what people base their entire life on, and you turn around and say this particular belief is stupid. What they hear is, you're calling me stupid. You know?
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. You know, if because your perspective on the world is entirely entrenched in this belief system, right? So everything you see in the world relates back to that. And then as soon as somebody tries to challenge that, all of that's going to come crumbling down. So it's high stakes. You can't just assume that calling someone stupid or saying something like, "Oh, your belief is silly," is going to change someone's mind, because you're not going to. Like, I wouldn't allow my entire view on the world to start crumbling down based on someone saying you're being silly or your belief is stupid. Like, that's just not how it works. You need to persuade people in a way that is actually like, well, you know, here's the alternative. Here's the difference. Here's the thing that you can replace this with, and that's not discussed at all.
But also, like, what does it mean for a belief to be stupid exactly? Because you say that and then you follow it up. Oh, but I'm not attacking the person. I'm attacking the belief or something like that. But what does it mean for it to be stupid? Like, that's a genuine question, an open question, right? Because to me, it almost seems that, you know, for a belief to be stupid, it would have to be the case that people believing it are in a way
stupid as well.
They're not performing
it. Because belief is not something that exists, you know, in a vacuum.
God, you just reminded me of something, Philip, where there was this I can't remember. I think it was like the Independent Atheist or something asked a question about, is gullibility directly linked to religious views or something like that? And there was loads of atheists going, yeah, of course it is, of course it is. And then I was like, wait, no, it's not. Like some cases it is, mostly probably no, right? And they were like, well, why don't you think that? And I'm like, well, because people can have a considered perspective on this and still believe it. And they're like, well, that's still gullible. And it's like, no, you're just saying it's gullible because you're saying that it's gullible if somebody believes in God. You're just giving a blanket statement saying that somebody who believes in God is automatically gullible because they believe something that you don't believe. And that's not how gullibility works. If I said to Joe, the sky is actually red, and he believed that off the bat, then that he would be gullible, right? But if I said to him, the sky is actually red, and then he considered it, and then he thought about it, and then was like, actually, you know what? Maybe it is red, and I thought about it for a while. That's not gullibility. His belief might be wrong. That doesn't mean he's gullible. There's two different things, and it's just that kind of language is the kind of thing that you're saying, where you're saying like, the belief is stupid, or then the people who believe it must be stupid as well, right? I think, yeah, absolutely. I think it's so silly.
You've to some extent made up your mind about something, and yes, you might consider that religion is very harmful, and there's a lot of bad things in religion, but you don't project that on to the person because there's so many levels of belief, right? It's just because somebody believes in a religion doesn't mean that they're an extremist. Doesn't mean that they're a fundamentalist, right?
Yeah.
When you look at the bell curve, or when you look at the distribution of anything, it'll be normally distributed. You have a center that outweighs the edges, and everybody's attacking the edges and believes that everybody's the fundamentalist, right? And that's just you're taking the wrong approach, because a lot of people that are measured, I think.
And that's the thing that I take issue with, right? Because if you're attacking the sidelines while actually saying and informing people that what you're attacking are the sidelines, then that's fine, right? But if you start to attack the sidelines and pretend that that's everything, then that's where I take issue with you, right?
Which is exactly the conversation we had about the guy who's saying dinosaurs disprove the Bible, but what he's talking about is exactly a literalist take on creationism. And yes, dinosaurs, dating methods, and all of those sorts of things, I would say definitely do disprove young Earth creationism, and I don't think it's a very justified position to hold. But
it's not justified to think. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm just going to say, but it's equally not justified to blow that up and say, well, therefore the entire Bible is wrong and all Christians are irrational because of this one thing, dinosaurs. That's completely wrong.
It's the same thing with the word indoctrination. Like, atheists just seem to think that any child that is brought up in a religious household is indoctrinated. It's not the case. It's not the case. Otherwise, every child who's brought up in an atheist household is also indoctrinated, because indoctrination is about values and about putting someone's values and not giving them the space to
create their own. And
yeah.
Well, if that was true, then atheism couldn't grow in numbers. It's very simple, because the majority are religious people, and unless the only way you could get more atheists if you had mixed belief couples where they turned out to be atheists. Because if not, you just have one pool that had to breed together, but that would be diminishing.
Yeah.
I think you're onto something there. No, this is how we make atheism grow, right? We take all the men from one religion, put them with all the women from another religion, and they end up having all these battles together.
That's genius.
There we go.
Yeah, but then there's this other. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, going back to the calling belief stupid. It sort of gives a misunderstanding of what it means for a belief to be rational in the first place. Like, if you're not asking why they believe something is, you can't judge whether what they actually believe is rational or irrational, because it's how the belief is formed.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sorry, Philip, I cut you off.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to sort of say that there are two layers to this, right? Like one is the layer that is just like I would say it's not true that all believers are stupid or something like that. And this is just getting it wrong in terms of what is out there, having a distorted image and presenting it, and that's one thing. But it's also like completely useless from a strategic standpoint, right? And we've talked about this as well, right? Because as we mentioned, it's very rarely you're going to be convinced of something, and someone comes yelling at you that you're like the stupidest person ever. Right? Like that's probably not going to do much, right? So from a strategic standpoint as well, that's a completely other conversation. I could make the case to you that even if you thought that everyone who believes religious people, even if you think that all religious people are stupid, you should approach it differently. If you want to change how many religious people there are, because that's probably not going to be your best bet. And of course, I don't believe that. But even if you did believe that, I think that would be a sensible thing to do. But yeah,
but I mean, I think I've had a few Twitter debates on that where in the debate I've taken the viewpoint of whoever I was discussing, and actually said, okay, fair enough. Like, let's take this guy's point of view that he said something about you, and let's say that that's not true. Let's say you've understood it correctly. Let's go with that. And actually, the person debating, it's been fine. It's the other guy where I've taken his point of view and said, right, let's go with that. And then he went, well, why did you say he was right when obviously you knew he wasn't right? You knew I was. So I'm basically twisting the statement, right? And it's not the guy that I'm debating that gets angry. It's the other guy. It's weird because all I'm doing is bringing the dialogue forward and the discussion forward instead of creating an enemy.
Yeah.
We're trying to find middle ground, right? And there's very little of that. There's very little middle ground to be had in most of the debates. And
I think that's part of the problem. There is framing it as a debate all the time. Like every discussion with somebody is a debate. Like I have discussions with my friends who are theists on my channel, and it's not a debate, it's a discussion. They ask me questions and I ask them questions, and it's very simple. And we get into like little bits of like, to and fro in a little bit, but it's not really about that. And I think that's the thing, is that a lot of atheist discord online is about debates. It's about winning. It's about showing the other side you're better, and it's like, oh, come on, like, we don't need to be debating all the time. We can just have conversations and just.
Hi, Autumn.
Hey, Autumn. Great to have you on the stream.
Yeah, sorry. Hold on. I probably shouldn't mute myself. There's like a gardener nearby. I'm going to get in my car so it's quieter.
Okay, no worries.
You respond more to a tweet that you just. I mean,
I do. Yeah.
There's more likelihood for you to
Leave me
engage.
alone. Don't out me.
I think you're right, though. The conversations that you have with your theist friends are the way they should be held, Luke. And it's the way... I mean, I'll admit I haven't always tried to conduct myself this way, but the last few years... I have really tried to have a good conversation with a theist and with an atheist, and they don't always go that way, and I'll admit sometimes they get heated and I turn into a right bellend at times. People can push my buttons and turn me into that person that I don't particularly like, but he comes out at times, but if they had been on the same wavelength of having the good conversation, even if we completely disagreed in our positions, and we couldn't convince the other one, even if we'd have been in that state, we could have still had a good conversation, and it would be like the conversations that you have with your friends on your channel, and they're brilliant. They're really good. They're really insightful, and they make me go, I want to know more about their opinion on this topic that you've just discussed, and on this bit, and how does he feel about that? Because I feel like you could ask them those questions, and it would get through to them, and they wouldn't take it as I'm trying to out you and, catch you out on your silly belief. What they'd take it as is, I want to understand more about this, because this is interesting me.
I believe there's a huge difference in where, as far as I've noticed, where people come from. So I've never been religious. My parents have never, it's never really been a discussion, except if we saw religion or if family members or others were involved in it, there's never been a question of whether I was or should be or shouldn't be. I even went so far as, I went for biology, but my second option was actually theology. And I didn't actually know that was trying to be a priest. I thought it was the study of religion. I got it wrong. My dad was like, "Why would you?" And I was like, "Oh no, it'll be really interesting." He's like, "Okay, fair enough. Well, if that's what you want to do." But a lot of the people that I meet have a grudge because they've been torn out of that environment. And that environment still means so much to them and still drags them in so much. So they're not willing. So that sounds bad, but they don't want to be influenced. They don't want to take the side. They don't want to find the middle ground because there is a danger.
Yeah.
Right? There's a danger that they understand it and they get drawn back into something that they so vehemently don't want to be part of anymore. Because they now identify. It is now there. Talking about attacking the belief, right? To them, atheism is them. It's not their ideology anymore. It is them. That is what they do. It's not what I identify. It's just a byproduct of my degrees and what I know and what I've learned. It's pure and simple. As an evolutionary biologist, there is no other way for me to be dealing with that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Some of that might come from like latent. In some cases, like for me, it could come from like latent Christianity. Have you guys heard of the concept of latent Christianity?
No,
I'm not familiar with it. No.
Okay, so basically, it's the idea that like I'm hearing a little bit of echo. Is that from my end or someone else's end?
It must be coming from yours, I think.
It might be Steen.
Oh, should we mute him?
Mute me.
Right, try again.
Don't like to hear the sound of my own voice. No, now I'm fine. Okay, so it's this idea that like as a developing person, like when you're a child or in your youth and you're developing cognitively, you are going to become accustomed to certain like neural pathways or certain ways of thinking. And even if you go through a process of like deconstruction and you land upon atheism, you're still psychologically going to have the disposition that you had before, like, and gradually our behavior can change over time and our thinking can change over time and we can retrain and we can find new neural pathways. But if you grew up in an environment where there was like high religious dogma like me, it would be very easy for a person like myself, even though when I landed on, I originally used the agnostic label. I moved to the atheist label. So I'm going to say when I landed on atheism, like I am open. I hold very loosely to ideas now, and that's a reaction to the dogma I had before. But I will admit that I probably am susceptible still to clinging very hard to things the way I did in my youth, because I feel like that's the way that human behavior works. It's like you kind of fall back to maybe things that your parents did. Like, do you guys understand what I'm saying? It's like if you were used to a certain way of living, it would be very easy to go back to that because that's something that happened to you when your brain was developing, you know?
That includes things like values and stuff like that, like maybe like approaches towards like certain like minority groups and stuff like that, would you say?
Oh, comfort. There's a lot of it. If you grew up with things and rituals, or not even rituals, a silence before dinner, or whatever it is, it's very, very easy to find that comforting. And I think it's even more so if you, and I know Luke's been talking about or looking into grief. I mean, immensely. If you lose a parent or you lose a brother, and there are things you used to do with your family, those can become so meaningful that they simply, I won't say drag you back in. That's not the point. But you find comfortable, and you need that because that is one of the ways that you deal with that grief, with that loss. So you might go back to that silence before dinner, or that muttering of some words before dinner because you feel that gives you a connection to something that you really, really need or you've lost. So I can definitely see that in many ways.
To add to that, like when something is outside of my locus of control, like when all throughout my life, whenever anything was outside of my locus of control, the behavior that was taught to me was prayer. So that was my go-to, is like when something's not in your control and you want something to go a certain way, or you want to feel differently than you feel currently, the answer is to pray. Well, now I haven't been a Christian since 2016, but whenever shit really hits the fan, like the other day, I had a friend who talked to me about a deep personal crisis. And of course, I used the new tools that I gained after Christianity, like we problem solve. I did active listening and problem solving and a lot of other things first. But at the end of the conversation, I said, I don't know why, but my instinct right now is to say, it was silly because I was talking to another atheist, and I was like, my instinct right now is I don't know why I want to say I want to pray for you, even though I know like that's not like going to make a difference, and like saying that's not going to be helpful. For some reason, that was my instinct, and it's like, yeah, because my entire life, whenever something was outside of my locus of control, that's the tool that was given to me, and unlearning that behavior would take a lot. Like it would take a lot to really unlearn that.
It's an anchor.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not even sure if that's like an unhelpful behavior personally.
No.
In fact, I think
I swear, so that's better.
I think that's something missing from a lot of people who are atheist liars, is that kind of like ability to hope or to state our what we want, or to state what we would like hope for and stuff out loud in a way that kind of gives us comfort. I think that prayer is actually quite it provides that kind of like that sense of control over a situation. It provides that sense of this is the best case scenario and stuff. And I think that the thing that I see that atheism doesn't do, and this is something that all these guys here have heard me talk about a bunch of times, is replace the things that are lost when you when you leave a religion, right? Like the comfort that you get from like a father figure looking over you, the community that you have from your like going to church and stuff, the comfort around bereavement and stuff like that. And I think that prayer is one of those things that isn't replaced, and people kind of like shun and think is silly and stuff, when actually speaking out your hopes out loud or writing them down is actually a really healthy way of processing that kind of difficult situation. Keeping a journal, I would say, could be seen as a form of prayer, and I think that's not necessarily an unhelpful behavior.
I almost see it as like a form of meditation.
Sorry, can I clarify? Because I feel like I might have misspoke. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's unhelpful to hope in things or to meditate. Like I think mindfulness is a great practice. I think that meditation is a great practice. And even some things that I still do now in a secular way. Like I don't know why I still like create instead of just setting goals, I still like create fantasies, which could be like pretty prayer adjacent, because you're like, if you're trying like or at least it sounds like manifestation, and I don't believe in like a superstitious like power behind it, but it's just something I naturally do. I'm not saying those tools aren't helpful. What my friend and I were saying wouldn't be helpful is to if I were to take her phone call and hear about her crisis and then just say, well, I'm praying for you, rather than going through using the tools of like active listening and problem solving. And so I'm not saying, and I think, well, for instance, I will admit, when I personally have had mental health struggles, very few times actually since I've become an atheist, a lot less than when I was religious. But when I've gone through depression, I did just pray. I actually prayed. I called the God Buddha, because it was too close to home to like try to pray to like, the Christian God that I imagined before. But I just needed a coping mechanism, and that was something that I needed to do when I was depressed. So I'm not saying, people should never do that in a dogmatic way, or that it's never helpful. I was more saying like just it can be very dismissive if someone tells you something that's truly wrong with them and they just say like, oh, well, I'll pray for you.
If that's the only thing you do, yeah, absolutely, I agree with that.
Can I ask a question? Because I find there's a couple of distinctions here. One is I wouldn't associate using those behaviors as an atheist as anything that would make you a theist. I mean, if you were a bereavement and you said, look, I need to speak to an imaginary figure and let all this out silently in my head or bowing over the bed, I would do that. I wouldn't feel that would infringe on my atheism to any extent. Some people won't write God with a big G, right? They've got issues or they can't spell. That's none of my business. That's absolutely fine because they want to be so detached from something. But I think if you feel comfortable enough in your situation or your viewpoint, those tools shouldn't infringe upon what you believe. That's one thing. And I think the other thing that I think is bypassed, or something that maybe just has bored me a lot, is the distinction between the existence of God as something being the final thing that we have to solve and actual religion. Right? A lot of people discuss and believe that if I can convince you that God doesn't exist, religion is going to go away. No. Religion is going to stay.
There's atheistic religions anyway.
Yeah. If any religious person was told, your God doesn't exist, here is the fact, and they got convinced on it, they won't magically go away from their behaviors and the things that they need and their coping mechanisms. That's not how it works. The world doesn't magically change if a thesis comes out and proves the non-existence of God. It just doesn't.
But the thing is, yeah, I think that religion has fulfilled a lot of needs in people's lives. I think that's my view, is the reason that things like, well, I don't think apologetics actually plays a role in most religious people's lives, right? I think that it's the functional behavior of religion that kind of makes people more stick in religion, right? The community aspect, the comfort, the security, the stuff around bereavement, all of that stuff. I think that, for me, seems to be more of a draw to religious ideology than other things. And I think that when you rip that stuff away, when you just say, look, gods don't exist, and what you're ripping away is all of this other stuff that people are then drawn to, and that's why people double down. That's why people who have had their faith challenged sometimes go back to religion and then go, you know what, this is just a test of my faith. I need to stick with my religion because they still need that stuff. They still need that community. They still need that comfort. And I think that the way that like online atheism tends to try and persuade people is through aggressive tactics that are not going to kind of actually do that. And I think that anyone, and Autumn, I'll ask your opinion on this, anyone here that has converted from religious, and I think Autumn's probably the person who's converted from the most stringent form of theism, it wasn't somebody saying your beliefs are stupid or any kind of philosophical argument that actually persuaded you that God doesn't exist, right? That wasn't the case for me. Autumn, I don't know what it was for you.
No. So I was very turned off by the atheism that was online back in the early 2010 era, 2010 through 2015, hated that stuff. It was very offensive and weak arguments, and just it was more meant to be provocative and entertaining and catharsis, probably for people who are already atheists or just, kind of going through a rebellious or angry phase, which there's nothing wrong with that, right? But at the time, I was so emotionally attached to my religion that stuff was never going to work with me. I would watch it. I would watch stuff on Netflix. There were some documentaries that came out by some atheists, like Religulous and then there's that other stupid one. What's that one called? That also talks about 9/11. What's that stupid one called?
Oh God, yeah.
Zeitgeist.
The Zeitgeist. Yeah.
Zeitgeist.
Oh, Zeitgeist is so bad.
Yeah. So I would watch that stuff though as a Christian, because I was like, well, if I can understand how atheists think, and if I can learn where they're coming from, because Jesus spent 30 years in a culture before he started his ministry. So my thinking was, I wanted to understand atheist culture. I wanted to understand Islam. I wanted to understand people who had different beliefs in other countries, because I wanted to be a missionary. So I wanted to understand where they were coming from. So my thinking was like, okay, well, I'll watch atheist media to try to understand them, so that way I can, share the love of Jesus with them. My plan was never to debate or argue. And then basically through that, I watched the debate between Christopher Hitchens and William Lane Craig. And because I had already been slowly deconstructing in college, when I would learn new things about human psychology, when I would learn new things, especially about sociology or social psychology, where our behavior is very much determined by our environment and it doesn't have a lot to do with sin. And that really kind of put a wrench in things for me. And then watching that debate, it was like hearing someone say out loud the questions that I had been having in college, just thinking about the development of my own beliefs. I'm like, do I just believe this because of my environment? Is my behavior a reaction to my environment? And then, Christopher Hitchens may not be a philosopher, but the way he said things really resonated with me, and I didn't want it to. So I was like, well, I need to, explore this more, because, I thought William Lane Craig won that debate, and it made me feel better when I felt like he ultimately won. But the problem is the questions didn't leave me. So I read a book called The Question of God, which compares the arguments of C.S. Lewis to the arguments of Freud. And I basically dug around and found out how the Bible was canonized, and that was a really sketchy, to say the least. And so I was like, oh, this is not true. And then I went through a process of grieving after that. I never went through an angry phase. I would say, I get more angry online now because of just the turmoil of trying to have these conversations, and there's so many different perspectives, and online it can get a little out of hand. But so sometimes I'll lose my shit now, but I never went through an angry phase when I was deconstructing, because I was just sad. I was just sad that it wasn't true. I had been through so much, trying to cling on to it. And I feel like I'm answering your question in a really long-winded way to say that it was a process. It was a process, and there was no moment where someone said flying spaghetti monster, and I suddenly was like, oh, yeah, this is dumb.
From what I heard, there was a moment when you decided that you needed more information about what you disagreed with, and I found that fundamental, because that is a huge change. One is hearing something that you disagree with and saying, I don't disagree with that, and so you know what, the other guy won, or this is not how it is. But getting angry at it and saying, no, I want to figure out why this is wrong for me. Why do I not agree with this? And that, I think, is fundamental to how people change their minds. And I have a classical example now. This is just because I like to hear myself talk. My aunt-in-law, who is a Catholic, a Filipino Catholic, who lives in the Philippines, is anti-vax. She won't get vaccinated. And the Pope just came out with his talk about how it's an act of love and we should all do it. And sort of shared it, on the family chat, because I like to share stuff like that, because they don't like me and it creates a debate. And her response was the Pope is only he only speaks the word of God in certain instances, and he's a fallible man, and what he says doesn't need to be taken to heart. And I was like, oh, damn it. I thought I had a chance there, I thought I had a chance of having a discussion about this. But no, there was just this blanket that just went, it doesn't matter because it wasn't in the right instance, right time. And by the way, I don't really have to take it into account. I'm like, what?
And if he had said what she wanted him to say, she would have been like, that's a
absolutely, she
revelation
would,
from
yeah.
God.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
That's so annoying.
Well, it is.
It is.
Yeah, no, it is. But
Do
I'm
any?
sorry, I just mean that because like my parents do the same thing. You know, it's like my mom's a fundamentalist Christian, and she just interprets everything through like the Bible the way that she wants to hear it. And so that's what I mean by annoying. Not to call your family member annoying, but I'm just thinking about my own experience. So.
But your family is annoying as well.
yeah, don't worry.
Just to clarify.
I mean, I went on Twitter because I didn't want to be too disruptive to my family with those debates on WhatsApp. So I thought maybe I should just do it with the world.
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
See?
Now, do you guys think that the really, really aggressive atheists we see online have actually come from very fundamentalist evangelical backgrounds, the very fire and brimstone kind, and they've got those sort of behaviors ingrained into them, so they're already quite aggressive with the word of God, except now it's the word of not God, and that is why they're so. Do you think? No, go for it. I can see you're about to talk.
I can name both sides. I can name the ones that I mean, and they're quite open about it. The ones that say that most of their tweets are from discussions with their families, and their families are religious, and they have these issues, and they have to take the questions out of that environment and put them out. And then you have others, and I don't want to name names. There's no point in that. But then there are others that are obviously academic, and obviously have this sentiment that all religion is bad, and because you are religious, you are endorsing a religion. I can follow that sentiment. If you're looking at democracy and the way that things work, I can understand that the power of the church comes from the amount of people and believers that are there. But there's a whole different dynamic in that discussion. So I think equally there's both parts, right? And I think one side, probably the ones that were religious before, might be more angry. They have more to lose. They have more to fear to some extent. The other ones are just being annoying because they have this view, and they're attacking people for the sake of attacking people. Try to improve the education system instead, or equality, because that will change things. Instead of attacking individual people on Twitter. I mean, that's sort of a weird way to do it, I think.
I think as well, for some, it might be going back to what Autumn was saying earlier about how old habits are still there while deconstructing. So they have that kind of mindset where they flip the coin, but it's still the same kind of automatic processes going on in the brain, and the way that all the synapses fire leads them to a similar kind of behavior because it's the kind of behavior that they know and are used to. And it'll probably disappear as they deconstruct more and more.
Yeah.
I think,
but they have to learn new tools to replace the old ones if they want to change their behavior. Because otherwise, like if you don't have access to like what to go to after you deconstruct, like I think that's what makes it really hard. Is people have to be made. So you leave groups when your needs are not being met, and you join groups that meet your needs. So if your community is meeting all your needs, but you know that Christianity is not true, you might just stay like a progressive Christian, and so you might like an agnostic Christian where you like might not necessarily believe it, but you still like engage. And so like you have to have tools and a community that are meeting your needs after, and I shouldn't just say Christianity, any religion, in order to leave it, because that's the way that human behavior works.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the reasons I try to promote Nietzsche to some extent, because of his argument that once atheists have killed off God, they still need to give people the tools to think in a different way, and like a new community to come to, and other things like that.
And that's another common misconception about the whole God is dead thing, and we've killed him, isn't it? That's another misconception that a lot of atheists have about a philosophical topic, because they're not willing to look into it, and they'll just promote that quote because they agree with that particular quote.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, sorry.
I was just going to ask Dave, isn't that the reason that you are not as fond of street epistemology?
Yeah, because it's just about breaking the belief down and not giving them something to build up the tools again to, yeah. And I mean, if we go back to rituals, it's one of the reasons why Confucianism is so full of rituals, because it creates bonding, it creates community, it creates a comfort zone and things like that. So when atheists leave behind that part of Christianity, they have nothing to replace it with, and that it really needs to be there so that they can deconstruct in a healthy way.
We have the atheist community, don't worry.
No, there's no such thing.
That's actually that's the purpose. That's the reason I started writing my book, was because I saw this kind of gap, and I saw it in the arguments that I was seeing. Where it was like, lots of people were kind of I don't know. They break down their beliefs and stuff, and then there's nowhere for them to go. There's nothing that there's no secular way, or they can't see a secular way of dealing with those things that are missing then from their life that religion had there in the first place, right? And I think that even happens with like Church of England type Christians, right? Where it's like Church of England is a bit of a joke because it's a bit like Christianity light. Like, you can get away with a lot of stuff, and it's basically just like you're Christian by proxy, really.
They pander to the people rather than to the religion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but I think that even that kind of version of Christianity has that issue where it's like there's lots of aspects to it where if you leave it, and there's like different holes missing in your life, like such as like a purpose or like a guiding figure or something like that, or like a moral framework. And I think that that's the work that needs to be done in terms of making sure that.
Can I flip that one?
You can flip it. Go on.
Because I don't know if I'm going to flip it or just turn it slightly around. But isn't part of what you're saying, so one of the problems is, as I understand it, in some instances you get almost excommunicated. You get completely put outside of the group, and that's not because you're an atheist. That's because the group that you're leaving literally turns your back on you. So in many cases, I think if you were to proclaim that I'm an atheist, and that didn't mean that you had to defend that every time you needed a chat with a friend, or you needed to show up at church. If you just needed to show up at church because you have friends there, if that's taken away from you just because you change your view, then you're losing. The problem is, there's no community, but you're losing the community that you want to be in. Yeah. It's just that you don't agree with the fundamental part of that community.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This is actually something I'm gonna do a video on tomorrow, which is about complicitness, and I think that an element of remaining in religion is complicitness. For people who maybe begin to doubt or begin to not believe, they stay because the risk of losing the community that they've become a part of is too high. And so I had a discussion with one of my theist friends who is a minister, and he said that absolutely there are theists who do that. There are religious people in his church that have done that. And I think that is a similar thing that happens to atheists as well. And I think it's happening in the ACA at the moment, where people are putting up with behavior and stuff that they don't necessarily agree with because they're worried about losing the community that they have. And I guess exactly. And I guess for people within and people within the ACA or people within any kind of like community like that, it will be a second loss for people who have come from a religious background to then do that again. They've just lost a big family or a big like group of friends and stuff, and then they have to do it a second time if they're seeing stuff that they don't like. I think that that's one of the reasons why people are really anxious about speaking out about things they don't agree with, or not kind of challenging ideas that they're not kind of completely kind of au fait with. You know, it's like
yeah. So I agree with you somewhat. I want to add like a little bit of nuance on both ends of what you're saying, because like basically when it comes to like people working in atheist communities online, whether it be the ACA or like maybe you're part of a bigger show and you don't agree with some of the behavior that goes on other episodes or with other hosts or some of the tactics, I think some of it could be complacency. Like if we're talking about, I'll just be specific. If we're talking about Matt Dillahunty, I think sometimes there is complacency. Nobody wants, I don't think Matt will hear it from most people that like some of his behavior is a bad example of counterproductive, right? But I also think it could be a strategy for like the time and the place for that kind of thing. Because if you're trying to do activism and you have like a very clear message towards theists or dogmatic religious people, to be more specific, and you want to focus on like a positive change in that area, you kind of don't want to get distracted by like interpersonal problems with another activist who has a different style than you. The problem is that sometimes it's not just someone's style, sometimes they're actually engaging in harmful behavior, and so it can be very easy to justify harmful behavior is like, oh, that's just their activism style, they're just more provocative, and kind of look the other way. And I think there is an ethical conversation to be had about like what is complacency and what is just kind of staying in your lane and saying like, well, this is productive and this is what I came here to do, and I'm not necessarily responsible for this other person's
well, and then at that point it would
and,
be complicitness, wouldn't it? You'll be complicit in that harmful behavior if you're not speaking out about it.
Right. So that's where we agree. I just think it's like, I don't think it's black and white, because like having been in scenarios like that where it's like, I don't necessarily agree with everything that everybody I'm working with is doing, it's hard to know what, like, first of all, as a small creator, it's going to be harder for people to listen to me. Now, it's weird that when you get a bigger platform, suddenly there's more validity to what you have to say. That's just like a bandwagon thing, like part of human psychology. But like that's something skeptics should talk about too, because there are people that will defend Matt to the death just because like he's been on a long time and he has a big platform and he can do no wrong. And that to me is a complete lack of skepticism, because you have to learn about bandwagoning and you have to learn about group mentality and how it can change your ethics and your thinking. And then I wanted to respond to, and I'm sorry, I know I'm talking so much, but I'm so excited to like have a deep conversation. Like I had a personal experience with knowing Christianity wasn't true and still being part of my community. And I wouldn't view it as like complacency. I thought that it would be a huge culture shock for me, just knowing like what a change in environment will do after I've had a huge shift in perspective. Like I knew I was an agnostic. I knew I wasn't a Christian and didn't believe it was true anymore. And honestly, it was outside of my control. It's just something that happened to me. But I was like, oh, I'm going to stay a part of my church because community is still good for me. And it will be like worse for my psychology if I leave my church. But then what ended up happening to me was I was open about the fact that I didn't believe anymore, because I really wanted to be honest and not feel like a liar. So I was open with my church members. I wrote a blog on Facebook for like my friends and family read that like I didn't believe anymore, but I was still going to church and like I was still going to practice because it was a part of my culture. It was a part of my life. It was a part of like essentially like who I was. And then basically what ended up happening was someone in my life like reprimanded me and told me that I was just, if I didn't actually believe in God, then I was just using people at my church. I was just using them. And then I never went to church again because I was accused of using them. So it's like, it's hard because that wasn't really complacency on my part. It was like looking out for my health and like not wanting to like abandon those relationships. But I don't know, you can kind of like get flack on both ends if you're saying like people are complacent if they won't leave, or if Christians are saying you have to believe or you should leave. Like, I don't know if that's necessarily fair.
I think you're right there, and I think there are actually a lot of atheists that might describe themselves as like a Christian traditionalist. I think Dawkins does himself. He goes along with all the Christian traditions because he actually likes the tradition side of things, even though he has a strong disdain for religion. One of our friends who used to do the podcast with us, he got his kids christened. He got married in the church and had a proper church wedding. He went through all the Christian traditions because he liked the family and the community and the service and all the traditional side of it. He doesn't go so far as to go to church regularly or anything like that, or get involved with his church community. But there is a certain part of there isn't really the atheist equivalent of these things. And equally, I've got another friend, and his wife actually gets involved with the church's charity drives and things like that because there isn't the atheist equivalent there. The only charity work done in the area is the church. There is a lot of stuff a lot of positive things that you can get out of a religion that we don't really have a solution for as atheists. And you try and talk to other atheists about it, and what do atheists do? Oh, they go, go find a humanist organization. Go do this. It's not our problem. We just lack a belief in a God. We're not a community. And you're like, you are a community of people, because look how you interact online. Look how you swarm around together, right? You could do so much good, but you're so set on not being a community and denying the fact that you're a community and ignoring the fact that you could do so much good, that actually you're just saying, trying to pass the buck elsewhere. People need to take positive steps, and we are actually a massively growing group of people in the world. We could take some really positive steps, but we can't do it without buy-in from other atheists.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I disagree with that. I could.
Oh.
I would like to.
I'm sorry, but I'm really laughing because Philip is hilarious, and so there's a was it Philip dialethesium or something?
Something like that, yes.
But Dave made a really funny comment saying, "Is atheist experience dial atheism?" And I found that hilarious.
Yeah, that's very good. That's
yeah. Sorry, I was giggling at that.
I mean, I'd like to say I think I got married in a church, and my daughter was baptized twice. And my son's going to be baptized twice, and that's got nothing to do with fear of God. It's got everything to do with fear of my wife. But there were some interesting elements in that, because the Irish take it very serious. So being allowed to get married, you actually have to go talk to a priest, right? They want to see you and they want to talk to you. And my wife warned me about this. She was like, we have to go have this conversation. I was like, fine, let's do it. So we have this conversation, and at one point the priest goes, so which religion are you? What kind of Catholic are you? I'm like, well, the majority of Danish are born Lutheran. We're all born Lutheran. We're part of the church when we're born. We pay tax to the church. So, well, I'm Lutheran. Okay, fine. And then at one point there comes this document that basically states that I'm going to have my kids baptized. And at that point I go, wait a second, right? And I get kicked under the table by my wife because she wants to get married. So I signed this piece of paper because I want to get married too. There's no issue in it. It is what it is. But as I think I've said several times, there are so many different ways of taking atheism, and you can let it define you. Or you can let it be part of the way you think or the way that you interact with the world, I think. And one is healthier than the other, I would argue.
Is your wife Irish?
She's half Irish, half Filipino. So she's got double whammy of Catholicism.
Super Catholicism, yeah.
Yeah. But she doesn't, I mean, there's a long history in her family of the dads driving them to the church, going to the pub and picking them up. And my wife she's not super religious. I think she wants to go to mass, but she's usually too lazy.
Without meaning to sound
so
rude,
she never goes.
that does sound stereotypically Irish.
So yeah, exactly. And I think we agreed from an early age that we were just we get into some discussions. We don't really talk religion between us because there's no point. But we very quickly agreed that as long as we don't downplay each other's opinions and we're frank with the kids about what's being said, then we're fine, because what we get people that have two views of things, they've got two support systems, and we can discuss it. I think I had a tweet the other day about my daughter running out and telling me that I was going to be in heaven. And that was because she talked to heaven about me, and I said, look, heaven is something your mom believes in, and you need to talk to your mom about heaven, because it's a place you go after you die, and it's a place that people believe in. And that was it. That was sort of the discussion. And I think I also said that I wasn't going to be in heaven because I don't believe in heaven. But the discussion that she had with my wife was that heaven is a place that you go where everything is good. And to her, that means that dad is there, right? And then the only conclusion is, if heaven is good because dad is there, then her heaven, dad is there. That's it. Done. Doesn't really matter. I don't have to downplay that. I don't have to counter-argue that. That's her point of view. And it's super cool that we can talk about it like that. And then we can talk about Middelheim and Helheim and Asgard and all the other stuff, which are obviously myths, but they're cool because Thor's flinging hammers at chickens, right?
Loki's chopping hair.
A lot more fun. Yeah.
I mean, I suppose the other thing you could always do, I mean, I don't know if you're at that point with your daughter yet, you could always just ask open-ended questions. You know, what makes you sure that this belief is true? You know, what convinces you of this? But to be honest, I don't think that these beliefs are necessarily harming her either. So
I don't have, there's nothing to be challenged.
No, so why bother?
There's nothing to be challenged at the moment. She has to challenge me. I think that's the difference.
Yeah.
She has to come and challenge me on my opinion. I don't need to challenge her because it's a discussion that she has and it's an opinion she's formed. And if she needs help in that, absolutely.
And if she wants to know what you believe and what you believe, exactly.
Exactly.
And then you can have a reciprocal conversation, is all I'm saying. Is if she's ready to have these conversations with you and she challenges you and you say, well, this is why I believe this. Why do you believe what you believe?
Oh, I mentioned Balder today. I don't know if any of you know the story of Balder, but Balder gets killed by mistletoe because Balder's mom asks all of nature to swear that they will never harm Balder because he's the most handsome of all the Asir gods. But she forgets the mistletoe. She actually sees it, but goes, this little plant doesn't even have roots. I don't need to ask it not to hurt Balder. And then Loki plays a trick on it, and his blind brother chucks this mistletoe at Balder, and he dies.
It's one of the best fights in God of War.
Yeah. But the part of the story that's interesting is where Balder gets burnt at the pyre. Now, my daughter's almost 4, so this is a slightly, we're burning dead people here. And she goes, well, what's happening? Is the captain on the boat? And I'm like, no, there's no living person on the boat. But Balder's there. No, Balder's dead. Balder's a shell. Okay, what's a shell? It's a body. What does that mean? And then we start talking about there's something inside her that makes her, right? There's her thoughts, there's her opinions, and those are not there when you die. We're not talking about everybody dies because there's no point in that at this stage. That just makes it really weird because it means dad's going to die, mom's going to die. But we can talk about this body and this way of dealing with is something that you have to bereave or something that no longer exists. And from my point of view, that's it, right? The thing's dead. It's gone. There is no other thing. It's gone. The electricity in your brain is gone, and therefore there is nothing left. But again, that's another thing that might not need to be touched upon. It's a fascinating journey. I must say, I enjoy it entirely. I really enjoy it because it's a tricky thing, but it's a very, very interesting thing to deal with. And it's weird people. Small people are weird.
Yeah.
We've actually got a question come in, and it's to everyone. And it's from Chris, and he says, which theists do you think have the best arguments for God?
I wouldn't know.
I think Ocean Keltoy, who's a polytheist, has some of the best arguments that I've heard in formal debate, and then on his YouTube channel as well. Yeah, but he's a polytheist, not a monotheist.
What are the arguments?
What are the arguments?
Yeah.
Well, he's presented. Well, it's hard for me to remember all of them because I've watched him like in a debate with an open theist and stuff like that. But he presented the best version of the Kalam that I've heard. And I'm not saying the Kalam gets you necessarily to like a specific God, but it's definitely a better version than even I would say I've heard William Lane Craig provide. And then let's see, what are some other ones off the top of my head? I would honestly, off the top of my head, tell you I'd have to go rewatch his debates, but I just think he's one of the better theists that I've heard. And then, I mean, I don't know if you'd necessarily call him a theist, but my friend Nathan, Digital Gnosis, he's epistemically agnostic, but he's a practicing Christian, and he's one of the smarter people who's not in the atheist camp.
Yeah, he's great.
Nathan is great, yes.
So, yeah, those are my top two. I don't know if you'd call Nathan a theist, though. Or you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Maybe for practical purposes you might, but not for ontological purposes. I'm trying to think about some of the best ones that I've seen. I must say, Chris, I don't necessarily know, but some of the theist channels I enjoy watching when I've got a chance. I kind of like there's like Dry Apologist and is it Inspiring Christianity?
Inspiring Christianity is great. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually really like the Braxton from Trinity Radio. I don't think necessarily all of his arguments are necessarily particularly great, but I actually like the way he interacts. So it's not necessarily a comment on his arguments, it's more of a comment on his personality. I think I'd like to have a beer with him. I'd like to have a beer with him and really get into a conversation. And I think it would get incredibly heated. I think it would get really, really, really heated. But I think both of us would come away and have enjoyed the conversation. I don't think he necessarily approaches things in a negative way, although I have seen recently a few comments coming through from people about him in a different light, although I haven't actually watched anything of his in a while, so yeah. But then none of those were comments. Yeah, go for it.
He would not have a beer with you and have a conversation with you. What he likes to do is take atheist content and reinterpret everything through his own worldview and through his own lens. And he would be a horrible person to actually engage with atheists because he never does. He never has them on his channel. I think you're giving him way too much credit. He's terrible at what he does. Fight me on it.
I'd like to see that fight, to be fair.
Patreon pay-per-view.
Yes.
Yeah, but they don't allow X-rated content on OnlyFans anymore. So
Oh god.
I've had the opportunity to see the human side of Braxton. Like we've interacted briefly, so in that sense, I guess that changed my mind a bit on him. But like from his content perspective, I don't think like some of it is a bit like informed on certain things, but overall, I find him quite a bit uncharitable sometimes and a bit dismissive in certain ways that I personally don't find really good. Although he had some videos where he like conversed like not directly but indirectly with some atheists, like the 10 question for atheist series, then he did some responses on that. But yeah, overall, I'm not really that impressed with Braxton, I have to say, in terms of
That's what I was saying. It's not his
style.
theological arguments. I just from what I've watched, I seem to like his manner.
Yeah,
they're the bits.
Mixed feelings on that. Yeah, personally.
That's how. Sorry, Autumn, go.
No, I just said that'll pass. I'm kidding, but
it may well.
That's how I felt about Daniel Ray though for a while, because I had like a couple of really good.
Please,
Daniel Ray, Philip.
Don't bring him up to me, please.
If you're going to bring up Daniel Ray, then you're going to get Philip going ranting for the next 2 hours.
I'm going to go ballistic if you bring him up.
I had a couple of good interactions with Daniel Ray, and he seemed really reasonable, and he was quite interactive and was up for discussion and stuff. But then the more I've seen, he like kind of completely ignores me now. Even like when he like we're discussing stuff, and then he just completely I don't know, doesn't interact with me whatsoever. And obviously, Philip, you've had a bit of a feud with him, which kind of has shown me that he is kind of not as honest as he portrays himself to be, which is frustrating, because I was like, yeah, I finally found like an honest person who wants to understand us a little bit more and stuff. He has an atheist book club and stuff like that, and it's like, and then suddenly it's like he's just completely disregarding others, which is frustrating. So, and obviously there was a whole Sarah Salviander debacle, which I was involved with, which he was a part of as well, which was also frustrating. So
yeah. Like I will say, in terms of the best arguments for God, if you dive into the contemporary theistic philosophical literature, I think that people like Rasmussen and Bruce, even people like William Lane Craig in certain respects, people like Koons have some great papers on various things like cosmological arguments, like both contingency and sort of Kalam style. And there's like a lot of rigorous stuff in there, and I'm not saying that like personally I don't find it convincing, but like I would say that is probably the closest thing that I would like. At least I can see the merits of that, and that's partially why I sort of dislike when people dismiss that without looking into it, because like there are pages and pages of stuff that you can read and have to have like a lot of patience to read through and understand. And it's, of course, the easiest thing is to just dismiss it and wave it away as gibberish and stuff like that. But that's sort of a cheap trick, in my opinion, that doesn't do really the job if you actually are interested in what that means and how it develops and all of that. So yeah, I would point you in that direction personally.
Yeah, I sort of agree with Philip. I tend to go a little bit wider when it comes to a question like that, in that it's not so much particular theists, but the arguments that are being used. I sort of like people who use ideas like Spinoza's God, because that's a very different kind of argument, and it's a very different kind of argument to attack. And arguments like Philip says, contingency arguments, they're actually really good arguments. Even if they don't get you directly to a God, they're quite challenging arguments if you look at them charitably rather than just hand wave them away. Even the Kalam can be a good opening argument. If you're going to go for certain arguments, I'd say people like Tap. They know the argument.
Thought Adventure podcast, yeah?
They know the arguments like very, very well, and they've shown that a lot of times.
Even I have problems challenging them.
Yeah. And you know what? They managed to convert the empathetic atheist, didn't they? So
Yeah.
you know, their arguments are clearly convincing enough to convert some atheists, even if it's not all of us. I have to say, the contingency argument is one that gets me thinking a lot.
Like, I would say Swinburne has like a great, like is great as well. Like he has a very different. It's not like strictly sort of deductive approach. It's more like a Draper style, you know, probabilistic way of looking at things. And he does a like great job, and he's also very respectful in general. You know, that's something that I find to be the case in like sort of these types of discussions when people like, you know, Rasmussen and Oppie and people like that debate, it's sort of like very polite and respectful, and I enjoy that type of discussion. And also like it's again, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask, because so the mention of the empathetic atheist just made me want to ask something. If an argument and came up and we all here decided that we agreed that God exists, right? How does that change your behavior? Because I know from fact that I would, yeah, okay, God exists. I would accept that. I would, and that would make me a theist. But I wouldn't join a religion. I wouldn't go to church. I wouldn't endorse the behaviors that are existing now. I wouldn't engage in that community. I would say, for myself, I'd say, okay, God exists. That's a good standpoint. I agree with the evidence. I'm going to go do my research. Now, my research might have to change to some extent, but not a lot. It wouldn't actually have to change that much because it's the first premise or whatever that would sort of just build on that. So we just write a little sentence at the bottom of the paper, right? It wouldn't actually change that much. But what about you guys? If that theoretically, if that happened,
I guess it would. You know, it depends on what God I've been convinced of, because I think if I've been convinced that a God exists, it's likely that it's going to be a specific type of God, and if that is the case, then I would have to think about whether the morals that I have and the kind of lifestyle that I have lines up with the teachings of that specific religion or that specific God, because I think that secularity isn't necessarily in line with any specific religion in that sense. You know, like for instance, like if we think about traditional religious views, so in most religions, the view on like sex and stuff like that is kind of very what's the word, like restricted in a lot of ways, right? Yeah. and I think you know, I'd have to kind of reconsider that stuff. I'd have to reconsider, you know, whether I pray, whether I'm thankful, whether there's any rituals that I need to engage in, such as like, you know, because things like marriage, like baptisms and stuff, those are all like they're rites. They're not just kind of practices for the sake of it. They're things that are like supernatural in nature, right? Like, you know, a marriage is a conjoining of two souls through God, right? In religious sense, and a baptism is giving the rite of passage to salvation for a child and stuff like that.
I would disagree, but
well, I think that's the way that religious people see it. You know, like for instance, if we think about Tessa D'Urberville's, for instance, you know, there's a I don't know if you guys have read that book, but she has a baby out of wedlock, and they won't baptize that baby, and the baby dies, and then she has to, because it hasn't been baptized, she can't bury the baby on hallowed ground, and therefore the baby's soul isn't saved, and that's quite a something that makes her quite distraught, and that's one of the kind of tragedies in her life.
But the practice of taking out insurance on your house to make sure that your family is okay when you die is not a ritual. It's something you do to make sure that you get something you want. Marriage is something you do to make sure you get something.
I think that's what it is now.
Right?
I think that, I agree. I think that's what it is now. It's more of an economical decision in a lot of people's eyes, and more of a kind of like a functional decision, societal decision like that. But I think that for for a lot of religious people, it is that kind of spiritual aspect, that kind of like supernatural aspect. And I think that's lost on a lot of, well, that's something that you have to consider if you were to be convinced of a God, you know, what are the rights of this religion? What are the rights of this God that I now believe in?
We've got Craig joined us, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Craig.
Yes.
How you
Hello.
doing?
Craig.
Welcome.
What's up?
Welcome,
This is my
first
crew.
theist in this chat.
Am I the first theist ever?
Yes. No, I don't think
No.
ever. We've
Khalil.
had a few.
Yeah, no, we
Yeah.
had Khalil Allah, didn't we? Yeah.
The purple guy is here. The purple guy.
here.
The purple guy is here.
The purple guy.
Hey, Luke, turn on your camera and let him see what the purple guy actually looks like.
Knows what?
Please put something on purple before you do it.
Yeah,
don't have
I was just going
anything
to say he
about-
paid himself purple.
Don't have anything purple.
I think I've seen him on. I watched a couple of his videos.
There he is.
that's the guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
A chubby
Yes, the
cheek.
purple guy.
We're all
You can
bearded
take the
heretics, basically.
Except
Yeah.
for autumn. I think.
Yeah, basically you are. Wow, that's true.
I think Craig.
I don't know
Sorry.
camera on. It's because I've grown a beard too. I'm just not ready to show it yet.
Craig, can I follow through on the question that I had before? You might have heard it because I actually find it incredibly interesting.
Yeah, go for it.
To hear your point of view. If the argument came out, or if there was a foolproof argument, and we all agreed that God existed, right?
Right.
There is a God. It doesn't matter if it's your God, if it's a different religion God. How does that affect you? So how would that affect you? I think that's really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
How would that affect me? I mean, I would just use
In
it.
your daily life.
Well, I mean, I'm a Christian. You know that, right?
I muted myself. That's why it's interesting. Because the point is, I think we argued that, yeah, okay, if we accepted that a God existed, we'd have to sort of look at what God it was, what that meant to our existence, what we might have to do differently or not do differently. There's a lot of choices to be made. There's a lot of
Right. Totally.
acceptance. So I think the question to you is equally interesting, but you can spin it two ways. You can say, what if your God was proved, or what if another God was proved? Right.
Well, I mean,
There's two ways.
There's two ways you can spin it, definitely. But my God and like genera God, I think you were talking about that a little, could easily be the same thing. Like if you were talking about a Spinoza-like God, that could easily be proved. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do based on just like physics and, the laws of the universe and stuff. But that's not necessarily a personal God. I don't know how much that would change my actual Christian life. It might, but my Christian life is based on prayer, and it's not that heavily, like I'm not really that much of I'm sort of a doctrinal Christian, but I'm not like, I'm not like a fundamentalist, so it wouldn't really change all that much about my life, I don't think. Does that make sense, what I just said?
Yeah, no, it does.
What happens if it was proved that it was a different God to the God you
terrible
believed
God.
in?
It was a terrible God.
Yeah. What if it was a terrible God? Yeah,
it'd be weird. Like I don't see like that as conceivably possible. But
yeah.
if it were proved that it was like, if it were proved that it were like Allah or something. I mean, I've said this. If I went to a Muslim, I think you guys were even talking about the Muslim guys, and if I went to like, what do they call them? A mosque, and I had a really powerful, convincing religious experience at a mosque, I would incorporate that into my philosophy of religion, but I'm not sure it would change all that much about how I actually live on a daily basis. Unless there was something specific, like I felt like, Allah was telling me to do, like behead you guys or something, then maybe I'd start doing that.
Sorry to put you on your spot, by the way, now that you're talking about beheading. That wasn't the point.
Well, I'm assuming Allah, I'm assuming like radical Islam isn't hearing clearly from Allah, hopefully. Like that's not the right interpretation.
I don't think radical anything is listening to anything.
Right, yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, but aren't you some sort of like I've listened to your last conversation with Bernardo Kastrup, and aren't you like sort of an idealist or something like that? I've got the impression that you're sort of more like open to.
I sort of am, but that was because of his influence. I kind of consider that more of an epistemic starting point, like a philosophy, rather than he. I don't know. I really like that conversation. By the way, I like him. He's been really influential on me, but I like
him. I like him a lot as well.
His mind at large postulate, like there's some evidence for it, and I see it as sort of indistinguishable from generic God. And if he could prove his mind at large postulate, I sort of see that as God. I see it as the same thing. And he was kind of open to that idea too. So I'm totally cool with it. But I see it more as of an epistemic starting point. Like you start with consciousness as the ontological primitive, and it's more of a philosophy. He seems to think of it more of an actual reality, like an ontic reality, which I wasn't quite expecting as much as he does. Like he doesn't seem to think that there's a real world at all in some ways. Did you catch that, or is that just me?
Yeah, it's a weird thing. Idealism is something that I'm trying to work out, like what exactly, because there are different brands of idealism as well, and
totally. And there are some that are more reasonable, where like the Donald Hoffman one is kind of like there is a real world there, and it actually exists. It has ontology, but then your consciousness is the ontological primitive. Your first starting point is your own conscious experience of the world. That makes complete sense to me. How to articulate that and work that out is what I'm trying to figure out in my videos. But that makes complete sense to me. But that's not quite the page that Bernardo's on. So I wasn't. What did you think? You tell me. Because you listened.
Yeah, I think like definitely that conversation was more him explaining like what his worldview is, rather than actually sort of defending it or trying to sort of provide a way to, I guess, provide some evidence for it in a way. But I've seen him on other streams like talk about that a lot, and I find some merit in what he's saying. Let me correct that. Like at the beginning, he did have some ideas that were going in that direction. But yeah, I'm fascinated with his views. I generally am thinking about like philosophy of mind and the hard problem of consciousness a lot, and so that is all like an interesting thing to me and fascinating. I'm not exactly sure if I buy like his ontology, and I don't exactly know where I land still, like on the philosophy of mind thing. But
totally the same way. But I know his whole ontology pretty well, so I wasn't trying to get him to defend certain aspects of it.
That's fine. That's fine. Like it wasn't like meant to be a critique, right? Like because I totally get that. Yeah.
I don't want I don't want my view of determinism, free will, or anything to change anymore. I've had enough drama with that recently. If you want someone to really just nail a coffin. Wait, is that the phrase? I don't even know if that's a phrase. And Dave is your man. Trolley Dave is your man to persuade you in a sentence.
No, I just got lucky that one time.
Of positions he doesn't necessarily hold himself as well.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's nice seeing you, Craig, though.
Yeah, really good.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool. I'll have you guys on my channel.
I would love that.
So far as I've interviewed Autumn, she's been there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I saw you especially changed your, the lights in the background to match the mood.
Yeah, I still have those lights. I just haven't used them in a while because I don't know. I guess I've been lazy, but they're there. They're pretty easy to use too. I don't know. Yeah, that was the deconstruction light video, and then on Neil's channel is the heavier one. That one's like probably too heavy, but there's a light version and a heavy version of my deconstruction.
What's Neil? I don't even know who that is. Who's the Neil channel?
Neil, the 604 atheist.
Oh, I've never watched that. Okay. I know Neil.
Yeah.
I like Neil. Neil's a good guy.
Yeah, he does deconstruction videos. So I told like the heavier version of my story on his channel. But yeah.
Oh, it's interesting. I'll check that out. I haven't seen that.
Wait, let me just get this straight. Are you guys saying I need lights and a better backdrop if I'm gonna do podcasts? is that not? Are we not? I mean, what are
I mean, you could own it the rustic style. You know, I think it has something to it that is.
I might end up just having to do metalwork and metal and Lego podcasts instead of silly philosophical debates, which I know nothing about, by the way. So that was.
But anyway, to go back to your question, Steen, I think like that's a very interesting question. What it would change, but I think it's highly dependent upon what you end up believing in the end, right? Because like because like it's very hard for me to figure out like if I just figured out that there is a God in a sense, and I don't know exactly what properties you would include in that, but if it's of course just a theistic type being, then it wouldn't change much. If it's a theistic type being, then it depends sort of like what is included with that, because like a Christian type thing would be much different than like just an all-loving God. That would be kind of different to me. So yeah, I guess it's very highly dependent upon what exactly you accept.
Yeah, totally. A lot of people believe in a generic sort of, people who don't consider themselves Christian or religious believe in a sort of generic, like lovey-dovey type. There's a great big lovey thing that loves everybody. There's a lot of people who have a vague belief in something like that.
I'd probably put too much expectation in the way I formulate things, because a question like that, I would expect people to drag out the interesting things that they wanted to talk about. So instead of me saying, "What if you discovered that there actually was a Christian God?" No.
Yeah.
The interesting thing for me is to hear you or Dave or Joe say, "Well, you know what? If we discovered this, I would have major issues, right?" That would be interesting to me.
Yeah, I can definitely say right now that, for example, to me, it is almost like impossible to imagine that a God, like a version of theism, which includes like eternal conscious torment, is true. Like that to me is like literally the most remote possibility in my mind almost. And it has like incredibly low probability in my mind. So I like if that were true, of course, then that's why I think it's helpful sometimes to think about these things, because like for people that do actually believe in eternal conscious torment, I would behave, I think, in sort of like similar ways, because then you can start to understand, for example, why people just come in front of your door and start knocking on your door and try to convince you that you should accept Jesus, because that suddenly starts to make sense. Because if you believe that there is eternal conscious torment after you die, then it seems to me absolutely obvious and the only moral thing that you should do to convince as many people to start believing in Jesus, because to save as many people from that, like literally the worst thing that could possibly happen to you.
Yeah,
I mean, that's an obvious choice to me.
That's the basis of evangelism.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
I would argue that given human behavior, you would have a lot of people that would ignore the torment and all the bad things that they have to face later on. They might understand the evangelicals that come to their door and say thank you instead of go away. But I think a lot of people would just accept that, they're going to burn forever and it's going to be horrible. But you know what? I want to live take any teenager, right? Take any teenager, any drug addict, any person who's got an issue with authority, any person who's got a drinking problem. They put their immediate needs in front of anything that they might be facing in the future. So I think a lot of us would, to some extent, probably still follow that and say, I'm going to live my life the way I want to do to be happy. And something that I don't understand now in the future is going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the point, right? If you do understand it, and if you actually do believe that there's going to be an eternity of torture awaiting you, like, I don't see how that is not something that absolutely shakes you to your bone in everything that you do. Like, to me, it just seems that would genuinely like turn my life completely over in some respect, right? I would probably start evangelizing and who knows what.
Really? Because I still get smashed every Friday. I know I'm going to wake up with a terrible hangover, but I still get smashed every Friday, right?
Yeah, that's true. I guess
I'm using it as an.
Yeah, that's
not Prosecco. You need mead. Come on.
No, this is a cask strength
Danish
whiskey society,
wine.
Scottish whiskey society whiskey. I think that will do perfectly fine. It's only 60. It's only 60%.
Only 60. Only 60. It'll only just burn your throat if you drink it neat, you know. I mean, God.
I'll be clean on the inside.
You definitely will.
Sorry, that was not the point of the discussion.
Yeah,
What is
no,
the
it was
point of
just
the discussion?
just random stuff, I guess.
Joe is fucked, by the way. I don't know if anyone has noticed, but
no,
Joe
not yet.
Have you really not noticed? It's obvious.
Swaying so badly.
It's not yet. It's not yet okay. Like, I've seen him.
You've seen me completely smash the heaven.
I would know, Joe.
He hasn't talked about Philip's things yet.
I have not propositioned Philip. No.
Apparently, that's just on the internet forever now. So yeah.
Isn't that why you make these podcasts?
Of course it is. That's why we do these. That's why we do these free for alls. That's exactly it. So I can proposition strangers on the internet. That is why we talk about propositional logic, isn't
it? Oh my
Guys,
God!
Who here hasn't seen Labyrinth? Because Jared hasn't seen.
I have not. The Bowie movie you're talking about?
Yeah,
the Bowie movie.
No,
you remind me of the Babe.
I'm a really big Bowie fan, but I've never seen the. I'm not a big sci-fi
That's
whatever
not
type
sci-fi.
of movie that is.
It's fantasy, but it's also a musical. I love a musical.
It's good. It's good. But yeah, I mean, the only reason I got brought up is because I have a friend who's named after the lead character, and it's quite funny. But yeah, it's worth watching. It's got lots of really great puppets in it. So, yeah.
Just before we carry on, just want to say have a good night, Chris. Hope you have a good one. And I'm glad you enjoyed the conversation so far tonight. Hope they continue to entertain you when you catch the rerun tomorrow.
Can you tell Philip now? Can you tell? Now he's actually
yeah. It's the beginning. Yeah.
It's the beginning. It is the beginning.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it. Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, there is going to be a point. I think what we really need to do is give Dave control over my computer. And there's a certain point where he just goes, "No, Joe, you're cut off." And the stream ends. And that's
your mute button.
There's the reason we haven't done an AMA since last March or April, whenever it was. Because it's not ask me anything, it's drink as much as you can.
Why not? To be honest.
Well, you've got to have these nights every now and then, don't you? Just once in a while.
Well, to get it, I will.
Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, me too.
I think that was something. I don't think that was someone talking.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. I opened my. I didn't think you guys heard that. I have my headphones in. I opened my computer and it was a podcast that was like automatically playing. Sorry about that. I will say my last instinct, the last time I was actually like drunk, was to do an Ask Me Anything on Twitter. So there is something to that. Something about drinking makes you want to answer questions, apparently, or at least makes me want to answer them.
I also find it kind
more questions that I want on Twitter.
Wow.
No.
I also find them kind of nerve-wracking because I will genuinely give everybody an honest answer, but sometimes I worry about what people might ask. So I have a couple of drinks to go, so I don't care, basically.
Well, to be honest, we haven't actually asked you anything, have we?
No.
We've just had a debate about random stuff.
No, and in fact, actually, I've spent the time asking you guys stuff. I mean, Chris asked a couple of questions, didn't he? But yeah, does anyone have any questions for us tonight?
Let's ask the newbies, because we have a couple of newbies who've joined us. I feel like Steen, Philip, Dave, and myself know you pretty well, Joe. But Autumn and Craig might have something that they want to ask the cult leader of Answers in Reason.
Who's the actual cult leader? Which?
I'm the cult leader, apparently.
That's Dave. No, Dave's behind the scenes here.
Dave is pulling the strings, but Joe's the leader.
Yeah. I'm the puppet.
Okay. So
I'll think of a question. But is Brina still in the chat? Did she leave already? Hi, Brina. I just saw that she was there, and I didn't realize she was watching.
She's still here. Yeah, she's still here.
So hey.
I want to get this right. Is Brina's pronouns she or they?
She said sure. She her.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah,
just
she her.
Sure.
But I mean, if in doubt, they them always works because you.
That's why I always ask, because I like to be.
Oh,
sure.
I bought. Sorry, this might start a debate. I bought this just to make sure that I'm safeguarded on my Teams calls.
I quite like that. Where'd you get that from?
This is Legos. Everyone's. Oh, for those who don't know me, I invent stuff out of Lego for the Natural History Museum. This is Everyone is Awesome Lego thing. It's really cool.
Okay, so I'll ask the first question though. Well, he can show the Legos while I ask.
No, go. Sorry.
No, because we can do two things at once. You can show Legos and I can talk.
I can't multitask.
Even if someone else is doing something.
We're not multitasking.
I can't even multi-sync. I can't look at his Legos and listen to your questions at the same time.
Oh no! Okay, all right.
You overestimate us.
So what made you?
Way overestimate us.
Yeah, I guess I'm too talented for this show. So I'm just kidding.
I mean, I'll take that.
Probably.
I'm just kidding. Okay, what made you want to start a YouTube channel? What made you want to do this?
It seemed like the next progression, if I'm honest. We were interested in having more conversations and speaking to more people about the things that we did. We were doing a podcast, and it was going really well. There were 5 of us that were doing it quite regularly, but it was a hell of a lot of work. And we just thought, well, should we give YouTube a go? Should we see what the live streaming is like? And we can interact with some of the people that we've interacted with on places like Twitter and Facebook, and we just give it a go. And it was basically that. Just let's try it. Let's see what happens. And we found that we liked doing it, and so we continued, and we've continued to continue. Is that any different for you, Dave?
No, that's pretty much it. And it involved a lot less editing for you.
Yeah, there is that. With the podcast, obviously, we were doing really, really long, in-depth conversations, and sometimes the recordings were 3-4 hours long, and there was a hell of a lot of editing that we'd do, cutting down, getting rid of random bits of crap. And obviously, with a podcast, you'd cut out all the ums and ahs and all of that, because all they have is the audio, and people tend to be a bit more forgiving of a live stream. The fact that I just 30 seconds ago turned around and went this it'll be forgiven because it's part of a conversation and I'm having a natural conversation with people. And in real conversations, you will have those conversational pauses where you go, and everything. But when you're listening to a podcast, it's one of those things that really turns people off because you only have the audio there. You don't have the visual bit. You don't have the people chatting to each other and the facial expressions to keep you entertained. So in some respects, going live on YouTube was a little bit easier, but it's a hell of a lot more nerve-wracking as well.
Yeah.
Like,
why nerve-wracking?
Because
it's live, I mean?
Because it's live and I'm a complete idiot.
Improv, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, there's every opportunity of me to make a complete fool of myself publicly, which I have done quite repeatedly on stream, as many have seen. But, I generally don't care, but I also do care, if that makes sense.
I wonder, too, if it's the podcast that makes them have that expectation, or if it's actually, like, something else, because doing shows like the call-in shows before my episodes are taken down from the line and stuff, you would see a lot of comments about me using filler words. Like Southern California, no one cares if you use filler words. Like culturally, it's very acceptable to use a lot, and nobody thinks you're stupid for doing that.
Yeah, this is like very true. Like,
yeah,
like totally correct. Totally.
Yeah,
I do it all the time now, and I've moved out here in 2000. I do it all the time. Like, totally.
Wait, is that like when British people say like? Is that what you guys are talking about? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, it's like when we say fish and chips all the time.
Yeah, when British people say malt vinegar and fish and chips and
what the fuck?
Blood
It's
pie.
like we're talking about something and we like fish and chips, but the other thing, and then fish and chips.
My boss gets fish and chips every Friday. He's like Fish and Chip Friday, and he gets it every
And
Friday.
blood pudding.
Yeah.
Blood pudding.
Right. No, that's Irish and Scottish.
No,
That's
when
different.
I ate meat, I used to eat blood pudding once a week. I used to love it. We called it. We don't call it blood pudding though.
Black pudding.
Is that
Pudding.
Black pudding.
part of your weekly sacrifice of a lamb?
It's just my hangover breakfast.
So you'd sacrifice the lamb in the evening? I'm not quite getting this.
I tend to use children, but everyone can use what they like.
Oh well.
So keep the traditions alive.
Everything can do what they like. That doesn't work as a cult leader. You have to be more strict on things. You can't just let everyone do stuff. That's not gonna work. Like you're
Everybody
not
has to do what you like. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody has to do what you like.
How it works.
But look, Joe's loving this. You can't keep humoring him this way. He loves the idea that he's a cult leader.
It's hilarious. I find the level of othering that goes on within human nature, but within the atheist community, incredibly insane. You suggest that there are multiple definitions of atheism, and all of a sudden you're a theist. You suggest that maybe someone's understanding of what a belief is maybe slightly erroneous, and you're a cult leader. Like, what the actual fuck?
We're in a fishbowl, right? I mean, the people that we talk to, the number of people that we talk to are not representative of the community or the atheists that are there. And the religious people that we talk, well, to be honest, I'm quite disappointed because this is why I bash atheists in general, because that's all I get on my feed, right? That's all I get on my that's all I get. I don't get people that are talking about religion and stuff because one, I don't have enough followers, and two, I haven't followed them because they're just not interesting to me. So all I have all I have to get angry at when I feel angry are atheists.
Well, you guys are swimming against the tribal stream. So
yes, I agree with that.
That's where the pushback comes from, and it's not just you guys. There's a bunch of other people who I always list who get it just as much, because anytime you take a position contrary to like the tribal dogma, they come after you. Not the normal atheists who are just content creators, but the underling guys who I call the pack of idiots come after you. That's what's happening. That's how I see it.
Yeah, that's true for of pretty much every community that is strong enough and has like a following of a certain kind that criticizes. I guess it just is not naturally happening within
You
that
just wouldn't
space.
expect it in the atheist community because it's
that's
so
part of
ironic.
the thing that that's part of the thing
Because
that
a lot
bothers
of
me.
people have deconverted specifically to avoid, and they'll say, I don't want to be dogmatic like a Christian, and I don't want to be ideological like a Christian, and then they will be about atheism, and you're like, well, that's just too weird, man. That's just too weird.
But Craig, that's because the only thing they talk about is atheism.
Yeah.
If you meet other people and you talk about anything other than their worldview, if you don't focus on their worldview to start with, and if you don't bash that to start with, it's a completely different thing. If I talk to a Christian about who puts the trolleys away at the supermarket, we'd have no discussion,
Right.
It's common decency to put your trolley back when you're done with it.
A way that you guys are way different, and you guys aren't unique. There are a lot of atheists who are like this, or some atheists who are like this. But for example, I've been here the whole time, and I'm a Christian, and none of you are squaring off against me to go like, so defend this and defend that. Doesn't always happen.
We were getting to that, Craig.
Yeah.
Yeah, put them up.
We don't like squares.
Yeah, they will put something in the title like, Answers and Reason destroys Craig Reed. Craig Reed debunked or something like that.
I put that as a joke with Brett, and I realized that even as a joke, like people were like, oh, so you destroyed Brett, huh? And I was just kidding. Like he was just, and I thought everybody got it, but no, the tribal warfare is too intense to even joke around like that,
Joe, we've got a new joiner.
I was going to say something.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yes.
Brina.
Yeah.
Hi, Brina.
Hi, Brina.
Hi, Brina.
Hello.
Brina, now that you're here, we should argue
wait.
with Craig. We should demolish Craig.
Wait, what? I'm out of the loop. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Sorry, you're breaking up a little for me. I was making a joke because Craig was saying no one had argued with him yet, and he's the only Christian here. So I was saying now that you're here, we should demolish him.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's the enemy, you see, right? Like,
Sounds a little bad. I'm on my phone.
Yeah, Joe's laughing because finally he's not the enemy.
Is Brina, are you the person who had the Matt Dillahunty videos recently? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay,
Hi.
I think I watched 2 of those. Those are good.
They're really good. Yeah,
Thank you.
They're
Thank you.
they're really good. Yeah, I told you that Ocean said that the video where you showed Matt showing self-awareness was like super good in your most recent stream, like because like when if he tries to pretend like that he can't control himself when it comes to a 15-year-old, it's like, no, in this other episode you showed complete self-awareness of exactly what you're doing, and that you're there to embarrass Christians, and that's your entire motive.
Exactly. I'm really glad that I thought about that video, and I'm so happy that I was able to find it, because I knew my point wouldn't have been made as like clearly as it needed to be if I didn't find that clip. And of course that comes with spending years watching the atheist experience, and once being a pretty integrated part of that community. So I definitely think there's also a conversation to be had, as we spoke earlier, Autumn, with the fact that Matt does professional debates. He knows how to be respectful. He knows how to, say how he feels and be clear about it, and still be himself, be the snarky and a little bit of an asshole, but still be respectful and professional. He knows how to do it, and he's choosing not to with callers.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
That's a point.
Absolutely. Like I've watched plenty of Matt Dillahunty debates, public debates, and he always seems much more respectful than with callers.
Well, like your videos with Ozzy.
Two versions. The atheist experience of him, and the civilized, like, I can have a civilized, normal debate with like inspiring philosophy, and even come across as decent, and then the atheist experience where he's literally just trying to wreck the Christian. That's the point of the show,
Right.
though.
Well, there's
It
actually
is. That's
three.
the other thing too. The topic of the show for having automatically sets them up for failure. It's not like Truth Wanted, where people get to call in and talk about what they believe and why. It's like they expect you to have the evidence, and it's dishonest because we know as an unfalsifiable claim they're not going to have the evidence. So it's automatically it's automatically setting them up to be berated and humiliated,
Yeah,
and they can go under the guise of, we're just waiting for people to prove that God exists all they want, but it's dishonest. I mean, as an atheist, it's dishonest.
Yeah, I think there's another element to it as well, isn't it? Because I think the video was about a 15-year-old, and I watched. I was on Math Pig. I don't know if you guys know him from Math Pig.
Yeah, I know him. He's cool. I like that guy.
Yeah, I was on his stream like a week ago or something, just after that video, just after that atheist experience thing, and I saw a point that I made that I agreed with. Where I was saying, like, a 15-year-old, he's going to think that kid's indoctrinated because the atheist experience thinks, obviously that kids are indoctrinated into believing and stuff, and he's not trying to change that kid's mind in that moment in order to like help them out of that indoctrination. What he was doing in that situation was trying to be right, and he obviously, to me, that showed that he doesn't really care about that indoctrination process or whatever he thinks that happens in childhood with religious people. It's more about him being on the kind of the being right in that situation and arguing against whoever calls in. And I think that shows like kind of where his head's at in terms of his activism. It's not about bringing people out of indoctrination or anything like that, because otherwise he would have actually had a conversation with that individual, with that kid.
Yeah. I think I'm kind of surprised if this doesn't exist, but I almost feel like there needs to be some training involved in hosts and how to talk to people. As someone who volunteers with Recovering from Religion, I'm not saying they have to follow that exact same, it's different circumstances, but I do think there would definitely benefit from, learning how to have like street epistemology, like you're learning how to have discussions without attacking people. I think that can be useful in a lot of circumstances. And I know there's a line where you of course you can be yourself and say how you feel and say that you disagree. But even in my videos, despite the fact that people will still call me angry and snarky and mean, my tone of voice, the way that I talk, I don't feel like it's equivalent to the way that Matt presents himself, whether he pretends that he doesn't realize it or not. It does come off very verbally aggressive. He's cursing at people directly, not just cursing for, to create emphasis on his words. So yeah, it feels very intimidating and inappropriate.
Yeah.
And it's a nonprofit.
Right. It's an educational nonprofit, Luke. So there you go. Like, there's nothing wrong with showmanship, or if someone's being an asshole, I think you should be an asshole back. But the problem is when it's out of control, where you're just trying to embarrass people, be an asshole to them, be right, or own, even if you're not right, just own the conversation and try and steer it so that you get to hang up, because maybe if they start to gain a little bit of ground, they've got to find another way to shut it down with mocking or hanging up or muting or trying to purposefully frustrate or escalate the other person so that it's very, very manipulative.
It's the whole strategy of play the person, not the argument. And even
can I ask? Because it sounds like from what I hear, it sounds like one of the issues is, and I think notes from Autumn, you mentioned something about training and actually being able to learning
Brina.
how to deal with. Oh, sorry, Brina. Sorry about that. Are we? Is this an issue? Is this an issue because the channel has become so big that there is a moral obligation that person, because they have an influence now, should. So I don't know Matt. I don't know Matt enough to talk about what he's done or what he hasn't. But if I opened a YouTube channel, I've got 100 followers or something like that, and I spoke and I said the F word a bit too much and did something bad, nobody would care. Right. It would be a non-starter, right? But but apparently this channel is big enough. So are we saying that when people have enough influence, they should understand what their influence is?
It's one of the places where the Bible is right. To whom much is given, much is required. If you have a large platform, you are much more accountable and much more responsible for your behavior. And I think it's a shame. I'll let Brina answer, and I'm sorry, but I just want to say, like, I think it's a shame because Matt's given a free pass because he gets lots of views and has done it for so long. But a skeptic should know that lots of views and doing something for a long time doesn't equal beneficial behavior. So I'll let Brina talk now. Sorry about that.
Think Spider-Man.
No, you're okay. I agree with everything you said. I think my main concern here, though, of course, there's accountability to be had, especially as a large creator. I think even as small creators, I think the moment we get behind the camera, we are taking our responsibility that we have to be aware of. But as far as the training specifically goes, I think my concern comes from the fact that it's a nonprofit. It's not, they're there to provide education and community, and like they're not supposed to stray really from that mission statement. And that's kind of where I'm a little bit confused, because it's not like The Line or The Hang Up that are, controlled by Jimmy Snow, where it is it is just to make a profit. And that is, that's essentially like it's their job, like, and that's okay. It's Jimmy's job. That's fine. And I would still be critiqueful of their behavior, but it feels different with it being a nonprofit. I'm kind of like, I think there should be some sort of training involved to make sure that people are staying in line with the mission on air, and it's not just being used to exploit people and, take from the community and just kind of, again, I think I said something to Autumn earlier that I probably wanted to make in a video about the question of, is the ACA working towards growing the community, or are they working towards lining their pockets? Because they don't allow creators, so hosts that create shows, to keep the rights to the show. They will keep the show after that creator leaves, and they will likely never mention their name again. I would think that you should be growing the community outside of just what you have control over. I don't know. It just seems like, and yeah, I'm sorry, I got a little off topic, but yeah, I do think the training aspect comes specifically with the fact that they're a nonprofit.
Well, I think as well, just realizing they are a business and that they have clients, and it's not like a nonprofit is still a business, and the clients are the people who are paying them money, and there's a professionalism aspect that needs to be put there. And in any other kind of corporation or any kind of business or anything like that, if they'd spoken like how they've spoken, or treated people how they've treated them, that would not run. That just wouldn't be okay.
Right. That's very true. Some of the stuff that's happened behind the scenes, I would think, it's extremely inappropriate from a business standpoint. Absolutely. And I also wonder if a part of their hesitation and not wanting to employ certain people, like hosts, for example, obviously you don't need to employ everybody. There should still be volunteers, but I do wonder if some of that hesitation is to keep rights away from people, where they feel like they have no way to defend themselves if they do feel like they're being mistreated, and they don't really have an avenue.
I don't know if it's intentional, like if it's intentionally malicious, like we're going, but like you're right in the fact that they haven't done any of the work to keep it ethical, because they should have realized how they were growing and the different ways that they were growing, and thought about the mission statement while they were growing. And they didn't say like, oh, we have people who, okay, because what she's saying, just for clarity for the people who don't know, is not just a hypothetical. There were two people who created a show, Talk Heathen. One of the people created it, Eric, and V had been there for a long time. So it was his intellectual property, just like Truth Wanted is Dan's intellectual property. They created the concept for the show, and they built the show, and they helped the platform grow. And they were doing stuff, hours and hours every week to build this. And then what happened with Talk Heathen is Eric and V got taken off of their own schedule for hosting because they're just volunteers. So they don't own any of it. And to me and to Brina, I think it's like, as a nonprofit, why couldn't they, have
kept their rights?
Well, have at least more of a say in their own show than getting kicked off of their own schedule when
Right. They're acting more like a competitive business than a nonprofit is what you're saying, I think, right?
Right.
Yeah,
and that's the general attitude of the ACA.
That's a really good point.
The general attitude is like they don't run like a nonprofit. The culture on the inside, and I'm very aware of it, because I've been, even if I haven't been much of a face of the ACA, I've only been on 2 of the shows as a host and modded for one of the channels and, made a TikTok and stuff like that. But the culture on the inside, it doesn't act like a business that's like trying to grow community a lot of the time. Sometimes it does. Sometimes they can be very pleasant, but in other ways they can be very ugly and cutthroat. And like nobody cared. Like when Matt, a board member, mistreated me and I tried to talk to them about it, nobody cared. And I just wanted a conversation of why it was inappropriate, and they just ignored me. And it's like, so you don't care how your board members act because what matters to you is views. And to me, that's not a nonprofit that cares about atheist community and secularism. And you're not even willing to have a conversation about it. I'm not for anything other than a conversation, and they're not even willing to do that. And they weren't like, I tried to set up a conversation to talk about their mission statement and the finances and everything because I didn't want to make a video about it. I had people asking me to make a video about it. And I kept saying, no, I want to talk to them internally first. And I just kept getting like the runaround trying to talk to people, and had to make the video because no one would actually have a conversation with me.
Do they actually, sorry, I know nothing about, it's ACA, isn't it?
Yeah, the Atheist Community of Boston.
I don't know anything about it. Do they actually have a structure? Are they an organization? I mean, you talk about board members, but is there actually any structure behind that? I mean, or is it just a group of people that have decided to do this, create a company because they're not going to do this? And I mean, is there? No, they've been around. Department? Is there HR? Is there anything?
Yeah, so they've been around since like 2005, I think, and they just recently. So no one knew about their HR program, and they just recently outsourced their HR. They just recently hired a operations manager, or like a chief of operations. But this is stuff that they just did recently, and they have been around since 2005, and they've been growing on YouTube an insane amount for years. And so they're trying to get a handle on things because they know it's been a shit show, and that I think that's why they'll never respond to my videos because they don't want to admit, they don't want to be like, oh, like here's what we're doing to be better. They're just going to slowly like release their wins, I think, which I'm willing to give them credit when they have wins, when they do stuff that accomplishes their mission. But I just think there's just like a lot of pride in atheist like circles where they can't admit like, oh, like, hey, you have a good idea of how we can grow. Like, I don't know.
Can I ask a question?
That's why.
Great, go
ahead.
Because one of my theories, and this is just what I inferred from the outside, was that there was some awareness that the Matt Dillahunty brand of Wreck the Theist was potentially at least somewhat problematic. And there's a tension there because he's popular and he's why the show was popular and he's kind of the brand. But then they hired people like Shannon and Jenna Belk and V who are totally off brand. They're totally more like Dan, objectively Dan, if you guys don't know. He's like you guys. He's just conversational and chill. And he's not trying to wreck theists at all. It's a totally different concept. So is there some awareness there? Do they know this? Did I ask the question right? Do you understand what I'm asking?
They know. They justify it by saying, oh, well, it's nice for atheists to have a playground bully on their side for once, and it's separation of we're fighting for separation of church and state, and this is why we're fighting so hard, and it's okay to be provocative, and but it's like I get being provocative. I get showmanship. I get getting views because you want a successful nonprofit. You need funds to keep the nonprofit going and to get attention to what you're trying to accomplish. Like, you want attention, right? So the attention's good, but it's like, it starts to cross a line when you have Matt Dillahunty berating children. And yes, he did apologize for it, but he didn't really seem sincere because...
Well, he wouldn't apologize for that unless you and him hadn't already had your little whatever happened the week before. I doubt he would have apologized that 4 months ago. He wouldn't have even thought of it. So
yeah, it's because he knows he's starting to look bad right now.
Right.
And there's other reasons why, like, I can't even go into why he should feel very cautious. But it's like, yeah. So that's why I made the decision I did to be public about my opinion now, and kind of to Luke's point earlier, to not be complacent, because I'm like, okay, everybody's kind of been turning a blind eye on some individuals. And their behavior. And I don't get the point of being loud about atheist activism if you're going to turn around and do just as harmful pastor-like behaviors behind closed doors, to me, being completely garbage to me personally, but also it's not just a personal vendetta. Like, many, like, I'm not even exaggerating, many of my friends have been affected by certain figures in the atheist community. And I'm like, okay, like, if it's fucking toxic, we need to, like, undo that a little bit here.
Yeah. I mean, there's one thing that we know about Matt, and that's, he was destined to be a minister. He talks about that a reasonable amount in his kind of debates and his, like kind of individual, like when he's talking about, like, the Sermon on the Mount and stuff like that in his atheist debates videos and stuff. He talks about that a reasonable amount, and I think that he has it in him to be a minister, and I think he's taken that role in a different space without the religiosity aspect. So it's not surprising to me, at least, that he's kind of adopted this minister role in a space that is lacking the religious aspect of it, because that's essentially what he's done.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that fits like the progression of Matt and the atheist experience. Like, if you look at his earlier videos when he just joined, he was sort of like stepping in for people that were absent sometimes. Like, he had a very different attitude at the beginning, if I recall correctly. I think I looked up one time, like the first episode that he was on, and it's like much more relaxed than it is now.
Really?
Like, in the past couple of years, it's like really.
It's definitely got worse.
The brand worked. It's what connected. Like, people wanted to see. That's why they call the other show the Hang Up. That's part of why people are watching.
Part of
the Hang Up is a part of Jimmy Snow, by the way. I don't think that's an ACA show, just to be clear.
But
no,
I also think that because, like, if you think about it as a business, right? Like, and who are the clients of that business? And if you look at them, you'll find that there is a lot of demand, and that's why they have been growing, for the past couple of years, for sort of this type of content, where sort of there are a lot of frustrated atheists, and then there are frustrated atheists that get calls from theists, and they just talk down on them and then hang up on them, and there is like demand for that content, as sad as that might be, at least from my perspective. But I do think that is sort of a drive. That doesn't mean that it's not worth criticizing that, by the way. I'm not defending them. I just think that maybe thinking it as a business is not like the best way to think about it if you want to change like the behavior of the shows.
Yeah, speaking of the brand and if they're aware of it, I took a peek at their community tab post on YouTube recently, and they don't seem to post there very often, but I think within the past week there's 2 posts about Matt. There's a poll about, do you prefer 2006 Matt or like 2021 Matt? And then there's a latest poll that was, who do you think Matt is, Lucifer or Lilith? So they're very much capitalizing on his behavior.
Yeah, absolutely.
In light of him getting criticism, they're trying to kind of make a joke about it and act like he's being villainized for no reason. And I think, honestly, I think they're a little nervous. I think they're a little scared of losing their nonprofit status. And I think that especially with Matt recently apologizing and the fact that there's 16 years of footage of him on this show, I think they are getting a little bit nervous in how they're presenting themselves and realizing that, hey, this isn't appropriate, this isn't professional. And regardless of how they feel about me, the fact of the matter is there are people listening and there are people upset. And I think they know that there are also people behind the scenes that they've stepped on the toes of a little bit too many times. And people starting to talk about this, people like me and people like Autumn, who, was from the ACA, at least in part, I think they're scared that there's going to be a momentum for more people to speak up. And they should be scared just based on what I and Autumn said. I can't get into more details, but yeah, they should be scared.
It's necessary in any organization that if there's bad practice, then people need to kind of speak truth
clean
to power.
house.
Yeah, it needs to happen because, I work for a non-profit. I work with people with learning disabilities, and we actively encourage whistleblowing because we are aware that there is my company is a national company, so we're aware that there's micro cultures within the company. People tend to work in isolation as well. So what we require is people to say, you know what, if there's something going on and we're not comfortable with, we need to speak up about it. And that kind of culture needs to happen in a non-profit, especially.
You're not actively promoting whistleblowing. You're providing a safety net. You're saying that it's okay to do it, right? Isn't that there's a distinction?
Yeah. So we're saying that if there is practice that you see that you're uncomfortable with, you are in a safe position to
you can say it without
repercussions within the organization. Exactly. Yeah, and you don't. I think that's hugely different. And I think that it should also
be documented, right? Like if there's a lot of complaints going on about one particular person, you think there should be some sort of some sort of result from that, but instead they're taking people off the schedule who dared not to conform to their version of what they're allowed to talk about as atheists. They got ticked off at Rudy for just trying to have a discussion about changing the name of a show, and they took them off the schedule. So yeah, I just
sounds like ACA is in the middle of a transition, right?
Big time.
They're trying to. Sorry, I don't want to. I just want to. To me, sounds like there's an organization that's in the middle of a transition that's trying to figure out what they want to be, and they're between two places. Whether it's good or bad, I'm not going to pass judgment on that. But it sounds like they need to figure out which way they want to go. Because if you want to progress the company and you want to earn money and you don't want to be for profit, you have to go one way. If you want to do it the other way, you have to go another way, and you have to radically change the way you do things to conform to that way that you.
Well, that's exactly the point I made with them taking, they hired Shannon, Jenna, and V, and objectively Dan, who are totally different types of atheists. They're like you guys. They're not going to try to wreck a Christian. They're going to have a civilized conversation. So they get that. Mm-hmm. I think that shows me that there's awareness there, and there's tension going on. Behind closed doors. There's conversations about what do we want to represent. That's what that says to me. Because otherwise they would have hired I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to say, I definitely think they need to have a board that doesn't consist of creators. I think that's a problem. If they're going to make all these changes and implement, and they're putting emphasis on not wanting to create a hierarchy, which is their reason for not wanting to pay hosts, then you probably need to have a board that is familiar with nonprofits and how they work, and isn't going to have these biases of things that are going on behind the scenes with creators and other creators. I think that's a problem with Matt Dillahunty being on the board, for example, and having friends on the board. Not saying you can't be friends with other board members, but I think it definitely causes issues where people are not looking at things constructively and able to identify problematic behaviors when they come up in terms of taking care of the problem by addressing it with Matt, or just kind of ignoring it and getting up. I mean, I'm not saying that this is what's happening, but it seems to be from the public eye, removing people from schedules. And I'm not saying because they had an issue with Matt, but just because there were some sort of issues going on behind the scenes, people didn't like what they were saying, and then they just get removed from the schedule. And I think that has to be a result of just some sort of imbalance with producers and the board members, and their personal opinions and feelings getting in the way of trying to run a business and be objective with how they treat people.
Yeah. I think we should bring it back to Joe, because I just want to know what Joe does with his board. Like when you remove Dave from the schedule, right? Like how do you decide that? Is this just you?
Joe would never be able to decide to move Dave. Dave would remove Joe.
I am just a puppet. This is what people don't know. I'm the loudmouth front end.
Don't say that. It's supposed to be a secret. Like
shit! People aren't supposed to know.
You're like George Bush.
No.
Okay. Sorry. So let's backtrack.
I just want to apologize. I didn't want to remove focus completely. That was the intention, but not completely.
That is why there are SciPhi shorts, so that people can see I can do things on my own.
That's a good point, though. Like, sorry, just to make it Joe relevant. I think that like, for instance, like the Answers and Reasons view on atheism and stuff would just not be accepted by the ACA shows or anything like that. Like that's one of the issues I think that we have, is like we have a view on atheism and how it affects us and our kind of views on it and stuff, and our ontology, and I don't necessarily know entirely what that word means, but we have our views and stuff. And I think that like, I think Autumn, you hit on it perfectly about how like not all atheist views are kind of expressed in the ACA shows, right? And our views certainly aren't, and I guess that's why kind of this show specifically, and Dave and Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, talk about the definition or whatever so much. It's not because we disagree that there shouldn't be multiple definitions. It's just that the definition we use and the definition that we ascribe to and think is the most useful for us and our view on the world is not validated in that space at all. And because they occupy
looked down upon.
Yeah, it looked down upon, and because they occupy such a big space of the YouTube like sphere, and YouTube is like massive, like kind of like, well, I think it's the second biggest search. It might be the biggest search engine on the internet, and they are the first people to come up. It's the view. Like if they're saying this view is the wrong view, we're totally invalidated. There's not like
Okay. Can I ask a naive question?
You can ask any question you want.
Careful.
It's an AMA. It's an AMA. Anything. Okay,
The naive question is then, does it matter? I mean, does it matter that ACA doesn't acknowledge your point of view of atheism? Because I'll give it. It's a question for Joe, right? Because what you're doing is you're reaching an audience, and you're reaching a bigger and bigger audience, and you're having the discussions that you need to have, I believe. And one of the things that drew me to Joe in the first place was the fact that I saw him in a discussion where he was measured, right? He had a measured approach. He took both sides. He didn't piss off people. He tried to listen. And does it matter that there is an organization that doesn't think that your view is the right? I mean, there's not a contest about right or wrong here. There are so many different ways of viewing atheism. Can they not just go
It matters a little because most people, just from an outsider point of view, this is why I always talk about these guys, because from an outsider's point of view, most people associate atheism with that sort of debate me bro jerky group, that type of brand or that type of experience. And there's a lot of atheists who aren't like that. And it's better in general if atheists, like how I put it in my last video or one of my videos, is it better for the atheist community overall if it's a smaller group that everybody respects and likes and interacts with peacefully than a big group that people resent. That's how I put it. But that's why.
But you're going into tribalism now.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
You're trying to say that instead of just saying, look, there are different ways of viewing things, and I don't really care if these guys are saying that. Now you're saying that there should be one way of viewing it, and our way is better than the other.
Well, your way is
so
better.
Now we're going into tribalism.
Your way is better. Period. It's more honest, and you have real conversations.
But there's a problem there, because it might be better, but if we start selling it or promoting it or trying to enforce it as better, it's not better. Then we're changing exactly what we are.
I assume it's just going to organically grow, and the like-minded atheists who are out there, who I've interacted with, will start to, naturally gravitate towards your streams.
Yeah.
I don't know that criticizing dogmatic atheists it becomes tribalism, because it's all in how you do things. I think people's behavior should be criticized if it's counterproductive, but I do admit that it is also very productive, if not more so productive, to be the example of what you want to see. Be the change you want to see in the community, right? But Luke said something earlier I wanted to touch on, which was that
I just wanted to put a statement in there. I think criticizing without a faction is good. Criticizing with a faction, and what I mean is that criticizing trying to make the point that there's a faction that's better is different than just criticizing and trying to raise a skepticism or asking questions or delving into the need for whatever decision ideologies that you have. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. So Luke said earlier, he's like, he mentioned a point I made in my video about that they don't promote all atheist viewpoints. And that's a point that I really wanted to make, because what ends up happening is that even though they say that they're all about skepticism, a lot of times, like on camera or on Twitter or behind the scenes, if someone has a bigger platform, they win the argument because more of the audience is on their side, or they manipulate their way to make it appear that they've won whatever argument. Like I won't get into specifics right this moment, but then someone gave me some feedback. What's his face? T-Jump messaged me with feedback on my video, and he's like, well, I don't necessarily think that it's an organization's duty to promote every, atheism plus every atheist viewpoint. And I was like, I agree with you there. So just like a church would only promote their specific denomination, they're not required to promote other denominations. I think that they can have their own brand of atheism at the ACA. The problem lies in saying that, being dishonest about other atheist viewpoints and being hypocritical, saying they're about skepticism, but only when it's convenient, only when it's owning theists and not actually having skeptical conversations. Like as an example, I guess I'll give an example now. When Matt Dillahunty blocked Cosmic Skeptic on Twitter, that was not skepticism, because he got invited to have a skeptical conversation with Cosmic Skeptic on his podcast, and instead said that Alex was being dishonest, and he was not being dishonest. It's just that he wasn't going to give in to Matt's conversational rape. That's what I like to call it, because Matt will do conversational rape where he'll force people to answer the way he wants them to answer yes or no questions. And that's not a conversation. That is you trying to force somebody to have the conversation go a certain direction.
Yeah, that's a tactic.
Yeah. So that's not skepticism. That's manipulation. And so, yes, they don't have to promote every atheist viewpoint, but they do need to be fucking honest, and they do need to actually be fucking skeptics. And it makes me really mad when they're hypocritical about it.
And on that note, I mean, you're talking about they need to be honest and they need to be skeptics. So that in itself, where they're going, there is only one definition of atheism. That in itself is them showing that they're not being honest, right? Because there are multiple definitions. There can be a preferred definition. There is no correct definition. There is utility to different definitions. I think that the lack of belief definition, especially in a lot of online conversation, has a lot more utility because that's generally what a lot of people use. It's not my preferred definition. It's not the necessarily most common definition, especially in philosophy, but it is a very common definition within atheist debate online, on social media at least. And I think this is one of the problems that I think if they quite often turn round and will say that there is no other definition, there is only this particular definition, and they'll even take it to ridiculous states.
Yeah,
as long as they say this.
Devil advocate a little bit here. Well, okay, I'm not saying that they don't do that. I can't recall a time where they've specifically said this is the only definition of atheism in my head right now. But to play devil's advocate a little bit, I do think that there is a problem when callers call in and tell them what their version of atheism is. And for the person that they're talking to say, I think it's reasonable to say, okay, I understand, and I'm not sure that they actually word it this way. It's probably a lot more disrespectful, but I think it'd be reasonable to say, I understand that those definitions exist and maybe other atheists do go by those definitions, but this is what I believe and this is how I identify my atheism, and you're having a conversation with me. So if we're going to have a talk about it, then you need to talk about, as far as what I believe, then let's talk about what I believe, not what
Definitely.
Other atheists believe.
I'm with you on that because it's an identifier
true,
for identity at the end of the day. And whilst there is a preferred label that I have, and I do wish other people used, at the end of the day, it's other people's identity, and it's the content of that makes it. I mean, the thing that annoys me is when people will say to, for example, someone that identifies as an agnostic or an agnostic or anything like that, they go, well, no, you're an atheist because you lack a belief in gods.
Which Matt has said.
Yeah, and it's like, no, they have their label and they have their reasons for using their label. You know, imagine if it was the same sort of thing as gender. I know it's not exactly an equivalent sort of thing, but it's still part of one's identity. And it's like, you know, someone wanted to, one of our authors, no, you're not a woman because you were born and assigned male at birth. You know, it's, if you think about it, we should allow people the identity that they want to have. Yes, we could say, okay, under the way I see this particular thing, I would refer to you as an agnostic or agnostic, but you want to be referred to as an atheist. So I tell you what, I will talk to you about that, and you will be an atheist in this conversation. You've stipulated your definition, and I am fine with someone doing that. It's when people say, no, there is only one definition of atheism. There is only this definition which is correct. And they try and push it above all others. And that is the problem. And I find that when you say, like someone like us that say there are many definitions of atheism, but this is the one that we use, and this is why we prefer it and find it, there's more utility to it and find it more logical, we get people telling us that we're being prescriptive and we're wrong and that this is the definition and it has to be this one, and we're just like,
a bit ironic.
That is ironic.
Yeah, no,
it is.
But I think
It's also kind of Christian energy, isn't it? Because it reminds me of Christians who are like, well, these Christians aren't true Christians, just so you know, like telling other people.
it's not
exactly
true
that.
Scotsman. Yes,
Yeah. Like it is.
It's even worse than that. It's even worse than that because people are telling us that we are theists, actually, not just not true atheists or something like that. But that's another question. I wanted to touch briefly, if I have the opportunity.
Go for it.
Did you want to say something, Luke?
I just wanted to touch on Brina's thing about they're not saying that that's the only definition, and I totally agree that they're not being explicit about it. I think it's more of an implicit thing that there is that's the kind of line they draw on their shows, and it kind of feeds into like they are quite prescriptive about it. If you actually watch like I know you've watched plenty of their shows, but I think there's not a kind of any one of them that goes atheism is anything other than what they say it is. And I think that it's implied that that's the only definition, and then what you have isn't necessarily people from the actual ACA saying, "Oh, you're a theist troll," or "This is the only definition." But you have people who follow them and who are kind of watch them a lot saying that, and saying that we're wrong for having a different definition and stuff. And I think that's the issue. It's not necessarily that they are specifically explicitly saying this is the only definition, but it's the implication that they have that because they're towing a line.
That's fair. They should be more specific. From what I've seen in the chat past couple days, like just looking through some clips, I haven't kept up with their shows in quite some time, probably since before V and Eric left. But yeah, there's a culture, like a lot of toxicity going on in the community that they've built, from what I've seen. So I can see how the implication can be harmful as far as the community goes, and allowing other people to express how they identify in atheism. So
just to touch upon briefly what Steen said before, because that's something that I really care about right now, because you pointed out that if you're saying that sort of your way of doing it is better in some way, that is already tribal, and I absolutely disagree with that, right? Like strongly. And in fact, that's the balance that I'm trying to get at right now, because because there's a way to put things where you're trying to impose things on other people, and that I would agree with. That is bad. I don't know if I would call it tribalism necessarily, but I can see how it's related. But I don't see any issue in me saying, look, this is why I think this approach is better. And maybe if we talk about definitions in this case, this is why, these are the reasons that I have. And I do think that one is better than another, but I'm not going to force you, right? That you're completely open to walk away from my reasons if you should so choose, right? If they're not convincing to you, I'm happy for you to continue using that definition and accept that definition as you want,
I agree. So my distinction, and it's probably entirely wrong when it comes to tribalism. My distinction is if you say my definition is this, and you have to if we agree on this definition, then there are these things that follow. Those are the extra tribal characteristics that follow. Yeah. So what you're saying is, you instead of saying, I disagree with you because I think it's this. No, you're saying I disagree with you because I think with this. And that implies all of the rules from my community. Yeah. Right? No, rocks aren't atheists, babies aren't atheists. And that then becomes factioning. That becomes tribalism. And I completely agree. I'm speaking out of a knowledge of what tribalism actually is defined as, because I'm not a philosopher. I don't actually deal with those terms, but that's how I see it. If you start using connotations and those ideas have extra implications to a faction or a group, then we're talking something different.
Yeah, the way I see tribalism is essentially when you start reasoning about other people, about arguments that other people are proposing based on whether or not they are in your particular group, based on a particular viewpoint, right? So if I would say, that these other people have no point because they're not part of this community that believes this thing, then that is tribal. Yeah.
And I think, in-group, out-group biases are natural, and they're things we shouldn't necessarily inherently malign in-group, out-group biases. I think that they're natural and that they can serve a purpose, especially if you're supporting a team or something. It's when it becomes irrational and you're not listening at all that it becomes problematic.
I think we just need to have more conversations about being aware of them, because
absolutely.
I think there's a lot of content about it in cult settings, but I think maybe it'd be beneficial for me to make some content on in-group, out-group biases and thinking just in general outside of a cult context, and just being
are you thinking about some cults in specific? Just
answers in reason.
Interest, like Joe's cult.
Yes, that is what I was thinking. How did you know?
I thought so. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, I did want to say too, with this whole conversation. So I was listening in the car before. Who was saying they wrote a paper after they listened to me with theoretical bullshit?
Me. I wrote an article on the definition of atheism after your conversation.
The other way, Joe. The other way.
No, it's the right way for me. Okay, we're watching on YouTube.
It's the wrong way for me. Yeah, I wrote an article like surrounding the conversation when Cosmic Skeptic did that video, and then I listened to your conversation with theoretical bullshit, and then I decided to put down my thoughts. I wanted to tag you, but I didn't. I dislike sometimes when people tag me, in threads that are sort of just sort of related.
Okay, just call me out. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, we all know you're a wanker, Luke.
No, I didn't mean that. It wasn't.
Yeah, but okay. What was interesting about that conversation, and that conversation was kind of a train wreck. Although it is kind of cool to hear you say your conversation with theoretical bullshit, because it makes me sound like such a big shot. But because he's been doing this forever, and he's kind of a big name in atheism. So So the way that conversation even took place is because I got onto the scene. Okay, from my perspective, I got onto the scene a little over a year ago, and I went with the lack of belief definition, not to be dishonest, but I was convinced by a video by Cosmic Skeptic to start using the label because I was like, well, this might actually be a little bit more provocative. I was always using the agnostic label until a year or two before I started my channel. And then I realized that by saying I was an atheist, people wanted to have more conversations with me about it. And I wanted to show that there was a lot of thought behind my position. And I liked the lack of belief definition better because I thought it was more humble. I was like, I'm not claiming this to know everything, to be omniscient, to say there are no gods. I'm not making a positive claim. I'm just saying, I don't have a belief that there are gods right now. And if there were evidence, truly, honestly, I would change my mind. And I know I would because I left Christianity because there was evidence to the contrary. So I know I would change my mind when I'm presented with evidence. And so I liked the lack of belief definition as someone who identified as an agnostic. So I took the atheist label on, and in starting my channel, I think it was beneficial because it connected me with the atheist community, which helped me have the conversations that I wanted to have. But then what ended up happening was on Twitter, there were people that were very interested in philosophy that were talking down to me for using the lack of belief definition and not explaining to me any of the nuance of why, but just making fun of me. And it was making me mad because I didn't necessarily feel attached to the atheist label. I took it on for specific reasons, but what was making me upset was it was reminding me of in religious circles, you're not good enough kind of thing. You don't know these, very academic philosophical papers, yada, yada. And so, and if someone had just explained to me why it was meaningful to them to use a different definition, I wouldn't have had a problem with that. It was just the way that I was being belittled that finally, after a year of this, I decided to clap back when Cosmic Skeptic's clip of him changing his mind about using a different definition came out, because I'm fine if he wants to use a different definition, but he didn't actually, in that clip, he didn't okay. He acted like the lack of belief definition was kind of a silly thing of his youth. And that's why I hated the clip, is because he didn't talk about any of the good reasons why you might, and I, in my conversation with theoretical bullshit, outlined the good reasons why you would use the lack of belief definition outside of philosophy. And it was irritating because I said many times on Twitter and to Scott, I think I do affirm that if you're doing a philosophical debate, then yes, use philosophical definitions. That's fair. That's honest. That's going with tradition. Fine. But what I didn't like is philosophers being dogmatic and talking down to people and doing tribalism on Twitter to me because no one ever explained it to me. They just acted like I was this dumb chick who identified as an atheist for no reason. And I put a lot of thought into everything. And so the conversation with Scott was kind of a train wreck because I think he had a lot of preconceived notions about me from his philosophy echo chamber that he's in. That's how I interpreted it, because he had very uncharitable interpretations of everything that I was saying and not actually trying to have a conversation with me until he yelled at me and made me cry. And then the conversation finally started to be productive because like he was very like aggressive with me, or at least I felt, or maybe I'm just scared of like a larger content creator. But you know, it's like if people don't want people with the lack of belief definition to have dogma, then the philosophers also shouldn't have dogma, because I had no clue. Like I would have been willing to have like an in-depth conversation. I love deep conversations. I had no clue what people's reasons were for being so mean to me about the lack of belief definition, because for me, it was an honest decision. I wasn't trying to hide the ball by saying like, oh, I don't have the burden of proof. Like, I don't care. I do assume the burden of proof because I'm a Gnostic atheist with the Christian God. Like, I will say the Christian God does not exist. I will positively claim that. I'm just agnostic about a prime mover, like a general God concept. Like, so it was. Anyways, I know I'm being long-winded again, but like, I just want to explain.
You were caught in the crosshairs of an ongoing kind of a tribal battle, actually.
Yeah. Civil war.
So a few things on that.
Atheist Twitter civil war.
I think there's a. I mean, we've all had a. No, that doesn't matter. I actually think there's a slight apology that needs to be mentioned from the academic community, because academic communities, they get really ingrained in their terminology. That is what they do. That is their life. And that is how they argue. And you come out with a sense where you have a community. It's exactly the same. You have a community where something is understood, and there are repercussions and characteristics assigned to that definition. And you come out with that. And it's the same with me. If we talk about evolution or genetic drift or population dynamics, I'll have things where I will assert, or null hypothesis for that matter.
Null hypothesis.
Yeah, where if we talk about it, and if I'm used to talking with people within my academic circles, I do not have time to describe what it is, because we are discussing something bigger that requires a lot more effort, right?
Yeah.
So when you move out of it and people need that definition and you are challenged on it, you feel like, why am I being challenged on this that's about yay big compared to what we're talking about, which is about yay big, right? Why are we starting with the challenge here? And that, to some extent, and it's not fair. It's not fair that you get annoyed about that. Entirely not fair, but it does happen. And it does happen a lot. And I don't know if Cosmic Skeptic is an academic, but I do know, and I've seen it on Twitter, a lot of academics, and I do myself, get really bogged down, really annoyed about terminology.
So I will say with Cosmic Skeptic there, I don't think he necessarily said anything bad about the lack of belief definition necessarily. I think he was just acknowledging that he was like, having gone through university and studying this topic, I now understand why people refer to atheism as the proposition gods do not exist, with the atheist being one that accepts this as true. He just didn't go further into it, and maybe he could have, and I appreciate that. Like,
because he didn't acknowledge that there were any good reasons why he went. What I didn't like about it is that he did implicitly imply that it was kind of like silly compared to what he knows now. That's how I take it, because he didn't say like, oh, he had good reasons when he was younger for going with that definition, but now he has new reasons for going with a different definition. He said it in a dogmatic way, in my opinion, because it was like, that doesn't exist in academia. And what he could have done, or if it wasn't dogma, it was at least a little bit of elitism in my mind. Yeah, because what he could have done is said, okay, so if you're going to get into the academic side of this, if you're going to get into philosophy, then I would suggest this definition for these reasons, but also acknowledge that he encouraged his audience and many people to use the atheist label before then under a different definition, and he needs to acknowledge the good reasons why he did that, because he threw his own audience under the bus. It wasn't just me. I had other friends call me mad about it because they specifically used the atheist label because of Cosmic Skeptic, and then he threw them under the bus.
No, and I think you're right on that. I don't think it was necessarily intentional. Yeah, no, go for it. Go.
Yeah. No, I think I have a lot to say to that, and perhaps I don't know if this is going to label me as sort of dogmatic on this. I hope not, and I hope I'll try to make my case why I don't feel like this is being dogmatic, but I disagree with a lot of what you. Yeah, no, I disagree because look, the way I see it, at least from my perspective. I do, for example, believe that the definition that I would prefer to use is better in many ways, and not just in an academic setting. Okay, I do think that it is a better definition across the board because of the general conversations that tend to happen around theism and the way these definitions play into that in those conversations. The role they play is generally in a sort of way to clarify your position. In that sense, they play in a rhetorical sense a portion of the game because of certain things that I know that you, Autumn, don't do, but some people do that. I'm not accusing you of doing that, but for those for whom it applies, this is a critique in general of sort of this definition. But the way I look at it, right? My preferred definition is this one, and I can explain to you why. In fact, in the article, I did list a bunch of reasons why I do prefer that definition, and I do think that they carry not only in philosophical circles or in academic circles, but they carry in general, even on Twitter, for example. But the reason why I don't feel like I'm being dogmatic with this is because I don't want to impose that on you, right? For example, on you, Autumn, or anyone else. I'm very happy for you to use the definition that you like and prefer. And if you want to have a conversation on the definition, I'm happy to engage in that conversation, and I'm happy to try to convince you why I prefer that definition. And maybe you'll be convinced by my arguments, and then you'll change your mind, or maybe not. That's fine. Right? I'm not going to push that definition onto you forcefully or stuff like that, or even play the game and call you an idiot for that. Right? Because in a certain respect, I do think that a critique here has to be made to the academic community, as Steen pointed out, and as you did point out, right? That when we talk about these definitions, there is some sort of kind of elitism, I guess, going on with some people that play this game and discuss definitions on Twitter, for example. And I did myself in the past, I think, engage too harshly with some other atheists on this topic, and for that I apologize. In fact, I think I do so in the article as well. But I still don't want it to seem that because I do think that this definition is better across the line, that this means that I'm dogmatic. And I also, the way Cosmic Skeptic feels is that if that is indeed the way he feels, the way you describe, I'll have to openly admit that is the way I would feel right now, because I do feel that my initial reasons for belief, for using, for example, the lack of belief definition, I look at them now, and I do feel, from my perspective, that they are a bit sort of, I don't know how to call it, but naive, I would say. It's the best way to describe it. That doesn't mean that everyone who subscribes to that definition is naive, therefore, right? But from my experience, at least, that is how I would sort of look at that. I don't know if that's the same reasons why you subscribe to that definition or many other people subscribe to that definition. I definitely, when I did subscribe to that definition, didn't do so because I wanted to have a rhetorical advantage, like many people do. So in that sense, I do fall in your camp where I didn't use that to hide the ball or something like that. But I still think that the way I was thinking about the definition was flawed at the time, and I recognize now why that sort of didn't work out.
Yeah, and so I would be open
there's a lot of stuff.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would be open to conversations like that or like being convinced otherwise. What I didn't like was the elitism, especially because I feel like people should have seen, like, I was like a new creator as in the atheist community. A lot of my other tweets, I feel like it's and my video content as well. It's like I'm trying to have like a conversation and be charitable and be an honest interlocutor. And then like, I feel like it was men coming over and just trying to make me feel stupid. And I don't know if that's necessarily like because I'm a woman or whatever, but like just the reason for the blow up was that it was just constantly having men tell me that I was stupid and wrong, instead of someone actually being like, she's capable of having like an in-depth discussion and being convinced otherwise. And she is a skeptic, so that should be something that is on the table. Nobody treated me like that until Scott finally invited me to have the Discord conversation. And that was only after he tried to punch down at me with his bigger platform to try to like embarrass me or whatever. And I had a continual back and forth with him and had to find common ground with him on the fact that we both know Shannon Q. And then I finally got a Discord conversation. But if I didn't know Shannon Q, I think he would have just punched down at me and not actually had the conversation with me. And I think it was because of her that I was able to actually be treated like an equal and like I have something to say. And this is what I'm talking about in atheist culture. It's like, it's not just at the ACA. I have been continually treated as less than because of my numbers, because of my gender, because of the way I look. I've literally been called like wannabe atheist Barbie. It's like, no, I'm actually serious. I'm actually just as smart as a lot of the people here. I deserve to be here. So like, I deserve to be treated like I deserve to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Like, I don't know if I would subscribe.
So I have to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I would. I don't know if I would subscribe necessarily to like your reconstruction of how the debate with Scott went, or like the motives, Scott's motives. Like, I genuinely don't know about that. But I appreciate that. Like from your perspective, this is how it looks. Yeah, I genuinely like. I'll give you like one of your points. Absolutely, I agree with like the idea that there is this conversation going on Twitter, and there is sort of this looking down upon people, you know, when discussing these issues. And as it might be true that, for example, people that defend these sort of beliefs that God doesn't exist definition, they tend to be, maybe they won't say something like, you know, only this definition is correct, but they'll definitely make you feel belittled sometimes, and they'll definitely make you feel stupid for subscribing to a different definition. At least that's something that I've encountered quite a few times.
Just if that's the conversation that you want, where it's an equal playing field, Autumn, then this is a place where you can have those conversations, because you know, obviously we're actually a smaller content creator than you guys.
Speak for yourself, Luke. My platform is huge.
Subscribers, purple guys. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we've got like 26.
I don't know who you're talking to.
And you know, and obviously, you know, we're completely open to having that chat with you if that's something you're interested in.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think, and I'm happy to be challenged on this, but I genuinely think there's a difference in the power dynamic between the two statements. The statement lack of belief in God is if we are saying there's no claim there, if we're saying it's just something that you have and it's a default, then there's a lot less intention to prove. There's a lot less.
That's exactly where the
power. Yeah,
that's exactly where there's an honest colloquial definition where someone is a lack of belief and it honestly corresponds to their position. But a lot of people who are defending it because it gives them that edge in a debate or a conversation. With Matt Dillahunty, I think that's true. Like, they're aware of that power dynamic and that edge where you don't have to prove or. So that's a whole big thing, I think.
it's funny, Craig, because I always, and I'm still confused because I've always seen it the opposite way. I've always seen it as the proposition or the actual having an active statement saying I don't believe gods exist means that you've done some work, you've made a decision, you've been active in actually forming whatever intention you have, whereas the lack of belief is this is a default. I don't need. I don't believe there's a God.
People
right?
don't want to give it up because it gives. If I'm debating you and you're the theist, it gives me an edge. So I go, you have to prove to me, give me the evidence. I said evidence. That's not evidence. Rinse, repeat.
But that's because people engage in conversations without respecting each other.
Right.
That's completely.
Yeah, but I mean, you as a theist.
She had formed a lack of belief over time that she thought was actually corresponding to her, genuinely corresponding to her position, and she stepped into a crosshairs of a tribal civil war, basically between
There's a big difference.
Though, guys. I got to jump. This was an awesome conversation. This was so fun.
Yeah, great having you,
Craig.
Hope to have you here again.
Bye.
So
have a good
anytime
one.
you guys are streaming, I'll pop in and
Please do. Please do.
Yeah, always welcome.
Dominate.
Yes.
We wrecked him.
Yes, and Rex,
we owned you.
I'll pop in and
Come in.
I'm going to put this on my channel as Craig Reed Rex the philosophical atheist.
Do it.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
Do you know what? You won. You won. That's it. You won. You beat us all. You've destroyed my cult.
That's
too big to fail.
Those are the 5 seconds he's going to take, Joe. Those are the 5 seconds.
I
You just need to put it in.
Have a good one, Craig. See you later.
Thanks for having me.
Philip, where are you from?
I'm from Italy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's why he has the sexy
I was going
accent.
to say Spain just to piss him off, but damn it.
Are you living in Italy now?
Yeah, I am.
Where?
I'm like close to the border with Slovenia, so like that's basically.
Careful, Philip. She's planning your death.
Trieste. Why?
Because we don't agree on atheism. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and now I know.
What are your exact?
I'm feeling very tribal right now.
That's fine.
I went to Italy once. I went to Rome, Florence, Sicily. Where else did I go? Venice. Venice was my favorite, but I was.
Wait, was that once or multiple times? Because
It's a lot of places to go in one trip, but
Fun fact: I studied in Venice University. So
nice.
That was
Venice is
basically
cool because the water's everywhere. So when the sun sets, the sunset is all around you. Like it's so cool.
Yeah. Venice is pretty cool at night. I have to say that's probably when I preferred it. Yeah, the smell. So yeah, like it sometimes it does, and it's it's really bad. Like really bad.
try Copenhagen.
If the water rises, then it's terrible. It's like the worst thing.
I'm glad that second comment.
I was genuinely glad to be in the train sometimes. Then like after that, but.
Could I, by chance, interject talking about the definition of atheism? I was really interested in just listening to the conversation. And at least since I've been on YouTube, because I came up from TikTok, I don't think I've actually had a chance yet to make a video talking about my beliefs or lack of beliefs. I guess, I don't know. I am very comfortable in saying that I don't believe gods exist. I don't think I have the knowledge to be able to make a claim on that, but I do feel more comfortable in saying I don't believe certain gods exist, like specific gods, like the Christian God based on the way that it's defined by the Bible, by the religious text, and likely other gods. I don't know. That's how I always have understood it, but I would be interested in hearing more about how the reasons why maybe other definitions could potentially be more honest in some way, if that is true.
Can I answer first, because my answer is going to be shorter and less nuanced than the rest of the
Mine's going to be even shorter, Luke, because I don't know anything about this. So me after Luke.
So I think that there's a bit of a misconception about the claim aspect, in that I can say that I believe that gods don't exist, but that's not a knowledge claim. Like, I don't know that gods don't exist, but I believe that they don't exist, and that's probably for the same reasons that people would say that they lack a belief in God, or that they don't believe in God. So it's just it's the same thing. It's just slightly reworded, and it's a bit more like I believe that there's no gods, essentially. And the reason that I have for those is there's a few, like a big one for me before I met Answers and Reasons was the God of the Gaps argument, which is, I think, very kind of like based on scientific evidence, which is that, whenever we have a scientific discovery, it reduces God's power, explanatory power. So, like, for instance, the theory of evolution kind of essentially debunked creationism, and therefore, the explanatory power of God was kind of reduced. So that was a big part of me. But I think it's kind of, I think a lot of atheists do genuinely believe that gods don't exist, but they struggle with the word belief a little bit. I think the word belief is kind of something that
a dirty word,
because it's a dirty word. Even though we have beliefs about lots of things, like, it's really interesting actually, because on Twitter it's really interesting getting people into a position where they will say things like they don't believe that triangles have three sides, because they just don't want to admit that they believe anything. And it's like one of those things. So I think it's just about kind of, the reason I think it's more honest is because I think that that's actually where people's kind of beliefs lie, is that they do believe that gods don't exist. And I think that, for me, a lack of belief would mean that they don't have a position at all, which I think is a bit of a struggle. And I think that I would hesitate to think that anyone that says, oh, they believe that gods don't exist, would say that they know that the gods don't exist. Not sure if that's anything that anyone would.
And I agree.
I think I'd like to mirror Luke, but I think so. From within my circle, I mean, I have fewer religious people in my circle than it's basically just my family. My whole family and all my colleagues, everything are atheists because of what I do and the people I frequent. But we're not philosophers. We don't think about it, right? And I think our default position is a lack of belief. We think the notion of God is too silly to engage with it. And that is essentially, I lack the belief in God. I don't actually think that it's a problem. Whereas I don't believe in God is when you've actually given it some thought and you've actually taken the time to look at it and listen to other people and understood why they might think God exists. And then you've made your claim that is, well, based on that, I still don't believe. I don't believe gods exist because I haven't been given. But I think this is it's very important to me, at least, is that the proposition and the evidence and the proof that something does exist is not excluded. My point is, I have made a decision based on the evidence and what I have. Give me more evidence. Give me the proof, and I will reevaluate that. The lack of belief says I'm not even going to accept that evidence. I'm not even going to look at it because it's not within what I want to deal with. I just have a default position where I won't accept that God is with a big G and that belief is something that I have. I have trust or truth or whatever, frequency or something like that.
Okay.
That was a good rant.
I just wanted to, like, I don't know if any of you want to say something before, because I have a feeling that my reply is going to be lengthy.
I'll go after you, because mine will probably be just as lengthy, but less exciting.
And mine will be incredibly long, and I'll be repeating what I said at the beginning anyway on this topic. So you guys may as well go first.
Can we have a spokesperson? An Answers and Reasons spokesperson.
No, so
we should have an open question session.
Yeah.
The entire night is open questions. What are you talking about?
Just to clarify, Steen, like, I don't, like, the definition that I'd prefer is not like I don't believe in God, but like I believe God does not exist or gods do not exist, right? Like that is even more aggressive in a way. Like you could see, and I definitely can see why people would say that, you know, it is more aggressive than just simply passively lacking a belief, right? Like intuitively that makes sense to me, and that's why I originally sort of tended to use that. But like, the way I tend to think about it now is that and one of the reasons why I dislike the sort of lack of belief definition is because it doesn't really map to any like complete set of it doesn't map to a complete set of understanding on the issues of God in a way. Because, for instance, you know, when it comes to the idea about God, you know, God's existence, let's say, and let's take any God for now, right? Like it doesn't matter what God this is for now. So you can believe that that idea about God existing is true, or you can believe that it is false. Essentially, these are the two options that you have. But since you could also be unsure about it, right? You could also be like, oh, I don't know, right? Maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't, right? I'm kind of 50-50 on it in a way, right? So in reality, you have three positions on the matter, right? Like, it is true, either true or false that God exists, but you could sort of approach it from three angles. And of course, there is a gradient between these angles, right? You can either think, okay, God exists is true, or you can be unsure, uncertain about it, right? You can be like sort of, I don't know, or you can be, I think actually that God doesn't exist. So, you know, God exists is false. And so this is the first sort of way to look at this, because in this sense, the classical way that these terms have been used, you know, with agnosticism being the idea that you're sort of unsure about it, right? You don't take a position on the matter. You sort of are 50-50. And maybe you think that the evidence is roughly equal. Maybe you think that, you know, there's not enough anything to make a consideration on it. That would be sort of what is classically understood as agnosticism. Then you have on one side, you know, theism, and like, at least in philosophy, a lot of the time, atheism means, you know, the idea that you think that theism is false, so that, you know, God exists is false. And so this is like sort of a clarity of positions, because then when I say that I'm an atheist, then I clearly say, well, I think that God doesn't exist, for example. Well, if I use a lack of belief definition, then it's not clear exactly whether or not I believe that God doesn't exist, or whether or not I also do not believe that God does not exist, right? So it's not clear if I actually subscribe to the idea that you know, theism is false, or if I'm not taking a position on the matter that theism is false, right? Like, you're clearly saying, well, I don't believe in God, so I don't believe in theism. But are you actually sort of 50-50 on it? Or actually, do you think that it's more likely that God does not exist, right? That's the open question that remains. Whether, if, like in the other case, when I say I'm an atheist, I'm clearly saying, you know, I find it more likely that God does not exist than he exists.
I completely agree.
And this is the first idea, because a lot of the time this is confusing, because atheists will, like a lot of lack of belief atheists will say generally, you know, that I simply don't believe that there is a God, but then they'll not exactly specify whether or not they also believe that, you know, God does not exist, or whether or not they lack a belief in that part as well, right? And if they lack a belief in that part as well, then they would be what is traditionally understood as agnostic. But of course, you know, we talked about this, you can label yourself as you want, but like that would be the traditional view, you know, you sort of 50-50 on it. Or you could say, no, I actually do find it more likely that God does not exist, and then in that case you would be sort of classically understood as an atheist. So in this sense, I find it easier to use the, I guess, philosophical definitions, if you want to call them that, this way, because when you say that I'm an atheist, then you clearly identify where you are positioned on the spectrum, right? Whether if you use atheism as a lack of belief, you're not exactly clear whether or not you're 50-50 on it or roughly equal on both ideas, or whether you're actually more leaning towards the side that God does not exist. So that would be the first idea. The second idea is, I guess, that a lot of the time people think that there's sort of this default state, and that's not really true. And the best way to think about this is actually something that Matt Delahanty used to use quite a lot, and it's the gumball analogy, right? So he says oftentimes something like, if you say that the number of gumballs in this jar is even or something like that, right? And I say I don't believe you, that doesn't mean that I'm saying that it's not even or that I'm saying that it's odd. And he's absolutely right about that, right? But the problem is that, it's, if you don't take a position in the matter, then you would end up in a situation where you're like 50-50, right? Because let's say if you look at the jar, the honest way to look at the jar, I guess, because we are not able to count the balls in the jar, let's say, right, is to
Sorry,
think
can I
that
stop you? That
yeah, sure.
the lack of belief is saying I don't believe there are gumballs in the jar. It's not whether they're odd or even.
No.
It's I don't believe there are gumballs in the jar. Therefore, I believe that your statements are ludicrous.
Yeah, I guess the way the analogy would work here is that the idea of God exists is analogous to the idea that there is an even amount of gumballs in the jar, or something like that, right? And so, in that sense, if you lack a belief in that idea, it's not the same as saying that that idea is false, and that is true, right? Like Matt Delahanty is spot on with his idea here. But like if you take it back, then the question becomes: do you actually think that the amount of that the probability of the gumballs being even is equal to is roughly equal to the probability of them being odd, like with what you know? Or do you actually think that it's more likely that they're not even, right? So like the default position in a way is sort of a position of neutrality. And so that's kind of problematic, because a lot of the time, when you label atheism and you get yourself the position of neutrality labeled together with the position of, beliefs that it is false, then you're sort of grouping these two positions together and calling them atheism, right? You're grouping the position of, like, I'm 50-50 on it, right? I don't take a position on the matter, which would be agnosticism. You're grouping it with the people that think that, actually the idea that there is an even number of gumballs in the jar is false. You're grouping them together. And that is sort of arbitrary, because there's no explicit reason why they should be grouped with the people that think that, the amount of gumballs is even versus the amount of people that is odd, right? Because I could group them with people that think that the number of gumballs is odd as well. So if you take that analogy, right, a theist could say, well, theism just means that I lack a belief in the idea that a God exists is false. Right? That could be a way to approach it as a theist. You could say, well, I just lack a belief that God doesn't exist. Right. That could be a way to look at it as well, and it still makes sense, right? It makes sense in the same way that the lack of belief definition for atheism makes sense. It's just from the other side of the spectrum, right? You simply don't believe that God does not exist. You're not saying that God exists. You simply don't believe that God does not exist, and so it becomes sort of puzzling if you look at it from an external perspective, why you should sort of group the agnostics, if you will, the people that don't lean either way, with theism rather than with atheism. Because ultimately, from a starting point, it's just sort of equivalent in a way. I don't know why. I think I talked too much and I lost.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Never.
You don't. We're just too quiet.
I just shut up.
You made Autumn leave,
Yeah, you definitely. Yeah, you made Autumn leave. It was all your fault, Phil.
No, you
I mean, I agree, but I would.
No, wait, Philip, you didn't make Autumn leave. You didn't.
Yeah, you did. No, you did.
No,
definitely did.
Tell him he did.
We can go back. I can pinpoint what word you said, which you left.
She wants the link again.
Okay.
That's very easy.
She wants the link again. See, she's coming back.
But Philip, my analogy to the lack of belief is like saying that gumballs don't exist. is because what I see within the community and the way that people react is they will say that a lack of belief means that I don't have to acknowledge that there are gumballs in the jar. I don't have to deal with this issue, right?
Yeah,
I don't actually have. This is just removed. This is just not an issue anymore because I've taken a standpoint that removes all that discussion. So I'm right, and I don't have to prove myself.
No, that's sort of the point, right? That's sort of the point, because a lot of people, like not all of them, right? But some people use this. This is another reason why I dislike the definition. But some people use it as a sort of rhetorical trick in a way, right? Because if you have this general idea that it just means a lack of belief, right, then you don't have to get clear on whether or not you actually internally think that it's more likely that God doesn't exist, or whether or not you're actually 50-50 on it, right? Because these are two very different things, right? If you're 50-50 on it, it means that, the evidence is roughly the same, right? I'm not leaning either way. But the problem is that a lot of people say, okay, I just lack a belief, but they actually lean heavily, I find, towards the idea that it's much more likely that God does not exist than just it being 50-50, right? If you look at a lot of atheists.
That's where it becomes
Autumn, you're
dishonest.
Back. Voice is yours.
That's where it becomes dishonest.
Yeah.
But the thing is like the difference between you and I is that do I lean much more heavily?
Can I ask a question, Autumn, before you think about this?
Well, okay, I might lose my train of thought if you ask a question.
She'll continue thinking.
Well, let me ask a question in the background whilst you think, because it's not necessarily for you directly. But
well, okay, all right.
but
I'm ready to go though. I'm like, okay, whatever. Go ahead.
Go for it.
Now is it Luke? You step back.
I'm stepping back.
Autumn, say it.
I'm letting Autumn go.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Because here's the thing. Originally, I would say that it wasn't like I secretly thought. The way that I understood it before is like, I understood that you guys thought it was dishonest because it seems like hiding the ball, because there are people who will say there's absolutely no evidence for God and then be like, no, I just lack a belief, right? Like that's dishonest. But I felt that it was different because I was like, no, it truly is. I was identifying as agnostic before. And there are moments, especially if I smoke a lot of weed, where I'm like, maybe there is a God. I don't know. And I like to be open to the idea of changing my mind and I like to not be dogmatic. Hold on, because I'm really getting to a point. I don't want to be as dogmatic as I was when I was a Christian, because like I became pretty fundamentalist, right? But then now Relay Theology podcast came out with like their definitions where they were like, you think it's more likely that there are no gods, and then agnosticism being 50-50. Well, I don't think I'm 50-50. I think I'm like 75-25. So that would put me in the more likely camp. And so then then for philosophical conversations, I would identify as a positive atheist, there are no gods. But colloquially, I can't say that word sometimes. Colloquially,
you just said it. It was pretty well said.
It was
You did a good job.
Okay. We'll skip that. But in day-to-day life, I'm not going to go around to people and say there are no gods, because that to them is going to make it seem like I'm just as dogmatic as fundamentalist Christians, because they don't understand all the nuances in philosophy. They don't understand all that. So I want to say I'm an atheist. Like, I'm willing to be convinced otherwise.
Yeah.
I lack a belief in God. I think there's a possibility that a God could exist, and explain it to the layperson like that. But then in philosophy, go with Relay Theology podcast, like percentage wise, like I'll say 75-25.
Can I just say, if you change that single word, sorry, Luke, if you change that single word, I don't believe in gods, to I don't think gods exist, then you've taken all that power out of that sentence. And you don't, even though it means the same thing. It means exactly the same thing. But you've literally just changed the whole meaning of that. and
Yeah,
you don't have
that's
to justify
perceived.
it.
That's
Because
perceived
people-
very differently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've changed the perception. You haven't changed the meaning. That's the thing. The
Yeah.
meaning is exactly the same, but you've changed the perception because many atheists hate the word belief. They don't realize that a belief is simply something that you accept as true or think most likely, think most probable.
Yeah, even if you have good evidence for it, you can have good evidence for a belief that you have. That's not exclusive, right? Like if you can believe something and have good evidence for it. It's not that if you believe it then you don't.
I don't know I'm going to wake up tomorrow.
Again.
I don't know I'm going to wake up tomorrow. I think it's probably most likely. Do you know what that means? It means I believe I'm going to wake up tomorrow. I think it's also most likely I'll probably have a bit of a headache.
Definitely. I know it. I know that.
What are the reasons for that? Do you believe that with good reason?
Yes,
right?
I've got plenty of justifications. Each one of these is a justification.
And I do think
the empty jars are evidence, but hey,
I do think that's and I'm not saying you're doing this at all, Autumn, but I think that in general there's a misrepresentation of the position like that we hold, for instance, that we say that we know, for instance, that God doesn't exist, and that's not. None of us would say that. I don't think I've met a single person who kind of uses this definition that would say that. And I think it is an assertion, yeah, but it's more about kind of. I do think that more atheists would admit that actually, that they think that God doesn't exist, or that they believe that God doesn't exist. If they were asked like in a position where they weren't going to be asked to prove it.
Well,
and I think that's a big issue.
In our previous AMA, Duke came on and he actually turned round and he's one of these people. He turned around and said that he believes gods don't exist. He's someone who goes on and on about the lack of belief definition of atheism, but when we actually spoke to him about it in real words, he was like, "No, I probably don't believe." Autumn, there was something you mentioned. Yeah, of course, there was something you mentioned earlier, and I don't know if you got my message in the chat, where you said that you would actually say that the Christian God doesn't exist, but other gods you're not so certain about. So within philosophy, there is this thing where they would describe you as a local atheist because your local gods is the God of Christianity or the Abrahamic deity in general, but to other gods you're not so certain about your belief position. So you would be locally atheist but globally agnostic. Now, what you actually described past that is you're probably about you're leaning 75% of the way that no gods exist in general. So you're probably in a very similar position to the rest of us. I am not 100% certain.
This is directed towards me, right? I wasn't sure. I was wanting to make sure. Is this towards me?
I think it's towards me.
Autumn. Okay, gotcha. I wasn't sure. I was like, whose name did he say? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to add. Yeah, one thing that I want to put, this is because you said, Autumn, that you find that you want to be open to the possibility of there being a God, right? And I want to actually emphasize the idea that me saying that I find it more likely that God does not exist does not preclude me from that at all, not even a little bit. And I get that there is a culture surrounding that. This idea that if you think that God does not exist is more likely, or that do you believe that God does not exist, that then you're sort of close-minded, right? That is a part of the culture, but that's just a myth in a way, because I don't feel like it's any more. Actually, I find the opposite to be the case, because the people who tend to use the definition.
No, this brings me to my question.
There's so many. There's so much more open to theism.
Stay out of it.
Okay.
No, this is my question. No, it's exactly what Philip's going to say.
I
have a question.
He's beating me.
Don't let Luke talk.
Joe has a question.
And someone brings up the point that you wanted to bring up.
Yeah, I got to interrupt, and I've got to bring it up myself.
Oh, go on, do it then, Luke. We'll never hear the end of it if you don't.
No, you won't. I'll just continue to interrupt.
Yeah.
Hey, Luke, can I ask you a question?
No.
What about me?
No.
No, but it really brings me to a question.
No.
Luke, why that face?
No. What, my space beard?
No, you're just your face.
No, you're a Smurf. You're a purple Smurf.
It's my space beard. Anyway, so the question is like, and I think this is the point that Philip is going to bring up.
Thank you, Luke.
So how many people do you guys see who say they lack a belief in a god, and that leaves them open to the idea of God, etc., but then also use the analogy or describe God as a fairy tale or a myth or something that is like something that children believe in or stuff like that?
Imaginary.
Mental illness, like
delusion.
Things.
So the question is, how many people that use that phrasing also describe God in a way that's like he wouldn't exist anyway?
Yeah.
Is it the question to like?
The question is to Autumn and Brina, I guess.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wasn't. I
need that repeated.
So the question,
none of us listened to Luke either.
The question was, how many people?
No, Luke, you've had your question.
No, I've got to ask it again.
I heard part of it, but I need to clarify when I listen.
They can look at the podcast.
How many people do you know that use the lack of belief definition and say, I lack a belief in God because I don't want to claim any certainty, and I don't want to shut up, Joe. I don't want to do any. I don't want to. I want to be open to the idea of God if somebody provides me with enough evidence. But then also describe God as a fairy tale or a myth or a delusion or a mental illness.
Breathe, Joe.
Actually, don't know anyone besides like a couple of people on the atheist experience. Like, honestly, the other people that I know that use the lack of belief definition are truly honest people. They're just not deep into philosophy. They're people who make videos about theology or creationism, or they're just interested in other aspects of this conversation. And I truly believe that there are a lot more lack of belief atheists that are honest than maybe the philosophical academic community gives them credit for. That's my stance.
I guess
I don't think you're wrong.
No, I don't think you're wrong either.
I don't think you're wrong either. Like I think the majority of people who use the lack of belief definition are actually perfectly honest and just trying to figure it out, and that's what makes more sense to them, and that's why they use it. I'm perfectly happy to say that.
And you have to remember that the percentage of, I'm going to be very spurious here, the percentage of academic atheists that actually speak out is really low.
Oh yeah.
Because the here's a word I can't. Academia. Within academia, being an atheist is not
unusual.
It's not something that's relevant.
Yeah.
It's something that is not relevant to what you're doing. Yeah, no, of course it depends.
Yeah.
Unless you're in philosophy of religion.
If you're doing philosophy of religion, then it is quite
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but in evolution, the terminology in evolution is also very important. That's silly. That's a silly statement, of course. But in general, it's not really something that you're bothered about.
I think
right?
that we probably see a lot of people doing that because there's outspoken people on Twitter and social media and stuff. Like, it's always the case that the people who see the worst are usually the most extreme, right? So we see people who would say in one breath, "Oh, I only lack a belief, and I don't want to make any knowledge claims," and then in the second sentence they'll be saying that God is like Santa and that God is a fairy tale that is an adult version of a child's fairy tale and stuff.
Yeah, I was actually just going to bring that up. So my response for just for myself and hearing these conversations, I kind of got a memory of a conversation I had on TikTok before, where somebody was basically saying that I wasn't able to say that I believe that unicorns don't exist because I'd be making a claim, and I was kind of like, I guess I was sort of ignorant and never gave it enough thought in terms of the language that other atheists use, because I wasn't like ever diving into if it was problematic to say lack of belief. But I think whether I realized it or not, like openly, I don't feel uncomfortable in saying I believe gods don't exist. I don't really feel uncomfortable with that. The only thing I would be uncomfortable with is a knowledge claim, because we're not uncomfortable with saying we believe Santa doesn't exist, or we believe unicorns don't exist, or we believe like the witches from Harry Potter don't exist. So I do think there's a comparison to be made there, and that yeah, I don't believe gods exist. And I'm more on the probably, I would say, 90% sure that I don't believe gods exist, even though I will also have my moments of, being smoking weed and being like, oh, wow, maybe.
We all have those moments.
Or hoping. I definitely hope. There's definitely been times where my more whimsical past self has come to fruition and it's been like, I hope that there's something else out there. But I'm very much on the side of I certainly believe that there isn't.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a little bit more theist every time I smoke.
I think we all are, though, aren't we?
Does that mean that the legalization of cannabis has increased the percentage of atheists in the world?
No,
it should be
Churches should condone it.
Oh, sorry, you were saying that every time you smoke, you believe it.
Churches should condone it, yeah.
Sorry.
We should be using that as an advertising tool to get weed legalized.
Yeah.
All the Christians will be behind it.
Yeah.
So do you think? What about mushrooms and peyote? I mean,
they're even stronger, aren't they?
Yeah.
Joe,
So
we've already got the sales pitch. Instead of calling it a Mary J, it's a Mary J. I mean, come on. Just call it a Mary V, Virgin Mary, or
Mary,
yeah,
Mary. A Mary Mary is
Done.
quite contrary. It'll make you believe in God.
Yeah. But just to the point, right? Like that is great. That you identify within yourself. The idea that you find it more likely, at least, that God probably do not exist, and that is the starting point. At least that was the starting point for me, because I actually did find that it's more likely that God do not exist. At least I found myself believing that, and then you start to ask, well, why do I think that? And then that starts another discussion, another conversation, a very interesting one, in my opinion, where I start to think about, how I can justify this idea. And I find it's surprisingly not that hard to do, if you think about it. And there are, of course, very, very well-developed ways to talk about these things, and there are sort of very intuitive ways to talk about these things. But it's like there are a lot of reasons why you can think that, actually it's more likely that God does not exist. And just to briefly touch on a few things, it's when you simply find yourself without a reason to believe something, that does not necessarily justify the idea that you should believe, that thing does not exist, or that the opposite is true, right? Like the gamble analogy, I think, works well for this, because, if you don't find any reason to think that, the number of gumballs in the jar is even, it doesn't mean that you're now justified to think that the number of gumballs is not even. That would mean odd in this particular sense, right? So you would have to actually find reasons for the positive idea that the number of gumballs is actually odd. And the same goes for atheism. If you would want to actually say that the number of gumballs is odd, of course, and if that is analogous in this example to the idea that God does not exist. But there are many ways that you can do that. There are many arguments for atheism. There are many sort of like both deductive and inductive, and there's a lot of evidence for that. So that starts to get you into this whole journey to find out why that actually makes sense
as well. I think
I have a question for clarification. Is that okay?
Go for it.
Yes, of course it is.
Okay. I just I guess I'm wondering, because are we saying that if we don't go by the lack of belief definition, if we say positively, I believe gods do not exist, are we saying that there's more of a burden, or that we need to then prove that claim? Is that my understanding?
Not necessarily to prove it. Not necessarily to
Can I
prove it.
I have one more thought. I just want to bring up.
Okay, I tell you what. Who hasn't spoken in a while?
quick.
Why don't we let Dave talk? Because Dave actually hasn't spoken in a while, and Dave has actually studied this extensively
Dave
at university.
never says anything positive.
No, Dave does. Dave will change your mind in a sense. Brina, what's your second thought?
Yeah.
Do your second thought, and then that's Dave's
thought. Was is there a burden of proof, or a burden of proof when you make the claim, or if you could say it's a belief claim? I guess a belief claim, not a knowledge claim. If I were to say that I believe unicorns do not exist, and if somebody asked me to prove it, my response would simply be probably similar to the response with God, is that I have not seen it manifest in this reality. There's no evidence of this in my book, that these exist outside of fictitious storytellings or words that people say, but I'm not seeing definitive proof manifesting outside of religious text, for example, in the same way that I don't see proof of unicorns outside of, fairy tales. So I'm wondering how much more of a burden there truly is to just be able to positively say, yeah, I believe gods don't exist.
Okay, there is more of a burden, obviously, than saying, well, I'm just not convinced. And it's what's known as epistemic justification. But you basically just have to make a reasonable case and show your line of reasoning is rational. So if you say, well, I've not seen it manifest in reality, and say, throw in something like I've only ever seen it in fairy tales and magic doesn't exist, throw in a few things like that, you could probably claim quite easily that it's a reasonable justification. And you don't have to exactly prove it to the other person because, anybody can just say, well, that's not enough proof for me. You just have to show that your reasoning is rational and justified.
Okay.
That's one of the common misunderstandings about the burden of proof. The burden of proof doesn't necessarily mean you have to prove it true. It's one of those things that's a bit of a misnomer, especially when you're talking about a belief position.
Yeah, exactly. You just have to give you reasons why you don't.
Can I add on to this a little bit? Just because before I met Answers in Reason, I used the lack of belief definition kind of. So I started writing this book around atheism, and I've sent it to Dave, and I'm sure he's read some of it. Where
I have the first few chapters.
Yeah, and most of it is like using the language of lack of belief definition or not believing in God or etc. And that's because when I started writing it, I hadn't met these guys, and
sorry,
I felt like I was like I didn't know that there was this other kind of definition and stuff like that. So, but when I met these guys, it was kind of a little bit of a liberation, to be honest, because I then understood that the burden of proof aspect was kind of just a bit of a red herring, essentially, and that now I can say, oh, these are the reasons why I don't believe in God, and be completely comfortable in that, and not have to kind of shy away from challenges from people where they say, oh, why don't you believe in God? Well, now rather than me saying, because you need to prove God or whatever, I can say, well, these are the reasons, the God of the gaps, the problem of evil, the blind watchmaker, there's various arguments that I have that I can now say, these are the reasons I don't believe. They're fairly strong reasons that are quite hard to kind of get around. And they are the reasons that I didn't believe in God in the first place. I just didn't have names for them. So I think it's actually quite a liberating experience because it's no longer just shying away from stuff. It's actually going, you know what, I feel confident and comfortable saying that the reason that I don't believe in God or the reason I believe God don't exist is valid. And it validates it within yourself as well. It's not just a validation to other people. It's a validation to yourself.
Yeah,
that's
something some of the ACA calls are kind of missing too, because they're not really. There is a lack of education going on when you shut down a conversation because you divert to, I don't need to provide any evidence. When instead you could be educating and bringing up these things. But the whole point of the atheist experience is that they're saying that's not the point of the show. Basically, the whole point is for all of the burdens be on the caller.
I actually thought about that because, and I went all the way back to the starting of this where we discussed about some of the things we didn't like about the atheist community. And I think tolerance was actually one of them. And the first time I came into the community, so the profile that everybody knows me through is an alternate profile because given my job, this is not something that I talk about or proclaim, because it's just a silly thing to start bashing people and having these discussions. So I started with the intention of lack of belief, bashing religious people because I thought religion was silly. But I think my first tweet, I encountered the American atheist community, which is a lot stronger minded and a lot more, as I find it, intolerant. And I came out with an argument which was basically I think intolerant people are silly. I think they don't have the right frame of mind for a discussion. And I got Twitter bashed, or whatever we call it, by that community. And I was like, okay, there's something weird happening here. But I think the ability to accept that somebody has a different ideology and continue a discussion is something that just doesn't exist in some people. And that is how I define intolerance. Intolerance is accepting that somebody has a different opinion to you, and you accept that, but you tolerate that opinion. It's not accepting their opinion. It's accepting that they have a different opinion. And I think that's very important, because if you don't have that distinction, then you're always trying to convert people and believe that that's the right thing to do. Oh, we've got a new
Khalil.
Khalil, how you doing, man?
Long time no see.
It's been a while. How you doing,
you guys
buddy?
live right now?
Yeah.
We're live. Yeah.
Oh,
you're keeping us
am I
live
not
for a little
supposed to be in
longer.
here?
No. Free for all.
This is Occasionally we do a free for all where we just let everybody join us live on stream. So it's great to have you.
Except for the bras in the background. Oh, they're caps.
Yeah, there's
oh no, we're good. We're good.
Oh my god.
No, we're good.
Yeah, this isn't OnlyFans.
OnlyFans doesn't do that anymore, Dave.
Oh yeah.
Wait, I wanted to respond. Yeah, I'll go first. No, just kidding.
Go ahead. I still have to figure it out.
Okay, I did want to say though, as far as the format of the show goes, because you mentioned, Brina, you mentioned like, oh, it's just, and I agree with you, a lot of it is just shutting the conversation down, making theists look silly. We've already established that I agree there. The format of the show could still be like, the burden of proof is on you. I think that is a good way to prod people to be like, okay, how can I, prove this? What evidence do I have? I think that's fine. But where I agree with you is they need to just kick it up a notch on like giving people tools to be like, okay, this is why, you like they do talk about why the argument fails, but they also don't always give the tools that we're talking about of like, hey, there's a whole philosophy of religion you could look into. There's a whole, like, they should be more honest about other definitions of atheism to kind of help
and also
people
providing
grow out.
the positive atheist culture that they're talking about in education.
Right, exactly, and also help them grow outside of just the call-in show format. So someone has feedback and I can't think. There's like
it might be me.
It's not you.
It's a noise.
I think it's you, Khalil. Yeah, there you go. It's your fan.
So what was I going to say?
Is that better?
Like, I think the format of the show is okay. I don't think bashing callers is okay all the time, and like I think it should be conducted more ethically and more responsibly and more educationally. But I think the format itself is fine. Like have the burden of proof be on the caller. That works, right? But then they do need to be more honest about helping people grow outside of that format, because that format only works for the show. Like when you're having conversations, when you're having conversations with your family, this is why one of my best videos, it's called Christian and Atheist in the Instagram DMs, is because I feel like I had a DM conversation where I really showed a different side of things, where you can think about the other person's perspective and be more strategic and be more kind in the conversation for longevity purposes. Because like, I think in these conversations, we really should be playing the long game, and all the call-in shows do is show like catharsis, like atheists owning the, no, I shouldn't say all they do. They do have productive
I was going to say, it's not all of them. But definitely, I think the atheist experience
I'm overgeneralizing. I'm overgeneralizing based on like recent conversations. But I'm saying,
I
like,
don't blame you.
Beyond shutting down conversations and having that like catharsis entertainment stuff, Jerry Springer style, like we should be giving people tools to have these conversations with their family, you know, street epistemology, philosophy of religion, all kinds of things, and just help people grow outside of that platform.
That's really interesting because
I think EA has a comment.
Yeah, I was going to ask Autumn if she remembers our conversation we had a few weeks ago. I called into the show and I mainly spoke to you because you were talking about like epistemology.
Yeah,
and I think we had a good. I think we had a really good conversation.
Yeah, and see that conversation was productive, and I do think it was a good conversation, and like that's the thing. I'm not anti-call-in show because like I've literally I was on the line. Like, whether now there's no proof of it, so I'm going to seem like a crazy person when I say that. But like I was on the line.
You sure?
And right now everybody just gaslights me. That never happened. What are you talking about?
Are you sure?
You were never friends with these people.
What's your
Even if it was
justification?
recorded, I'd jump right to
I like a belief that Autumn was on the line, honestly. Like, I
don't have any evidence.
Yeah, I just like belief, yeah.
I'm just kidding, Autumn. Sorry.
How do we know that reality is real? Like, even if it was still recorded, like, how do you know?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh gosh.
What's really interesting?
You're joining at a time where half of us don't believe we're real anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true. We're just all vats talking on YouTube.
I do have a thought whenever I'm able to make it. I don't need to do it right now, but just as a reminder to myself, so I don't forget what my thought was on. I do have a thought on the culture of atheism from an American perspective. If anyone's interested at some point, but it doesn't need to be right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just wanted to chime in a few things as well.
Yeah.
I don't know
okay,
if it makes sense for you to go first, because, like, I don't know if that is sort of like a different point to what we were talking about.
I kind of just wanted to say it out loud so I wouldn't forget, otherwise I will. So I just wanted to say it so everyone else could remember for me, maybe.
Yeah, I just wanted to say about Autumn's comment about the atheist experience and, you know, being with a burden of proof only on the caller or something like that. That is fine. You know, like there are ways that you can set up a dialogue where, you know, you sort of agree beforehand, you know, how the conversation is going to play out, you know, because when you talk about burden of proof, sometimes, you know, it has a couple of different ways that you can think about it. But one of them is being, you know, something in a conversation, you know, and that would be something, you know, if you want to convince someone of what you're saying, then you sort of have this burden to show why he should be convinced in a way, right? That's what you would say that is a burden of proof. Although, as we mentioned, you know, that wouldn't be a proof in a scientific sense or something. It would just be providing your reasons, you know, so that, you know, you can convince this one. And if you beforehand agree with, like, say, a caller or something, and if you make up a show that's clearly states essentially in its format that what you're doing is essentially taking calls and they're going to try to convince you, then it's absolutely fine for them to have, and only for them to have, the burden of proof, because that's what essentially the show is implying, right? That's the contract. This is like that's set up in place beforehand. The conversation, let's say, framework that is set up in place is that, so that, you know, they have to convince you. And so it's fine for that to be the case. So I agree with you there. But then a couple of points from before, even, you know, because when you find out about sort of this burden of proof not being actual proof, you know, in a stricter sense, but like merely providing justification, then you can also be like more charitable sometimes to theists, you know, because then you realize, well, okay, what they have to do, you know, is merely provide their reasons, you know, some evidence, some sort of line of thinking that connects their evidence, so to show that, you know, what they believe is reasonable somehow, you know, and you might not find it reasonable, but they you know, you won't go something, you know, yeah, you at least won't go like in this sort of mental state where you're just like, prove it, that's not scientific proof or something, right?
Yeah.
You know, you didn't do a double blind experiment or something, and then so God, you know, you failed. It's a completely different mindset then that you get into, yeah, that's basically it.
And you sort of have to understand the sort of theistic reasoning that goes into what forms the belief in God and why that's seen as rational, rather than just demanding this physical evidence, because it's in a different category of thing
Yeah. Oh, another thing. Sorry, I know a couple of things about the unicorns and stuff. There are a couple of things that you can actually provide good reason for something if you, for example, compare just, this is called, like, technically speaking, sort of theory choice. So there are certain categories about certain theories that you provide, that sort of favor one theory over the other. So, for example, you can have a theory that is like unicorns exist, and then you can have a theory that is basically unicorns do not exist, so the negation of that. And then you can see, what does the theory about unicorns explain? That the theory about that says that there are no unicorns doesn't explain. Does it have any explanatory power in the sense, to explain stuff that the other theory doesn't? Which theory is simpler? And that's sort of leading into this Occam's razor type of thing, right? Which, a simpler theory is going to have an advantage usually in theory choice, because if you can explain the same amount of things with less elements, then it's a better theory. So that's, for example, how you could justify the idea that unicorns do not exist, because the theory explains the same amount and it's a simpler theory. Therefore, it's a better theory, and therefore that's why I'm going to lean that way.
I just want to say,
yeah,
Occam's theory has been debunked already, so we don't really need to use that.
It's still,
it doesn't really work within evolution. It doesn't really work.
Yeah,
parsimony is not something that you follow anymore.
Yeah, it's not something you follow if you have more explanatory power on one side, but if you have the equal explanatory power, parsimony is absolutely a great way to distinguish between
the problem is we're currently using algorithms where we don't understand the explanatory power, so you can't really use parsimony. If you're looking at really simple things, yeah, of course.
Oh my days.
But we're actually investigating things that are sorry.
Yeah, no. That's fine. If it's not clear exactly what is being explained.
I want to see, though. I want to see.
Yeah.
I want to see Philip and Steen go off it on parsimony.
Yeah,
no.
I want to see them go off it on paraconsistency.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I don't even know what that means. See, that's the problem. I fail at everything because I don't understand the words.
Don't worry.
On the front of it, just quickly though, in the chat, if you're interested in understanding proving a negative and including in that negative proving unicorns don't exist and what that means, I've posted an article from Stephen Law on Psychology Today, and it's one that is very good to actually check out. And if you, open that up, save it for tomorrow, because I'm sure if you're in the state anywhere near the state I'm in right now, nothing's really going to make sense.
Nobody's near that state except people in the drunk tank.
Brina, I'm very curious about your atheism in America, though. If
somebody...
that's fine. I can stop here.
Somebody mentioned earlier about running into the American atheist, I think, online. Somebody mentioned that, didn't they? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, this isn't really playing devil's advocate, but it's kind of going into why that toxicity exists. And maybe why shows like, the Atheist Experience or the ACA in general are really harping on the idea of the lack of belief in order to avoid any sort of, outright responsibility and explaining their stance further and, and process shutting down conversations. I do think because there is a lot of pushback that we feel that we have to provide, and the result, in the fact that religion has become so ingrained in our politics, much more than I think a lot of people realize as far as how radical our right-wingers have become. And I think because we have to constantly be like, this should not be, and we should not be involving, religion in these policies and controlling people's lives in this way. And you need to, for something that there's no proof of. So I think there's this instant, defensiveness and toxicity, and that becomes toxic, and pushback, and wanting to be like, no, you can't, just wanting to not have to do anything or take any responsibility, and explaining our own stance in the face of a lot of the radicalization that we are seeing in our government. Especially with trans youth and abortion, and yeah, of course. Yeah, go ahead. That was pretty much the end of it. So
I want to piggyback before someone responds, because this is what I said to theoretical bullshit in our Discord conversation. Your comment is like adjacent to mine, because mine was like, when people deconvert out of a religion and you're surrounded, maybe like in my case, like by friends and family who all believe the same thing. And in the wider context, like they have Christian privilege. They're the oppressor. They've gotten, yes, it's like deep within our politics, but also like just on a person to person like level, it's like
very true. Yes,
like,
socially.
Like socially, like I'm one of the only atheists that I know, and I'm in California, which is pretty liberal. But like, so like imagine living in the Bible Belt. It's like those atheists, I totally don't fault them for being like, no, you prove your stance to me now. Like you answer my skeptical questions, because the Christians have run the narratives about atheists forever, about, you know, poisoning the well, about like what atheists really think. Like they all secretly believe in God. They just want to sin. They just hate God. They're just angry, yada, yada. So I don't fault them for being like, no, you prove to me that your position exists. And this is why I say outside of philosophy, I think the lack of belief definition is fine, because it's like, no, I think we should kind of corner people into really having to have an epistemic justification for what they think, or have evidence for what they believe, because they have run the show. They're the oppressor.
Yeah, and there's like, a lot of issues in our culture, and the way we're treated, and obviously policies, but also, I mean, I live in Ohio, where I'm from, my hometown. If I was openly an atheist there, I mean, it would have been, I think there was one atheist in my school that was openly atheist. Like it's, I don't know that a lot of people realize how truly ingrained religion is in society, in American society, and how ostracized and isolated we have to constantly feel. And, just the prejudice we deal with. It's a lot.
In that regard, when I was 13, I lived in Michigan for a year, so not too far from you in Ohio. I lived in Bloomfield Hills. And I actually, at that point, I believed gods did not exist. And I was told by this guy, Yusuf, that I couldn't believe that. I had to believe something. And it was actually crazy. Eventually, and there was pressure. He got more people involved in the conversation. That how could I believe gods didn't exist? There must be something. And you know, there were the Christians and the Muslims and all sort of ganging up on me in this regard. And in the end, I told them I was a Wiccan, and that was more satisfactory than believing gods didn't exist.
Yeah, I could see that. I can see that.
I've got to shoot, but this has been fantastic, and I hope to speak to all of you again very soon.
No, I'm never going to talk to you again, Luke. I hate you.
Yeah, I don't think so, Luke. I don't. That purple screen there is just going to haunt me for the rest of my life.
No more purple guys.
Yeah, you're no longer part of the cult.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's it.
Kool-Aid.
I'll find a different cult.
You're the weakest link.
The weakest.
Oh, goodbye.
Yeah, okay.
See you later, guys.
Pleasure.
Bye.
So on that discussion, I do feel, and we did mention the longer game previously, about playing the long game.
Right.
I do feel that the whole discussion and the whole argument and trying to discuss whether God exists or doesn't, or whether atheism has morality, or whether that's the foundation, is not the long game. The long game is creating a society, and I'm sorry, I'm going into a long spiel here, because education and critical thinking and understanding of how you process information, and I must say that notes from Autumn. I mean, I love the way that you think and the way that you process information and the way you challenge it. And you mention it in the stories that you have about how you hear something you don't agree with it, and you go challenge that information and you dig through it and you deal with it. I think that's the long game, right? That's the long game. Getting people from an earlier age to accept and challenge their position and look for what is right. It's not about whether God exists or not, or whether there's a dogma. It's about getting that foundation down. And that's where I feel that a lot of people are wasting their effort, and they get angry with other people about things that obviously are close to them, and that's why they get angry about it. But when you look at the long game, that's not the aim. Having somebody believe, and I wish Khalil was here, because I think that statement is exactly that. Having somebody change their mind as to whether God exists or not, to me, is insignificant. Significant is changing the mindset.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like the way that they go about making decisions and like forming
I think that's a very, very fair point. Yeah.
The epistemology, right? Like the actual decision itself that may or may not have big implications depending on what it is, right? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
cool.
just to be fair to like to people who kind of do the more provocateur style of atheism, like in America, just to what Brina was saying, it's like I get it, and I'm not always going to get in the way of that unless it becomes harmful to theists or outright bigoted to religious people, right? Like we don't want to go extreme the other way. So I think it's okay to have more like I don't know, people with more gusto. It's fine. Maybe that will work in helping challenge people's epistemology. And so I there's just nuance to everything is what I'm trying to say. Mm-hmm. I probably better tap out of this conversation soon too, though, because it's been so long. My brain's getting fried.
We're sorry. But we're very glad you joined us.
No, but I just wanted to briefly say that I absolutely sympathize with the situation, and I also recognize that we here do not have like a very great outlook at what exactly it actually means to live in the United States with that situation, because very much both me, Dave, Joe, and Steen as well, I believe, live in countries that, you know, where religion is almost not an issue, like not at all a thing. Like I'm not saying that there are no religious people, of course there are, and I know a few, but like my generation, for example, already like most of the people, I don't even know if I have a friend that believes in God so far. I haven't met.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know. Like from
that
my
would be
generation,
culturally jarring for me to be around so many atheists.
I know, right? Like pretty much all the people that I met in university, I don't think they believe in a God. And my other friends from here, I don't think. Like I think maybe one of them, but even if that's the case, you know, they don't talk about it and all of that. I have people in my family that believe, but it's very much like something that they do, and it's not a part of anyone else's life.
I think,
It's a completely different thing, what I'm trying to say. And I absolutely get that in a different cultural setting like the United States, you know, where things are very much something like looking differently, it might be very much understandable that people then actually react in a way. That's one of the points that I wanted to bring up before when we're talking why people react so aggressively. I think one of the reasons why it might be the case is because, you know, society presses you down so harshly that you didn't just explode in a way, and that's absolutely understandable from my perspective. Although, like I will say, like the last thing that I wanted to add to that, just briefly, is that I still am not sure if that it's understandable. I absolutely understand why people do that, but I also wish that maybe like you would be able to show, like, lead by example in a way, to not react in the same way as they would do. You know, just sort of show a kinder side in a way, and not be the same sort of, like, I understand why that is the instinctive thing to punch back in a way like that, but I personally, maybe it's just me, but I I find it like that maybe it would be better to sort of not do that just because they do that. Because if you recognize that they doing it is wrong, then it should also apply to your stance, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think we probably mostly agree, which is why, like, if you've ever seen me on call-in shows or like watch my YouTube channel, I'm like, and even there's like a TikToker, his name is Atheist Troll. He's more the provocative type, and we were talking one time about, because my TikTok used to have a lot more videos on it, and then I privated like most of my account because I was going to redo it, and then I didn't. But Jeff, Atheist Troll, like, we were talking about why a lot of atheist accounts would get taken down on TikTok, but mine never did. I was like, why does mine never? I never even gotten one report, and it's because, like, I think I am just I have like a gentler brand, you know? So I think we agree there, but I'm just saying I don't think I'm better just because I am gentler. Like, maybe there's something to another strategy. But again, that's only within like the realm of everything being ethical, right? So like you can be a little bit sassy and still be ethical. But on that note,
I guess
you can even be rude. You could even be rude and still be ethical.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but
notes from Arthur. Do you know the saying? It was not the saying. Do you know Jantelo? It's a Danish Jantelo. It's a Danish law that's not a law. So the Scandinavian countries have a. It's sort of a law called the law of Jante. It's a Jante, which means you shouldn't boast about what you do, and you shouldn't be proud about being better. It's one of the foundations of the Scandinavian country. It was just because the way that you said that you had a comment saying like, I'm not better than anyone else. I don't feel I want to say it. And you shouldn't be boasting about it. But it's okay to acknowledge that to some extent you are trying to do a better job than everybody else.
I'm trying to be productive as I can. I'll say it that way. Like, I'm trying to go about it the way that I think is productive.
And it's a funny thing because every Scandinavian, so Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, they will be so engrossed about this, and they won't acknowledge, like, they won't boast about themselves. They will try not to, and it's sort of the foundation of the social democracy, right? That everybody should be playing equal and doing the same thing, because you might be better, but you shouldn't act better. And it's a really weird thing. It's a good thing to discuss because it's a weird concept. And it brings out this weird dynamic in a society, which is very weird. Sorry, that's far from atheism. Completely different.
Right. Well, thank you guys so much for having me on. This was so much fun, much needed for me. I haven't had like deep conversations lately, so I have been missing them. So thank you very much. And feel free to chat with me again.
Yeah, nice one. Anytime you want to come on, just let us know. Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, definitely. No, thank you so much for coming on. It was great to meet you as well. And yeah, no, honestly, anytime you want to come back and have a chat with us about any particular topic. I mean, today has been a bit of a free-for-all, and we've been just chewing the fat, as they say. But if there's a specific topic that interests you in the future that you want to come on and discuss, like, just let us know, and we're happy to discuss it with you.
Yeah, next time I want to do like a candle ceremony for me to be inducted into your cult.
That's absolutely.
I just got a flashback of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and like their weird ceremonies with, I don't know if anyone's seen that show, but they have some weird ceremony to be enjoined into their friend group. Does nobody watch the show? Oh my god, it's hilarious. I need to find the episode now.
You might have to eat some hot wings and drink some terrible beer, but other than that, we're free.
I'm gonna have to find the clip to send you guys because it's absolutely hilarious. The whole little like ceremony they have to join their friend group. It's great. I'll have to send that to you.
Well, the main thing you have to do is make Dave a cup of tea. Bye, Autumn. Have a good one. Yeah, the main thing you have to do is make Dave a good cup of tea. And considering Dave doesn't actually drink a good cup of tea, he drinks a bad cup of tea.
Do you leave the tea bag in the cup,
sir? How dare you?
I do personally.
I leave the I do too, but I think I think American tea probably isn't as I don't know if it's as made the same way.
It's the same tea. It's made in the same Kenya, Tanzania, or China, so it's exactly the same tea.
Yeah, I leave it.
There's no difference. It comes in different bags, though.
How dare you? PG Tips is better than all the rest.
The PG Tips, the only difference in PG Tips is the tip. And it's not like you're only going to take the tip, is it, Dave?
Fine.
Sorry, that was rude.
There's no such thing as rude.
Or is there? The philosophy of rudeness. Is there a philosophy of rudeness, Dave?
Virtue ethics?
Yeah, that would be like a very interesting discussion would be, where the line is there, because of course, like if you're just a dick, then I would say, you're a dick, and that's not really productive anything, So where the line is.
Are you allowed to be a dick as long as you're productive? Because that's a different thing as well.
Does that go into aesthetics, though? Because
I think the line is drawn when it gets aggressive, is where I get feel uncomfortable. And of course, I could have some biases because I'm very open about the fact that I have PTSD. But I think as a feminine presenting gender and as other women and minority genders, when we see people getting aggressive and verbally berating and cursing at us, it can be very triggering and it's flustering for anybody, and it makes it like you can't really think clearly and respond in a productive
I can get behind
manner.
that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you get angry, your quality of argument and everything just goes into the ground. And that's true for anyone. So it's.
You can swear and you can have a dirty language, but if it's mellow and you're communicating appropriately, then you're not as opposing. People can still get sort of taken aback by the swear words.
People are definitely taken aback by me, so I understand that. But it's definitely there is a line with aggressive. Yeah.
In Britain,
so I can definitely see
kind of rude and banterish to each other anyway.
Just in general.
Being aggressive is basically where the line is drawn when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because we're incredibly rude to each other, and it almost shows a kind of love for each other. But it does.
No. We lack rudeness. Don't believe it.
In Britain, if somebody's polite to you, then they're angry at you.
I would fit in much better in Britain, because in America, I feel like in my culture, people get very taken aback by me because my form of showing love is making fun of people. And I don't think that sits well with everybody. It's definitely made me get in trouble. In my friend groups sometimes. So.
As Dave said, you just need to move over here. That's how
I would agree with that. Especially a thought came to me when somebody was talking about. Sorry, I'm not familiar with everyone's names, but the person from Italy, was talking about people. Was talking about people maybe being more, I guess, self-aware, and the way that we communicate as atheists, and I guess being more productive, I think, in conversations. I forget the exact wording of it, but the problem is I think that would come with much needed therapy that a lot of people don't have access to. And the trauma that comes with living in this culture as an atheist, I don't think people are prepared to deal with it. It can be extremely jarring and difficult. And, I'm very lucky living with the income that I have, just the fact that, my partner has a job right now with a healthcare that's through a university that is very well off. But there's a fear with him even changing jobs, which he needs to, because he's not getting paid enough. Yeah. But he needs to change jobs. But the problem is, in America, then you don't have healthcare for 6 months. Yeah, and I lose access to my therapy. I lose access to my medication. It makes it so marginalized groups like the atheist community, we're not really able to get the help that we need to adjust in society and to be productive for a lot of people. And I know that kind of it goes in a little bit deeper with American culture and talking about politics and healthcare, but unfortunately, I do think it's the truth, and it should probably, does have a place in the conversation.
That American,
but places like Recovering from Religion exist, so we are there to help try to provide people resources to help get people the help they need. But and there are programs available, but It's hard to find.
One of the things that, and I don't know if this is obvious, but it was one of the things that struck me while you were talking was the atheist problem in the US seems to be an internal problem. Seems to be a problem that people have with themselves because they have deconverted or they have an issue with their ideologies and how they face that. There are external problems. I'm not saying that. There are huge external problems in saying you're an atheist if in your career progression, but ideally it's or as I see it, it's an internal problem. Whereas where we are from, where we've already discussed, might not even know another religious person, the atheist problem is an external problem. It's something we discuss, something we want to discuss, want to debate. We're not as influenced by the outcome of it, but we want to engage with it. Whereas the other one has, we need to do in America, you need to deal with it yourself because you need to figure out how you want to fit in society. And I think actually that's quite interesting. And it's a divide that raises some questions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
and I
sorry,
also,
everyone.
oh,
Sorry, I'm going to have to go. I've just realised how late it is, and I need to tidy up the office for the missus coming in tomorrow morning and working from home.
What is it, like 2 a.m. Your
2 a.m. Yeah.
It's 2 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. here, so I think I'm the.
No, I was just going to say. I was just saying to Real Theology in the chat that we are going to have to wind up soon.
Okay.
I've got a lot going on tomorrow, so I mean, is there anything anyone wanted to quickly discuss before we did end for the night and take things up another time on another stream?
I thought I had a thought, but I totally lost it. Let me see if I can find it again. It was in regards to there was a conversation brought up about what's more productive and not getting people to stop believing in a God, but changing the mindset. And I agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that, but I do think maybe it's a product of the culture I live in. I see a lot of issues that arise with the belief in general, because that we have such a large society here that, for example, is a concern about climate change. And I think a part of that is the result of not having which that could be changed with the mindset, but it's also the result, I think, of a God belief in general, because when you believe in a God and you believe that we're all here with this purpose and that the world was created for us for a specific reason, then it's like you have this mindset that, oh, well, it's just out of our control. It's up for God to deal with. And I guess I see those problems, I feel like, aligning in world issues that in American culture because of the God belief specifically. I wonder how much of an impact that has versus the mindset.
I think that's a wrong correlation. I think it's got a similar underlying effect, but the correlation.
I'll see you later. It was great meeting you, Brina.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good night.
Great meeting you too. Bye.
Bye.
I don't think the two are directly correlated. I think there's an underlying effect.
Okay.
Yeah.
I absolutely what I wanted to say is that, especially, for example, there are certain ideas in certain religious, I guess, brands that, for example, the end times are near, something like that, and therefore sort of climate change makes perfect sense, that the world is going to be destroyed in a couple of years, and that sort of fits into that narrative. So I think that is an issue, but I don't think it's because necessarily of just God belief in general. Like, I do want to draw this distinction. I think this is something that we've discussed at the beginning of.
I think we've lost Philip.
We lost Philip.
Perfect timing.
It's because he was blaspheming.
Yeah, of course.
Can you hear me? Oh, God.
Yes.
Oh, no, you're back.
Oh, God. I told you he was blaspheming.
No, I mean, like, I was still hearing you perfectly and seeing all of you, and you were saying,
You're back.
Awesome.
You're
and
back.
I was like, what?
It didn't even take 3 days.
Yeah, I'm quicker than that. Anyway,
like mature resurrection. I like that.
Yeah. No, what I wanted to say is simply that although I recognize that there are certain, I guess, versions of theism that sort of are problematic because they are, you don't take climate change that seriously if you believe, that's the end times are like what God wants and something, and that they are coming. There are definitely some issues there, but I don't think it's like necessarily the case that if you believe in God, therefore you also believe in all these sorts of things. It's certain versions of theism that do that, and certain others do not. And that's something, a distinction
that's
that,
true.
although I recognize
I do think it's a product of culture because of the majority of theists here that I'm exposed to, I think is why it's hard for me. Because like with like deism, for example, of course that wouldn't be an issue because they don't believe God interferes with our lives, and it's basically up to us. So yeah, there's certainly versions of theism that isn't a problem, and it probably does come back to the mindset. That's why I did emphasize I think it is a product of the culture I grew up in that makes me a little biased sometimes, where I can sometimes feel like I have a problem with the belief in God itself, just because of how I've seen that trail of thought grow and expand and progress into all these other avenues, and our education system. So yeah, it does make it difficult to see things from a more different theistic perspective when I'm surrounded by the extreme.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although I have to say, like the best theists that I've met, the people that I would consider perfectly reasonable and justified in their beliefs in certain ways, I've met them on Twitter, online, and I think they are all. I don't know if all of them, but a lot of them are from the USA. So it depends on how you sort of frame the things, I guess. I definitely think that the majority of the people in the United States that do believe in God have, there seems to be a lot of these sorts of beliefs that are sort of very extremist in a way. You have a lot of young earth creationists as well, if I'm not mistaken.
And anti-vaxxers, for example, which I do think is also a result of some spiritual nonsense, whimsical stuff. And
so
that's a pretty concerning movement at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we have if I don't know if that's going to make it easier on you, but we have anti-vax movements here as well, and they're also not exactly small, but they're not religiously motivated. At least I don't think that the majority of it is religiously motivated.
Yeah, I know here in the States there does seem to be there is like a huge tie between religion and the anti-vax community, but there's also a sector that's like spiritual and more just like they believe they're kind of really harping on everything needs to be natural, and that's kind of where the anti-vax perspective is coming from.
Yeah, but you have to acknowledge that the rejection or the willingness to believe in unsubstantiated claims, homeopathy, anti-vaxxing, and I'm going to say religion in general, and I hate generalizations, but that conflicts with what we believe as skeptical thinking or critical thinking or the ability to take in knowledge and validate it. So yes, there is a huge divide because we wouldn't think of people that we know or people in our circles that are academics or knowledgeable or take in knowledge and are skeptics as being able to take that leap. But that's our social circle, right? Now, as I've already mentioned, my WhatsApp groups, my in-laws, they're perfectly willing to take that leap. And yes, some of them are less educated, but some of them are a lot higher educated. But they've still got that view. Homeopathy was just something that was given to them. That was something that they do. Mm-hmm. And it's weird. It's weird that people will take that leap. For me, it's weird, but it
within the past year, I found out that my in-law is not entirely certain whether or not humans existed with dinosaurs or if dinosaurs existed at all. So, yeah. I don't really have much else to say to that, but I understand how it's like hard. I didn't even know how to have that conversation after that. I had no idea where to go from there. I was like, okay.
It's completely surreal, I think, for all of us here to think about young Earth creation. At least I haven't even like I don't know anyone, but not even remotely, like not even
I don't know
person from a person. I don't think that they even exist here. Honestly, like perhaps one person is going to be here, I guess, but like I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, so
that's crazy to me. I wish it was like that here. I really do, because it feels like it's everywhere here. I mean, you're always encountering it, and you're always berated for believing in the theory of evolution. Oh my! Like I don't know of a place where I haven't encountered that. If I bring it up,
you know, and it's in the southern half of America.
Well, I'm in Ohio, so
not
really. I'm not down there. No, I'm up. I'm up north.
You're pretty much in Canada where you are. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really not like, I think there is a perception probably outside of America where everything that's bad is kind of in the South, but I mean, it's truly ingrained everywhere. It really is.
Joe, if you go to a pub, even here, right? If you go to a pub and you ask, I was going to say any Joe, that doesn't fit in this discussion. But if you ask anybody else to explain what evolution is, half of them, if not more, will fail. But the difference is they've not been told that what failing at that description means. In the US, they've been told that evolution is
a changing kind
or wrong, and this is how you have, this is your mindset about that. In the UK, there is no mindset about evolution. It's just like, oh shit, I failed at biology, I don't really remember what it is.
Yeah,
completely different. Yeah, because there's an open mindset about it. It's not about it's I've been told or this is wrong. No, it's just I was lazy. I got drunk in high school. Yeah. So I don't remember what evolution is. That's a massive difference to how people react or understand ideology.
It's not as weaponized, but I mean, like I said at the very, very beginning, the thing that inspired me to get involved in debates online was meeting a creationist in the UK, because I was just like, what the fuck? People believe this shit. People actually believe this shit.
I'll dress up, Joe. I'll dress up.
You dress up as a creationist?
Yeah, we can even do the YouTube from the Natural History Museum gallery.
Oh, so how would you dress up as a creationist? Just out of curiosity.
I'd probably keep the shirt.
Okay.
Maybe keep the beard and the hair.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe talk the same. But I'd have different opinions.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say you gotta dress like you're going to church on a Sunday. I would think just.
So I couldn't get away with the vest
at a barbecue wearing.
No,
a tie.
You couldn't get no, Joe. That's a special church. That's a different church.
So my Sunday best can't be a vest.
Next to a dinosaur, though.
Yeah,
next to a dinosaur, exactly.
Hang on. Yeah. Now, so you actually work sort of closely with the Natural History Museum. So could I actually ride a dinosaur?
No, I work in it.
So I mean, my question stands: can I ride a dinosaur?
That would be a perfect example of how.
So I would have to say, I would have. Yeah.
Yeah, they used to live with dinosaurs, right? So.
Just on the back, just pretend.
Sorry, Philip.
No. I mean, that is like a sort of demonstration how they used to live, people together with dinosaurs. They used to ride them, and Joe is going to be the rider of the dinosaur.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, you can explain that.
The cult of creationist atheism.
Yeah. The problem is, I have to say, you have to choose the part you want to ride, because we've got one whole dinosaur. Like you don't find them.
I'll take the whole one.
You can find pieces. Which boner do you want? Sorry.
the long, thick bit.
Yeah, okay, sorry. You want a femur? You want to ride a femur? Oh, we can get a femur. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm expecting next stream to be you, Joe, over there with Steen, by the way. So you just book the tickets, the plane tickets now, because that's happening. I'm telling you.
Okay. So you're going to join us?
I got to dig it. Yeah. I have some pretty serious curators to convince to let Joe ride a I don't know how many million-year-old bone, but okay. It's going to be the resurrect. It's going to be the erection of the millennia.
I have faith.
Where has this conversation gotten us? Okay.
Where if it bears fruit, it will be amazing.
Honestly, though, I think that tonight has been absolutely fantastic. It's been exactly what I wanted it to be, but I think it is definitely time. We've been streaming for just under 6 hours, and by the time I've managed to say goodbye to everybody, we will have been streaming for 6 hours. Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, there was that time where that did happen. It took me an hour of saying goodbye and then forgetting I said goodbye and then saying goodbye again.
Joe, you've been magnificently measured today.
Yeah, that's true.
I'd expected more.
Yeah, well,
don't.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, we're saying goodbye, Joe. We're saying goodbye. Don't forget that. We're saying goodbye. Yeah.
My hugs are all around.
It's been a pleasure.
And thank you, everybody who has been listening in live, who joined in the chat, who is going to be listening on the rerun, is going to listen to the podcast. But especially thank you to everybody who has joined us live on stream tonight. You've all been absolutely fantastic. Especially new guests. It's been fantastic to meet you as well, which has been really, really, really fun. And I look forward to the next time we do one of these massive free-for-alls. But I also hope you join us for future streams in the future.
Yeah, definitely. I really enjoyed this. I haven't really had an opportunity to have a place to have these discussions yet with everything else going on and, what my audience is particularly looking to hear right now, which is basically me talking about what's going on in the atheist community. So, I've missed having these discussions. So it's been nice.
Awesome. Well, honestly, thank you so much. All right, well, so this is the end of the AiRnniversary. This is our first year streaming on YouTube, and you've been listening to Joe.
Philip, I guess.
And Philip, yeah. A lot of people, they've all gone.
Yeah.
The bottom slime, but we're still here.
Yeah. The ones that matter, yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everyone.
The ones that the ones that smell. Those the ones at the bottom are the ones that smell. See you all. Thank you very much, guys.
Have a good one. Bye
bye. Oh God, are we flying?
No, not yet.